Can you hear me, Hohenheim?
I can, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Groovy. How you doing?
I'm okay. I was just reading stuff and getting my notes together. I've been writing a lot today, so. What are you
I'd
doing?
have
Did
to
you
have
just
a
wake up?
read. Kind of. I was in Mace's Mace's
Oh.
show. It was wonderful. I had to then go and meditate for 20 minutes to get my mind back.
What was the topic? I didn't even pay attention. Sadly, I should have been there. But what was he talking about?
He was talking about should every culture be respected? Should you respect every culture?
Okay.
And then it turned. The end was kind of Vlad and Nivik going at it, which was fun.
Well, no doubt it may end up being that on here as well at some point. I'm going to go ahead and make you moderator, Hohenheim, because you are my brother and I trust you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes. So if somebody gets out of hand, you just mute them, brother.
Cool,
of
man.
course, I'll still be moderating, but just kind of waiting for people to pour in. Really, this truth episode is not going to. This is just an overview. I might read a few paragraphs. I'm not going to give a huge lecture because, in all honesty, this whole just studying the theories of truth and the criteria of truth, there's an outrageous amount of information. So I'm going to have to boil it down into just some simple things. So yeah, we'll see what Vlad's got going on. What you got going on, Vlad? How you doing,
I don't want to
Vladdy?
ruin your show. I hope everybody's
You ain't
doing
running
good,
my
guys.
show.
But I just had to ask, since this is a study of epistemology and it has to do with a study of knowledge, how do you know what you know that you claim to know? How do you really know what you know?
Yeah, that's what's called epistemology,
Okay.
and it's
Yeah.
how do you know that you know
Exactly.
that you know?
How do you know that you know, my
Right.
friend?
That's the problem. That's the problem with epistemic justification. That's the problem with overcoming the Munchausen trilemma and all problems of justifications. Gödel's incompleteness theorems play into it. There's a lot of things in epistemology in which we are uncertain of, and which a great deal of philosophers are still arguing about to this very day. So I don't believe anything certainly. And in all honesty, I don't care really if I can claim that a belief is knowledge. I think I care mostly if it's true or not. You know what I mean?
So it kind of falls into Rene Descartes, right? In Incognito ergo sum, I think. I forgot the...
Cogito ergo sum. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's okay. So how do we know we're even having this conversation, Thomas?
That is the problem.
And I'm not just a figment of your imagination running up there in your head.
There will be an episode here in, I don't know, probably a few weeks to where we start diving into philosophical skepticism and what's called epistemological skepticism. And I'll be covering those very things that you're talking about. How can we know what we know, and can we be sure of anything? And what my studies have shown me is that I can't be certain of anything, but I have to act as though some things aren't going to change. You know what I mean? So
that's good. I like that. I just wanted to kind of tickle your mind.
Oh, I appreciate it.
But I love listening to you, man. I love listening to you. Honestly.
I appreciate you, Vlad. Thank you, man.
I think Travis is...
What? Certainty is almost certainly unattainable. I agree with that maxim. I agree wholeheartedly. We got Perry up in this B. What's up, Perry?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man? It's gonna be a chill episode tonight, Perry. We're not doing a super lecture or anything. I will try to create a topic though.
I was looking back on the last episode, and my somewhat synonymous maxim, like 99.999. And I saw Travis in the comments, which I got to start looking at the comments more. He told me, he said I would say his maxim. He would say, certainty is almost certain. And I guess this would be more of a question to Travis, just what...
Yeah, ask away. He's down there.
What exactly is the I mean, I know that there's obviously a linguistic difference in saying that, but what is the what is better about saying certainty is almost certainty is almost certainly unattainable.
Yes.
Yeah. So what is better about that?
The reason, and I can't speak exactly for Travis, but the reason why is that the almost part there, that's the caveat that matters, because we don't know if logic is absolute times infinity, right? We don't know that. We assume it, we use it because it's useful and because it sets up a paradox if we try to not use it. So,
because I I mean, every decision that that you make or that I make is pretty much a probability type deal, and so I'm whether, I mean, I don't always think about it. Yeah, I mean, you and I like putting a number to it for some reason, because it just seems like, I mean, a lot of things aren't 99.999. Some things are.
Some things aren't. You're right.
It's all arbitrary to me. Some things it's like.
I think in terms of your
or
certainty, I think in terms of your certainty about anything, I think it's probably going to be your 99999. You know what I mean? In terms of just specifically talking about certainty.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, we don't have to be certain to act in our world. We can be reasonably assured of things. You know, if you don't want to use the word certain, we can be reasonably convinced of things. Within a spectrum, it doesn't have to be black or white. Absolutely, because I mean, technically, the philosophical school of fallibilism, epistemic fallibilism, is basically saying it's the stance that no beliefs are certain, and so infallibilism would believe is that there are beliefs that are absolutely certain.
No beliefs are certain. Okay.
Yeah, that's fallibilism.
What if I actually do have the belief, but I'm just claiming with my, you know, with my.
Are you certain about your belief of the 99.99999 thing?
99.999% sure.
That's why Travis puts the almost in there, because he wrestled with that a little bit before he threw it in there.
And I've been trying to kind of work with this paradox, and is it? What if I said? I've been trying to find a way to say 100%. Try and make some way that I can be 100% sure about something. Could I not say that I'm 100% sure that there's an experience happening?
That would be the only thing that I could say that I presuppose. You know what I mean?
I mean, could you think of a way to say, oh, well, actually, no, you're not having an experience?
No, because I'm questioning it.
Right. So would that be pretty much like the only, or because even then it's like, if you're going to have the maxim,
problem. Yeah. All of the philosophical global scenarios like solipsism, the brain in the vat, all that kind of stuff, it plays into this calculus. But I mean, I accept that I'm consciously experiencing.
Like, I'm absolutely certain that there is no absolute. Yeah. Sorry, go for it.
No, thank you, Perry. I like listening to you, believe it or not.
I love
like
you
Thomas.
too, man.
My question, Thomas, is this is applicable to all religions, right? Like, for example, I'm trying to go to what Soren Kierkegaard said regarding the great leap of faith. So everybody puts a leap of faith into whatever they believe. Like, I'm a Christian, so I put a leap of faith in my Christianity, right? Everybody that believes in their respective religion, Muslims, Shintoists, Vishnu, whatever, right? That's their leap of faith that they have to prove that exists, like what they believe it to be true, right? The Hindus with the avatars, their system of believing the many millions of God, they have to go into a leap of faith into what they believe, correct?
Now, I will agree with you about faith in terms of confidence, because I do have confidence in the scientific method. However, I don't think that the scientific method is perfect, and I don't think it can tell us the absolute truth. I think it's just the best thing that we got to describe what we see. So, go ahead. No, you're good.
Wouldn't we be forced to delve into theology and philosophy in these matters instead of science? And the reason I say that, I heard once a pastor philosopher type. He comes out on YouTube, Cliff Netchell, something like that. And the guy's rationalizing, and he basically said, when you try to come at Christianity with a scientific method, it's like trying to go fix a car with a screwdriver when you know you need a wrench and other tools. You're
Some
coming at
people
it with
say
the
that
wrong
they aren't connected at all. I don't know the answer to that. If science has an answer to belief or faith in the way that you're talking about, I don't know.
So
I'd
this
say,
this begs the question. Hold on, this begs the question. It'll be the last one. How do you know that you know what you claim to know, Tommy?
That's the meta epistemological question. Yeah, brother. Hey, I'm with you. I understand why you asked that. That's why I was saying it's the meta epistemological question I always ask. How do I know that I know what I know? And that is the core question we're always asking when we delve into this type of philosophy is, what can we understand to actually be true and false? What are the propositions we're dealing with? What are the beliefs we're dealing with? That's why it's all separated out. Now, that doesn't mean that every single stance in epistemology has some counter stance to it. That's just how philosophy works. That's how nature is. There's opposites. You know what I mean? So So not to discount scientific theories, they are very serious and very rigorous, and they're independently verified, and they're very important to our survival. So that's why I say it's super important. But now, however, I won't say. I don't know how to answer, Vlad. Honestly, I guess I'll just.
Can I try to answer?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead, Newt.
What was the question?
Go ahead, Perry.
No, seriously.
No. I'm typing in chat right now.
Okay. Nivik, he was kind of. Scott, go ahead.
Does any of this apply to like Epicurean delights, like opinions about food or anything like that? Like, right? Because like this kind of thing doesn't apply to certain things, right? Like I could say with 100% certainty, I like cheeseburgers.
Yeah, you can be certain in the abstract, in your conceptual mind, in the abstract, you can be certain about something, but I would just say that in nature there is no certainty, right? And since our brains are nature and our minds come from our brains, theoretically, then ideas come from nature. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it kind of all works its way back to that.
Yeah, Thomas?
Yeah, man. I was going to say about Vlad, I can't remember exactly. He said, how do I know that I know what I know?
Yeah, but that question doesn't just apply to you, it goes to him, doesn't it?
If he was claiming something, I don't remember him claiming anything specific, but if you're just talking about his religious beliefs, I would assume that he has a burden of proof on his religious beliefs, yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I have reality to point to. He doesn't necessarily have a God to point to. That's telling him to do anything or to not to do, and necessarily knowing.
I'm gonna let you guys talk about it for a little while, but eventually we're gonna get back on topic. Okay, here's Vlad.
Okay.
Go ahead, Vlad.
We both will agree that whatever we believe in is subjective. Even if it's your reality, it's subjective. It's not objective. It's subjective. It's what you experience in your mind with your sense perception of reality of the world. That's what you're limited to. I come at it too, the same way. I'm a thinking being. I smell, I think, I eat, I taste, I hear.
You use science right now. I mean, you believe in science. You're on the phone, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You believe those things exist.
What happened?
Those things exist, right? And if those things exist, that's objective. That's not subjective.
No, it's objective because this is science right here. Millions of people have cell phones based on a science.
Did he not understand?
That's not just subjective. Hold on.
Did you say sub or objective?
Vlad, I think subjective. Okay.
No, I said objective. I said that.
Yes, it's objective. I'm agreeing with you. Okay. We all share this technology of cell phones, whether on iPhones, Android, whatever make, right? But we know it's been tested, it's been proven scientifically in apparatus, and the technology works, and that's why we're able to engage on the Pangburn Hangout, on the call-in app, because of this. That's not difficult. It's very practical, actually, in regards to pragmatism.
Oh, we lost North. Go ahead, Vlad. I'm sorry.
So it's not difficult. Yeah, we could agree. That we'll agree. You're on the phone, on your phone or tablet, wherever you're at, or computer, and I'm on my phone on this side of the world.
But for your everyday beliefs, you don't ask God to before you put one foot in front of the other, right? You don't ask God to make the computer work.
No, I know that. I know there's a. I know there's a ground. Yeah. I pray before that I have a great day and that I don't get into a crash or get shot or whatever.
Yeah,
and I ask
not
for
for every single thing, right?
No, I don't go. Hey, God, I'm going over to the store.
Thomas, what he's doing is he's conflating faith where there's not a requirement of objective fact and logic with people who use objective fact and logic, of objective reality that they believe exists as the same thing, and they're not the same thing.
Well, I mean, do I have to go to do the math every time I step out the door? Do I know there's a continual floor? Yes. Or am I going to take a leap into nothingness? No. I know there's a floor. I know there's a walkway. I know there's doors. I know I'm going to be going into the parking lot. Whether it's in the morning or the evening, I'm going to see my neighbor. Hey, neighbor, how you doing? That's a person alive. I don't question that. I don't somewhere along the line think they're not real. They're real.
Yeah. I was just kind of trying to question to show everybody that, you're not some.
I'll call you back on this.
Nivik, I think we can hear you talking, brother. Nivi? There you go. Vlad, no, I'm with you, bro. I use faith in terms of confidence. If I say I have faith in something, I have confidence in it. I don't say faith because I have just a feeling or an instinct, you know what I mean, about something.
And I know that faith and belief it works with the emotions. There's times I believe it or not, Thomas, that there's things that I don't trust, and maybe I don't even trust God on it, or I don't have enough faith to believe in them. And
you're talking about King Solomon?
Kind of like that. and you know what? I'm doubting. I'm a doubter, and maybe God wants me to be a doubter, to go to Him. And I see some things happen, and I know that it didn't happen by coincidence. I've been asking for it, and they take place. To another person, you're just having a good day. That's it. It just happened. You didn't know it was going to happen. Okay.
So I was going to try to help Nivik out here. Vlad, when you think about truth, do you, and this is getting at what Nivik was talking about, do you use what we call correspondence theory, as in, what we see in reality and are able to test and are able to falsify? That is what truth is. What comes from that truth is what reality and truth are the same thing. Would you agree with that, Vlad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I have to have sense perception. Use all my senses when I step out, when I wake up, when I hear my mom calling me, she needs something. When I have to cook food, I have to obey the laws there. That if I put my hand over the stove, over a burning stove, I'm going to get hurt. I'm going to get burned.
So I guess the question is: do you separate your faith in your God from the faith and confidence that you have in science?
No, not really. I place them all together because the very God that I believe in is the one that gets the science. Like, for example, let me give you an example of thermodynamics. When God said, "Let there be light," there was light, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? So He created space. You cannot have matter without space. He created time so we could exist. So I'm giving you just a biblical example of.
No. I know. I'm not trying to interrupt you and brickwall you or anything, but there is a website called Talk Origins, and they go through all of these things that you're talking about in terms of the Genesis account for creation, and they do not line up with the Big Bang model that we have. But that doesn't mean that the Big Bang model is absolutely correct.
Yeah.
It just means that they don't line up. So I mean, technically in Genesis, I think the stars and the sky was made after light, so I don't know how that would be possible. But there's a few other discrepancies. Just anybody listening to us, there's a website called talkorigins.com or .org, excuse me. Yeah, and it'll show you all those how the Genesis story of coming to be and how the Big Bang and coming to be in science are kind of in a dissonance.
So they don't correspond.
See,
Is what you're saying?
with science,
They do not correspond. No.
more facts coming in probability outcome, in the predicted probability outcome, and that's being conflated as religious faith. It is as if they're both the same thing when they're not.
Okay.
Not exactly. Let me give you an example. When Galileo Galilei, when Isaac Newton, they were all Catholic Christians.
Yeah.
Did they
Most
separate
of the world was.
most of the world was theists. Did they separate their Roman Catholicism or Protestant Christianity from their science work?
No, nobody did before a certain point. You know what I mean? Everybody was tied into the church while they were doing.
But they were still equally
university or
successful
whatever.
in their careers as professors and as
Yeah, I mean,
inventors
yeah,
and
they
as discoverers, right? Okay, it's the same thing. And not that I'm thinking of God every
No,
single minute, when or anything like that. But I'm just as intellectual as anybody else. I mean, I could read the same books.
A
Go
person
ahead.
can separate one side of the delusional bias versus another side that is grounded in objective reality.
Yeah, but you seem to have trouble with that. I don't have no trouble with that.
No. My point is, just because a person is a scientist, don't necessarily mean as a human being they might not have a delusional bias.
And why? What makes you think they have
I'm
only a
talking to you,
delusional
Thomas.
and not you?
You were talking to me, Nivik? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was listening to Vlad. Okay. What was it again? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was saying like a quality of a human being. A person could be there could be two sides to a person. There could be a person that is grounded in reality, but there could be another side in where they have a delusional. They can have a delusional bias as well.
I wasn't laughing at you, Nivik. I was just.
That's okay. Cool. Go on.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was something
That's okay.
else. Yes, you are correct that they can have that delusional bias, but most intelligent religious people will separate their faith entirely from their understanding of science. They will just, usually most of them that I've talked to will say, my faith has nothing to do with my belief in science. I mean, many Christian scientists exist. Now, the higher, this is a statistic. I could pull it up if I need to.
This is my point. A person can be
hang on a second. The higher you go, this is for the audience, not just for you, Nivik. The higher you go into the scientific disciplines, the lower and lower you get this for the corresponding value of religiosity. So the higher you go in looking at people in the scholastic field, the higher up you go, the less religious you see the people. So I just wanted to make that statement that is.
I'm just saying a person can be crazy and religious at the same time. Just because a person did something reasonable doesn't necessarily validate they're crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Yeah.
I mean, in life, Nivik, you have a shitload of people that are non-religious that do all sorts of crazy shit. Does that mean automatically they're all crazy, or was it they're crazy at that moment?
Well, crazy people they can plot. They could put one foot before the other, make a sandwich. You know what I'm saying? They can do things that are grounded in reality.
But wait, what about a sandwich and feet?
They can also see fairies and unicorns and
okay. And until they're proven wrong,
and ghosts as well.
And you so do you believe?
Okay. That doesn't validate
okay.
Crazy.
Okay, I would question the unicorn thing, but my question is,
Thomas.
do you still believe that Santa Claus is real or is he fake?
Vlad is talking to you, Nivik. He's directly asking a question.
Nivik, is Santa Claus for real or is he just a story, a fictitious story?
Well, maybe there was a Saint Nick. I don't know.
But is he real? Can he be proven?
Let's let Hohenheim jump in. He's been trying to say something for a while. I'm sorry.
I don't think Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is real.
Okay. Okay. But we do know that reindeers exist, even though Rudolph the Red-Nosed is not necessarily true. It's from a story, and so is Santa Claus. It's a beautiful story for Christmas time.
Where I was going was like the flying through the air and running. I get the tactic that you're trying to pull.
Yeah, but a lot of these stories are just sooner than later. People at a young age know that it's bullshit, and they move on from that. That's why they're stories. They're fictitious. They play a beautiful role in our lives that they're being told, but we know ultimately that Santa Claus is not real. Unicorns are not real, and you might want to get into question all that.
He's not following me. I'm trying to
Well,
point out how he's trying to conflate what a person did, what was reasonable in the past doesn't necessarily validate they're crazy.
I mean,
No,
I
some of the
understand
greatest
that.
minds, Nivik, some of the greatest minds were crazy. Nikola Tesla, he was crazy, yet he was a genius. Some of the greatest minds, inventors, were not normal, and they had off the wall thoughts that were not real. But you know what? Look at the inventions that they gave us.
I mean, that is true. Some of them were absolutely mad as hell.
Yeah, the
But
normal people do not invent, do not operate like the regular everyday world. They invent our world. They invent
Vlad,
our road. Go ahead.
You're fine. You're fine, Vlad. You're fine, buddy. Let's let Brett, North, Perry, Scott. Anybody got to say something, and then I'll jump back to Nivik.
Yeah, Brett was waiting for a while.
Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
Can you hear me, or am I too loud?
I can. It's a little loud, brother, but I can hear you.
Somebody's really having fun.
Yeah, let me walk outside. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Yes.
So
it's still a little loud, but it's okay.
Okay, I'm trying to walk away from the party.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
My first question, no, I'm totally outside. So my first question would be, does not gravity apply to a universal that, in this form, almost everywhere on Earth, you drop something that's going to fall to the ground? And then the
9.8 meters per second squared. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the second question to Vlad is it not also crazy to believe that Noah's Ark is literally true, just in the point that he made about Santa Claus?
Like Santa.
Because Noah's Ark.
It wouldn't be.
Well,
it wouldn't be
real quick, guys. When we ask people, let's directly ask people and say, "Do you believe that the Ark story? What do you, Vlad, believe that the Ark story is literal?"
That's I get to go from that.
Okay, I'll take it as that. Now, regarding the Noah's Ark event, the boat has been believed to be inside of Mount Ararat over there, where Turkey, and the other side is Armenia. So it is. There's already science on that. So if that science is true, and it's without a shadow of a doubt, and it could be corroborated, even if that boat is broken into pieces, then what you're telling me right now, you better reconsider.
I have not seen that data, but I would be open to it if we could find some information.
Yeah, me too. I hope it's for real. I hope it's for real. Now, regarding the people crossing the Red Sea, even though you didn't ask me this, Brett, I'm going to answer this because it's very similar. Did God open up the shores? Well, in that Red Sea, it is believed that they found many chariots and many articles that the Egyptian warriors used to wear. Not only the chariots that they used to ride, but the carcasses of horses and the swords and shields that they used to use in a time of war. And it was a great
that's
load
something
of
I've never
them.
heard of.
That was a
I'm
great
not saying
load
you're
of
wrong.
them.
I've just never heard of it.
So if the Jews are true to what they're claiming, then that says a lot about the biblical narrative. That's all I'm saying. I'm putting it on.
Let's let Brett jump in here. Go ahead.
Noah's Ark's boat discovery has nothing to do with the extraordinary, miraculous claims that 2 of every species of animal on Earth were put into a small 500-foot wooden area and defied the laws of, their own nature, to be then spread after the 40-day flood. I agree with you that the story could have happened and that a group of people could have survived the flood that many cultures talk about existing. But I think this is where I have a problem with the organized religion part, where it jumps to the thing to say, like, the miraculous is as provable as the point that you just made about the boat being there. I don't see how a person could go, Santa Claus is fake, and then go to say, literally, the boat existed with 500 feet of space with 14,000 species. where that just you literally would have to believe that every law of natural instinct with the animals was subsided. I can
I
see the
mean,
both
it
If
just
parts.
is. It's not
it
physically possible in the
yeah,
way that they describe it in the Bible. Now,
Yeah,
yeah,
maybe in some other circle. Now, here's the thing to think about, guys. And I'm sorry to interrupt so much, but the thing to think about is that there are trees that are older than the supposed flood.
hmm
okay.
So no tree can live submerged underwater.
It would become
So
something else, right? According to evolution.
there is
yeah,
also
Okay.
another thing to
yeah,
note, that back to the split in the water thing. There is no archaeological evidence that there were ever that many Jews in those areas. Like there weren't how many 40 million, how many ever million Jews there
Yeah,
were that
yeah,
were roaming during the Exodus. There's no
yeah.
account for them leaving Egypt or being in Egypt. There's no account for them roaming for 40 years in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan and all those areas.
yeah.
It's just there's not a lot of there's really little archaeological evidence for like the
What?
change in culture sociologically in Egypt. That if you had a shitload of slaves and a shitload of Egyptians, their cultures would have merged. But there's not a showing of that in the history of the anthropology
But
of. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
but Thomas, I don't know if you're aware. They do recognize. I don't know who wrote it. I don't know who has it. So please don't ask me this evidence that there was a Joseph Pharaoh, the very Joseph that rose among them that the biblical narrative speaks about.
Okay.
He ruled, being Jewish, that he ruled within them, within the Pharaoh line. Unfortunately, that Joseph died, but I don't know whether if he left any writings or any special orders on how to treat their people. But eventually, the next pharaohs in line, they mistreated his people and enslaved them because they had outgrown and they saw them for usefulness, but as slaves.
Mm.
So they conquered them. I would like to see more about that. I'll be honest. I'll be as doubtful as you to a certain extent.
Go look at the evidence for the Jews in Egypt back in, I don't know, 500 BC, something like that, maybe further back, 1000 BC.
Mhm.
Just go look at the evidence for that. I would really recommend you to do that, and I would also recommend that you especially go to Talk Origins and like go to the. There's also the Skeptics Annotated Bible. There's a lot of places that'll show you and give you good sourcing to show that a lot of these things in the Old Testament, they don't have archaeological evidence for that. But now that doesn't mean that everything in the Bible is fake. That just means that there's not very much supporting archaeological evidence currently for a lot of these things that supposedly historically happened in the Bible.
Thanks.
Now, my question and challenge to you, Thomas, though, if I
Yeah.
prove you wrong and I bring you proof without a shadow of a doubt, will
Oh,
you
yeah.
be walking with me to church the following Sunday?
If you could
And by the,
find,
let me know when I
if you
get
could
there.
find some, if you could find some piece of certainty that I could be for sure was certain, then yeah, I would trust you. But I've never been able to find that piece of certainty for 36
Okay.
years.
Can I say
No,
one
but
So
thing,
thank you,
Thomas?
thank you. This is a challenge. This is a challenge, honestly.
yeah, brother,
I
go ahead, Nivik.
Okay,
Real quick, Brett,
so
let Nivik jump in real quick, just for a second.
human beings naturally seek understanding and taking in information of objective reality, of facts, logic, and and there's another side of a human being where they're biased. And the thing about being biased is that you don't really care about reasoning. So if you're biased to something or someone, you just accredit it. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I
It's
mean,
kind of like
you
if
and I are biased sometimes too. You know that,
well,
right?
this is my point. My point is if you just want to say that someone was is the person that should be accredited for something that they didn't really do, you knew you know it was really somebody else. Um,
Hmm.
you're the thing about it, at the end of the day, I can understand that person's your son or somebody like that, right? Is somebody that you just naturally biased to, and you would lie in order to cater to your biases. And so my point is, a lot of times with religion, it's that it's used to justify things, justify something in a way where you don't need proof of You don't have to be accountable to logic.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, just let me finish what I'm saying, please. You don't
Nivek,
have to be
chill
accountable.
out, brother. Chill out, brother. Go ahead, but don't do that kind of stuff. Okay, go ahead.
You don't have to be held accountable to an explanation. You just say it was God and accrediting something to your biased belief. So my point is that when it comes to anything that would be done logically, that has to do with something else, a person could use their bias, could use their biased sentence and accredit it to something else, and sometimes that should be taken into account. So if a person says, oh, you know what I mean, my son didn't do this, or it was really my son that did this nice thing, you should take that should be taken that bias that biasness should be taken into account. And I think like in court they what they call, what's the word for it, it's when you, I guess you call it, you can call it motive or your compromise, right? You can see that the person is compromised in a way where they are just saying something in a biased way because they could potentially benefit somebody else that they believe in. So that's what I'm
Wrap it up real quick, and
yeah,
you're good.
I'm pointing to the fact that a person could be can be reasonable, and they could be crazy and have a biased belief, and they'll say, you know what, it was this spaghetti monster that built this thing, and in
Okay,
reality,
real quick.
it really wasn't. Okay.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you earlier. I'm sorry about that. I know you get interrupted a lot, and I do understand the frustration. I agree with you that people who are just living their lives by quote unquote, if you should call it this, blind faith, or faith in the Hebrews 11:1 sense, where faith is the evidence, just a bad reason for believing things. In my opinion, I want to have my mental representations in my head mapped to reality as best as I can. And I want to know what is true. So I agree with you. That's the way that you and I are probably going to approach reality. But not every not every religious person. It like you said, there's some going to be crazy and religious. Maybe they're crazy and atheistic. Maybe it's there's all kinds of people out there. We can't paint with these broad brushes. You know what I mean? We get into these generalization fallacies when we start talking about, well, these people and all these people and these. We
Well,
just
I
can't
said
do that,
bias.
Nivik.
I
We
said bias
gotta
as well. Biased people as well.
well, that's everybody. We're all biased, Nivik. Every
It,
single one of us.
and that would be taken into account, right? Like if a person would say, you know, you should really this nice thing that's been done, and then this person's like, oh, you know, no, it was this person that did it, and then you found out that person is their son. You say, well, you know, there might be like a potential bias. Maybe that a credit might get their son out of trouble, might save their son's life. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
Yes.
they would therefore and they have every right to do that. I can understand that, but if their son isn't the person that did that good thing, and where the reward would be that son's life being saved, you know, that's just the reality, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, like a lot of times, a person with their biases, truth would
Take your
be
time.
truth to be twisted in a way in giving false credit to something in where that credit's not deserved. And that's why, like, a lot of times people with religion, I like to thank God. I like to thank God for today. And it's like that day, you know, a million people just been gunned down. It's like, that's funny.
Do
Gave
you
God gave you $1 for that day, but
do
But
you
but
think that
even
most? Yeah. Go ahead, Vlad. Sorry.
I kind of want to make it so even if there was some tragedy, like you said, some people getting done gunned down, I'm still gonna thank God for life, for another day. There's many tragedies out of my control that I'm not going to get into. Many rapes, many deaths. Somebody's mother, father died. Somebody died in the hospital. Somebody got run over by a car going to school. I'm still. It's not going to negate that there's goodness in life. Unfortunately, somebody went through a travesty.
I agree with you on that, Vlad. And the reason I interrupt you is because Nivik was talking about how he sees, and correct me if I'm wrong, Nivik, but don't you see a lot of religious people as thinking more with their beliefs and their opinions and isn't that how you see it? As most religious people follow their faith more than they follow objective reality? Is that what you're getting at? That they have biases that they'll use to follow that?
Yeah, and it leans to their biases, and where a lot of the credit of the things that come to be, it's stolen through through that religious bias, and where Christianity it has to be anything positive in the world that has ever happened that's positive. It's all thanks to my biasness to Christianyanity.
Well,
we got Vlad in here, and he will give his real quick. Vlad, can I have Hanan? I'm sorry, Vlad. Can I have Hanan? Jump in real quick, and then I'll come right back to you.
Thank you, Thomas. So I just wanted to address the topic of the room quickly. I didn't get a chance to. I'd love to. So I would say agree with Pangburn that certainty, absolute certainty, is almost certainly unattainable. And then I would also agree, and I had to look it up, I forgot what it was, with the correspondence theory, that to know what we think is almost certainly true.
I was going to get to that, but I was enjoying the conversation.
No, you did. You mentioned it before I could jump in earlier. Then I got a question for Vlad. This is a different question. Don't worry, Thomas. No one answers the first question unless Vlad would like to go back to it, but he won't. Anyway, so because of the biases. So the next question, Vlad, would you say that God is ever or could ever be less than God?
Well, I think he made himself a lesser than God when he became the incarnate individual that he became, which is Jesus Christ. The Bible says he became a little lesser than the angel.
Sorry, Vlad, I'm going to interrupt again. Sorry. So then he was no longer God then? He no longer had the power of God when he was Christ?
That was in the form of man, Jesus Christ, but that doesn't say anything about the Father or the Holy Spirit. Looking at it from a Trinitarian Godhead.
So we're looking at. I'm sorry, I'm jumping again. Sorry. So he was no longer God when he was Christ.
No, I cannot say that. It just means he emptied his powers to become that man and to subject himself to being that man, to be here on earth.
Does he need? Sorry, I'm going to jump in again because otherwise we'll go off the point. So
it's okay.
He was no longer. Does God need to have those powers to be God?
That's a good question, but the question now it comes in. If he would have had those powers to continue to be the spirit God that he was in heaven, what would he have said about Jesus Christ if he would have contained those powers as an earthly man? Would he have been able to experience what it is to be a man without all those powers, all that glory, all that infinity?
Doesn't answer the question, though. But that doesn't answer the question, though. Do you need all the powers of God to be God?
Well, yeah, that's what makes God God. Omnipresence, omniscience.
So was Christ, back to the same question then, was Christ still God?
Yes. Biblically, yes. He believed that he was still God.
So then, do you not understand the disagreement there with yourself?
It's called the hypostatic union. When you understand that he came from heaven and he incorporated a body, he brought in those limitations. So that means there was things he was not that he not wanted to do, because he even says it in the Bible. Basically, I'm going to paraphrase. If I want to, I'll call my Father in heaven and he'll send basically many angels. He could have changed the whole narrative.
That's an over paraphrasing there, I think. He doesn't say if he want to. He calls, Father, please take this cup away from me. So I'll just ask
No,
those
I'm
two
not
questions
referring to
again,
the
and then I'll
cup.
shut up.
This is when he
So I'll
was.
just,
This is when he was.
yeah.
This was he was
All right,
answering Pilate when
okay.
referring to
Okay.
if he wanted to, he could basically stop everything. That's what he was saying.
Okay.
I could just
So
call unto the
can
Father, and He'll send me many
Okay.
angels, and
Do,
they'll wipe out everybody.
Okay.
do your
So
best,
I'll just
guys.
ask those two
I know y'all are
questions
trying hard, but
one
just do
more
your best.
time.
Yep.
I'll just try to ask those two questions, and then I'll shut up.
No, you're
so,
fine.
does God need to? Sorry, I wasn't interrupting you, Thomas. I was just trying to get that into Vlad because.
Oh no, I was just going to say this real quick. Hold that thought, Hohenheim. When we're having these discussions, guys, this is for everybody in the speakers and the callers and everything. It's okay to interrupt each other because we do need clarification, and we don't want people preaching. I'm not saying Vlad's preaching. I'm not saying Hohenheim's preaching, but that's what we kind of want to try to stay away from is a lot of ideological repetition. It's okay to ask questions and stop people and get their response and have single questions answered and not keep going. That's good, but we don't want to interrogate other people. So let's just all remember that, okay?
Okay.
All right, so go ahead, Hohenheim.
All right, I'll just ask these two, and then I'll be going. I got to go. So
Yeah,
sorry
man.
for that.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is that again. Does God need all the powers of God to be labeled as God?
Well, yeah, those are His attributes. So
then,
yes, I would have to say.
Yes.
So go ahead.
So yeah, sorry, it's just a yes/no question. So then the second one is, was Christ God?
Yes, according to the Bible, He still was God.
And Christ no longer had one of the powers, no?
If the Bible says He emptied Himself, He left the richness of glory, that's what He did. That's the big mystery that no one understands. When could He activate those powers? Can He go again? He just had to follow orders. He had to obey. That's pretty much the story. He obeyed it to the point of death. Death on a cross, He lived it. But was he mad? Yeah. Could he maybe said, no, I'm not going to go on a cross. I'm going to change this whole narrative and wipe you bastards out. He could have probably done that, but he wouldn't have been obeying the master plan of the Father. That's all I'm saying.
I had a question, but I forgot what. Why would he have to sacrifice himself to himself, though, for rules that he created?
Because the thing is, remember when they used to do the sacrificial ceremonies as Jewish people?
Yes.
They sacrificed to cover their sin.
Yeah, he was the lamb, right? He was the last lamb that covered all the sins. Yeah,
What throws Jewish people off is we've never sacrificed a human being. Well, no, that was God's lamb, and it was into total perfection.
Well, the Jews don't believe that their Messiah has come yet. Am I wrong?
No,
about
I know.
that?
That's why they don't accept him. And the Bible says it in Romans, you will not know of your time of your visitation. So in other words, Jesus, the Messiah, visited them, and they were blinded to the whole thing because they were expecting an earthly king to overcome the Romans and that they would have their kingdom here. So they changed the whole narrative. Again, going back to bad interpretation and expecting another result that God didn't talk about. So they missed their visitation, which was Jesus Christ.
The weird thing, I don't have a problem with any of that. That is similar to, because I've read the Bible twice, and I've come across what you're talking about. But the thing about the triune nature of God, that was decided on later, after Jesus had long died. The Council of Nicaea, where all the church fathers, the Orthodox church fathers and things like that in the early days of Christianity, even some Gnostic church fathers and people, of the apocalyptic cults were there. And they decided that the triune existence of God was the way that it was. It wasn't like that when Jesus was living. Nobody had thought about it that way. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
So
correct.
That was an example of men choosing what God got to be. Do you see what I'm saying?
No, I understand. Of course.
Okay.
It goes against the oneness according to the Jews. O Israel, the great Shema, O Israel, our Lord is one. But the problem with one, in the word eshad in the Hebrew means multiplicity. They don't know how to deal with that word. They try to play around with it. So God did leave an understanding of that God in the Godhead there was three persons, meaning three spirit beings.
Yeah,
And,
I'm
and
familiar with it.
that's why we go back and forth and as apologists to try to have them understand that even Jews don't understand their own Bible. It's funny. You're supposed to know, and I don't want to sound like a
I
punk,
don't think
arrogant.
most people, brother. I don't think most people understand their own Bible.
That's true. That's true.
Perry's been chomping at the bit, and so is North. Let's get North first, and then Perry. North,
Yep.
what you got? North, you there, buddy?
Yeah,
What's going on, Norm?
to re-ask Vlad, like, what is the logic that Jesus needed to die to change, I guess, the rules? Was there a better,
That's what
Oh,
I
I
was
just
gonna
saw the
ask.
next caller. I'm sorry, next caller. I just saw you. My bad.
I know.
No, go ahead, Vlad. Go ahead.
Okay,
You guys
Vlad,
finish
real
up.
quick,
Vlad,
I'm
what
gonna
is the
answer
logic? What is the logic that Jesus needed to die to change the state
he was
of
following.
heaven if God could change that state
I know.
himself?
He was following. That was God the Father's plan, and he basically became sacrificial lamb because there was a sacrificial system of atonement. And the
But
previous
why?
example well, that's how God wanted it. Unfortunately,
So God set up some rules and then sacrificed Jesus to change a rule that he had set in the first place.
to
Yeah, he
to
did
actually,
create the rule.
yeah, he created the rule, but the whole thing is, in order for the form, the substance of that reality, that salvation,
Which he
it could
makes.
only take place. It could only take place in Christ, not in the
Why?
sacrificial systems of lambs and bulls.
I mean, why could it only take place in Christ if God set the rules? God could change the rules at any time he wanted.
I understand, but bro, he's the one that's how he did it. I cannot go into his mind. This
No,
God.
it's a hard
That part
question
I
for
cannot
Vlad.
understand. I cannot.
So this is the main thing. It's things like this that I think throw people off from religion, where it's these logical loops that don't really make sense in themselves, and it's like this question that we're talking about right now. This is like the core of Christianity.
Well, this is a beautiful thing on you, North, honestly, because the Bible talks about that those that are basically the intellectuals, the erudites, the more knowledgeable, the very wise of this world are flabbergasted, are thrown off of the things that God does, and He shows them that His wisdom is higher. Again, I'm not trying to put you down, but that's what the Bible says in regards to those that find themselves to be wise in this age are only shown that no, you were not that wise because you did not understand these things. And the only
Doesn't
way,
that just sound to you like God saying, I meant to do that? Like, I meant to make that mistake?
no, it's not a mistake he did. It's unfortunate that Jesus had to die, but he died not in vain. He died to set us free from condemnation
Let's
and
let
God's wrath.
let's. I can't say anything. Damn it, I can't speak right now. Thor, you can go, and then we'll go to Perry because I promised Perry he could respond.
Yeah, go ahead,
Thor.
Thor.
No worries.
Thor, you
I
there?
was just gonna say, God has definitely made some mistakes because you should see my weenie. It's really fucked up there. But I'm probably gonna go.
All right, dude. Perry, go ahead.
So, yes. And so lately I've been studying a lot of history of biblical philosophy, let's say. And of course, as you've mentioned, Thomas, before, that there's been all of the scholastic thinkers, Thomas Aquinas, etc. And who was I listening about today? I guess.
Was it another theologian thinker or?
So Erasmus.
Yes.
Who, and Thomas More. So Erasmus wrote about folly, which is pretty much synonymous to sin. And before I actually go farther into that, because I was going to restate your question that you asked Vlad, because it doesn't make sense that he created all of this stuff all knowing. He already knew that he'd have to, I guess, go down to earth to fix these issues that how I would say he created. I mean, he created everything knowing that it would happen. And I mean, we could...
the entire Old Testament is basically a comedy of errors. He builds humanity up, they fuck up, he gets mad, he kills them all, and it just kind of repeats that a couple of times.
And he knew that was going to happen, and he
knew that was going to happen. So I don't understand the logic behind that, and I don't understand the logic behind original sin.
So that's it. The logic chopping. Hold on, let me flesh out this one point because I didn't get to it yet. The logic chopping, which is what the scholastic thinkers wanted to do. They wanted to try and logic chop their way and reason into making sense of interpreting all of these issues that were apparent. And to be a Christian, according to these lectures that I've been listening to, is to put away your logic, put away what he would call hubris. It's hubris to try and think logically about why God does this, why God does that. There is no logic chopping. If there's a contradiction, it's beyond human mind. And so that's to me, I have to acquire some logical pride and hubris to think about this, but it just seems like that's the most sensible way that one could be a Christian. And to not we don't know God's mind, and to try and use logic and trying to reason something into a domain where reason wasn't there to begin with, it doesn't make any sense. And this is, like I said in the beginning, me trying to be as unbiased as possible and trying to steel man the case that I would originally go against. But, Erasmus said this in his Folly pretty nicely. We all sin. We all have these hubristic characteristics that, God made us like that, so I don't know why he would make us sinful. And I know, Vlad, that you would, I don't want to actually tangent off into that, and because I know that you would give a counter to that. But I actually want to hear, Vlad, what you think about me saying to be a true Christian is to set aside any type of, which I hear you do. I hear a lot of hubristic pride in you, and it just makes me wonder if you've taken that into consideration. We can't know God's mind; it's impossible, right?
Believe me, Perry. Perry, I'm a very arrogant man. Like, what do you think I need to come to God all the time? I'm the biggest arrogant a-hole you have met this side of California.
Would you agree?
I'm a prick. I fight my friends. I get in their face. I'm correct. Even when I'm wrong, I'm correct. That's how stupid I am sometimes. But you know what?
You're not stupid, brother.
But sometimes I just have to come to realization, you know what? I'm no different than these guys. I'm just another sinner. So I better humble up, or I'm going to be humbled by the great one. There's a lot of hubris. I'm very chaotic. I'm very logical and illogical.
Vlad, hang on just a second. No, you're good, buddy. I love your passion, but let's try to answer Perry's question real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you agree that? It's faith. Lutheran. Let's see. Sola scripte.
Yeah.
Sola.
The five solas.
And
sola scriptura, sola gratia, sola deo gloria, sola fide.
And through faith. There is no logic chopping to be done. Even though Luther himself was very hubristic in what he taught.
He was.
But would you agree that to be a faithful Christian and to get salvation and go to heaven for infinity, that there is no logic to be said? Would you agree with that? Or not include logic chopping?
If I have to come by faith, is it by my rationalization or God's standards? If I try to come in through my own rationalization, my own righteousness, the Bible tells me that my righteousness is nothing but dirty rags, meaning dirty tampons.
Isn't it?
That's how we see it. Basically, dirty rags. Dirty tampons of a woman. You know what? They used to wear rags back then. They didn't have the actual tampon, but that's what it means. That's the metaphorical comparison it's making. So if you want to come to God here, my self-righteousness, I learned all this. I'm better than you. I got 2-3 PhDs. I'm going to get up there and I'm going to fight you out. Sorry. God is the greatest wise man. He will whip you. This
So
is
you are
why I come humbly.
advocating
But
for
now, real
logic
quick,
shopping.
Vlad, real quick, guys, and I'm going to get North in here after this, and then I'm going to ask around the room. Do you think that you can know God's mind, Vlad, in any way?
Only partial because I'm a finite being. He's made everything
Okay.
communicable, linguistic, but I could only know nothing but maybe a tiny drop. And this is what
Okay.
it's called the Bible. And if we were to know more of God, it would have been mountains of volumes of books.
Okay. North, you got something for that?
Well, if you can only know God through the Bible, if the Bible is God's perfect word to you, why is it filled with inconsistencies?
Like what kind of inconsistencies?
Things where he says,
I know them too, and I'm trying to think of one myself, and I'm trying to think of. There
It's
are
like-
certain contradictions in the Bible.
sometimes when it's okay to put people in slavery, and other times when it's not okay to put people in slavery.
Okay.
Job, like what?
That is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have them off the top of my head right now. I know there's
So let's start with the
just-
slavery. Let's work with the slavery one. That was only for Israel at that time. It didn't apply any time else, because if you look at modern day Israel, it does not reflect the Israel of back then, in no way, which or form. It's very secular. It's atheistic. It's pro LGBTQ, something that was not allowed back then.
I'm
So
pro
the Israel of today
LGBTQ.
it is nowhere, and I'm not here to attack homosexuals. That's not the point.
I
What
know
I'm
you're
trying to
not.
tell you is that before God, they're in bad standing. They're not even applying their own standards. They don't live by them, because only 10% of the whole Jewish faith, Jewish people live by Judaism. And then there's 27 factions, sects of them, and they do not apply. You got Hasidic Jews, you got Orthodox Jews, you got liberal Jews, you got more libertarian Jews where they allow women to be rabbis, something that is totally anti-biblical. So you do not have even the Judaism or the Israelites of back then. You have a more liberal, open to anything, and non-religious Jewry today. So that was for then, North. We don't apply that. Even the stoning of homosexuals or adulterers or prostitutes, they don't do that. Christians never done that. Go ahead.
Vlad, I hate to keep cutting you off because I love your passion and I appreciate that you're in here against so many atheists. But did Dave or Brett or Scott or anybody want to say anything?
Can I say I want to continue an Atheist Nightmare Part 2 or 3 by now?
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's all right. I just wanted to.
I'm being arrogant. I'm being hubris with a lot of arrogance. I'm sorry.
How about
That's
this?
okay, Vlad. You're all right. Go ahead, Brett.
How about the sun revolves around the earth and
Nivik, I'm gonna come right back to you. Let's let Brett, and then I'll come to you. No, don't be like that, Niv. Come on,
I have to go. I have to go.
Okay. Bye.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good, Perry. You're good, man.
Okay. So I don't know if I would find it hypocritical, but I would find it without logical basis, like you said about women being rabbis. I don't find it, whether it's priests, imams, or whatever it would be. This adds to my point that one of the fallacies of religion is that it goes beyond like what is considered rational, and it goes into like this has just been tradition, and because it was preached from a deity, it's unalterable. And I don't find that convincing. I find it actually very like cognitive bias, circular arguments, because like I understand that the deeply religious sense is that men and women are different, which I understand that, but like no one's ever been able to tell me in any religion why women aren't allowed to be the leaders with the given.
I'll tell you, Perry, and I'll tell you as best as I know.
Brett. This is Brett.
Yeah. Oh, Brett. I'll try to tell you, Brett, as best as I can. Sorry if I confuse you. No,
it's all right. Go ahead. Yeah.
So basically, the Bible does not show, and I'm going to answer almost exactly what John MacArthur said. Regarding the New Testament, I'm not even going into the Old yet. 12 apostles, all males, all books written by males, all pastors, males. When God gives the commandments in through Paul in the books of Timothy and other parts, it's always males. First Corinthians 11, always males. It doesn't give room for a female priesthood. It doesn't. And I think Paul cleared it up when he said it. I think in First Timothy 2, verses 9 through 13, where he's talking about where he said, and it's because Eve fell first. Eve sinned first, then Adam. So because of the fall, any opportunity of being a priestess, correctly, was done away with because of sin. But it also tells us in First Peter that women, there's going to be a priest. We're all priests, we're all princes, we're all kings before the great King Jesus Christ, and we're all going to hold some kind of position. So that means if there's women that are going to be priesthood, it's going to be in the new world in heaven, most likely. Nobody knows how to explain that because we've never seen it. All we're seeing right now in modern day is a bunch of feminist women that just want to have their way, and that's really disrespectful. That's not abiding to the patriarchal book, which they attack. It's a patriarchy of this. It's a patriarchy of that.
So
It's the only white men and all the left nonsense that they throw at you. Go ahead.
so
Yeah,
God
let somebody jump in real quick. Go ahead.
God has a grudge against women because of what Eve did, even though God knew that Eve was going to do that.
But yeah, well, like for example, I have to go back to love. If
But
do you force your loved one to love you, or do they do it willingly
but
on
he
their own
knew
term?
it's not
Yeah,
about willing. It's not about willing. He already knew that she was
he
going to do
already
it
knew.
because he's God.
Yeah, because he's God. He knows what's going to happen. Does he stop it? Does he stop you from becoming a loving person, choosing him or rejecting him? Or does he stop everything and says, no, you're going to be an automaton. You're going to love me this way, and that's it. You have no free will.
But
No,
like
God gives us.
what you're admitting to is that he knows everybody who's going to be a sinner, and then he punishes them for it.
Yeah, he says it very clear with Esau and Isaac. Isaac, I
Did you
knew,
did you hear
I
what he
loved.
said though, Vlad? Real
Yeah,
quick, did
yeah,
you hear what he said? He
yeah.
said they get punished for being sinners that God knew they would be.
Yeah, he does.
That God created them to be.
Correct.
So
And
God
question,
is
and that
punishing
question.
you. God is
Uh-huh.
punishing you for what he did.
Right.
No, God is
Yes.
punishing you for the decisions you made in
No,
your
because you
life.
didn't make any decisions. He set everything in motion. He knew from the
Yeah, but do
beginning
you
what was
know
going to happen.
what he has for that person? Does he
Yes,
know? Do you know what that person
he
that
does.
actions you're going to take? No, he
He
does, but you
does.
don't.
Well,
Do,
then
do you know what you're going to do tomorrow? No, you don't know. He does,
exactly,
but you
and
don't.
if I
So
don't know, I can't make a alternate decision. If I knew what I was going to do, I could then make an alternate decision.
There is no
But
alternate
since I
decision.
don't know what I'm going to do and I don't know what's right or wrong, I can never make an alternate decision because whatever decision I make ultimately is probably the decision I was going to make because I had no other example to compare it against. So,
I mean,
but
free
in
will or
regards of not
not.
knowing
Hang
between
on a second,
good
Vlad.
and evil,
Real
go
quick,
ahead.
Vlad. 1 second. Whether free will or not, he made the rules. He created all this.
Correct.
So he knows who's going to heaven and hell already. He knows
Exactly.
who's going to sin already. He knows that
Mhm.
everybody's going. So why
so
not just
Vlad,
why not just never create sin? How about just not even create that?
Okay,
like
sin came
Vlad, if you
through.
got in a fight and you killed somebody, or
Mhm.
say you went crazy or something and you murdered somebody, and then you go to hell for that. But God knew you were going to do that the entire time. Is that fair to you?
Why wouldn't it be fair?
Because he knew that was going to be the course of your life. So he
Yeah,
He
basically
created you to go to
but
hell
he
basically.
also
birthed he birthed you.
God made a way out. He made two ways out.
No, he didn't. He
No.
didn't.
No, he did.
He didn't give
He
you a
did.
way out. He didn't give you a
He
way
did.
out because he knew
He
the
did.
math from the very beginning.
Hold on. I believe it's in 2 Timothy 20:25. It talks about vessels of honor and vessels of dishonor. Obviously, the vessels of dishonor are the ones that are hellbound. He says that if we ask God to change the heart, he could clean out that vessel of dishonor and make it honorable. Only the vessels of honor go into the house of God. What are the vessels of honor? People that have been transformed, cleansed, by the blood of Christ.
God already knew
So,
if you would inquire to do that or not, though.
All that
Yeah.
scripture doesn't change the fact that somebody did something to you that drove you into a rage. Like, say somebody killed your entire family, and now you're no longer in danger, and you kill that guy. So it's still murder, right? Because you weren't in danger. So not only did God allow your whole family to be murdered, but then when you murdered the other guy, you committed a sin, and now you're going to hell. And God knew this was going to happen the entire time.
But let me give you an example. The Apostle Paul fit that profile that you're telling me. He was a murderer. He was a killer. He was a hunter of Christians. Yet he repented. And look at where he's at now.
And God made him that way. God already made him.
So you can murder this
guy. God knew his heart. God knew how he was going to be. But God also knew that he was going to repent. But he knew he was going to kill the early Christians.
So So you could kill this guy, you could murder this guy and then repent and not go to hell?
Well, yeah, what's the whole point of forgiveness?
Okay, so then you can just keep murdering people and then repent.
No, that's not the point. That's not the point. When you repent of what you did, you don't continue doing what you did. But what did Jesus say in the?
How many times can you repent?
Okay, it could happen. Then your faith would be into question. Obviously, what did Jesus said? Forgive them, for they not know what they do, and they were murdering him. Didn't he know they were going to murder his own son? Was he going to stop the whole process on the cross? Honestly, his son died. He was murdered. The cross was a Roman
which again is weird because like God murdered Jesus to change the state of heaven, which God is in charge of and could have changed at any time himself.
And God provided a way out. That's all I'm saying. God didn't stop.
God,
hold on.
Basically, what you're telling me is God did a performance art to show people, I don't know, to just like, look what I'm doing, when he had control of it the entire time.
Well, yeah, God's in control of everything, North, whether we like it or not. But God makes a way out, so no man can have an excuse that I didn't want to believe. Well, you didn't want to believe. You made that decision. How do you think many atheists, North, have? Hold on. How do you think many atheists have come
before they knew about God?
I know, and God will judge them righteously on that before God. God will judge them righteously. That's what
Vlad,
I've learned.
I know you're having to defend yourself, and I love your passion. Let's just.
But this is the atheist nightmare, part 3. Or part 4, I think.
Part 4. You know.
This is not my nightmare. This is the atheist nightmare. You see, thank you, Thomas, because you brought him to me. It was going to be epistemological, but we took it to a whole new level.
Well, we can still go to the topic. We can still go to the topic. I'm just enjoying listening to you guys talk. So,
North, can I?
This is why I love the atheist community. I don't hate because some of the greatest atheists have come to us, like C.S. Lewis. Those were great minds for crying out loud. And they were atheists before. They were doubters. They were haters.
Oh, you're talking about I got you. Okay. Well, real quick, Vlad.
That's why I believe Perry has hope. Perry has hope. North has hope.
Real quick, I'm going to let Perry and North get back to questioning you. I just realized we have Dave in here, and we also have Jenny. I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't mean to ignore you. I apologize. I was looking at something else on my computer.
I'd rather go to the caller.
Yeah, Jenny, if you got something to say, and after that, I'd like to hear from Dave if you want to, or anybody else. Go ahead, Jenny.
Thanks. I just think it's pretty hubristic of North to claim that Jesus Christ's atonement was performance art. I must confess I have never heard it put that way. So good on you for the hubris. You guys were talking. You were talking about the Nicene Creed and the days of Nicaea, and they came back and said God is a person without body, parts, or passions. That was how they defined our Heavenly Father. And that was a big leap away from what the early Christians believed about the Trinity. Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy
earliest
Spirit.
Christians didn't have any writings on the Trinity, like the ones that were using the oral traditions before they actually had the Gospels copied down and the Pauline epistles copied down.
There was a lot of confusion about that, and frankly, there was for the whole past 2,000 years. Whole religions have been formed around who the Trinity is and how they operate. Mm-hmm. And in my own faith, in 1820, a young boy prophet wanted to know what church to join. He was 14 years old, and he prayed. And when he experienced the first vision, Heavenly Father and Jesus Christ themselves, as separate individuals, that whole Nicene Creed was just blast to smithereens as these two individuals came down and said, don't join any of those Christian churches.
May I ask you a question real quick, Jenny?
You bet.
Are Mormons Unitarian or are they Trinitarian?
Mormons believe that we are the restored gospel of Jesus Christ as taught in the primitive days in the primitive church.
Okay.
But it's a restoration. We are not a splinter church. And so that first vision is what we call this visitation by Heavenly Father and Jesus Christ. Again, just smash that Nicene Creed to bits, because here are the two members of the Godhead who have bodies. The Holy Spirit does not have a body. And so here's this new thing. And the heavens are open, and God the Father is talking to his children again. And Mormons have been yelling about that now for, almost 170 years.
Let's let North jump in.
Made it less confusing for his people to understand.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. It was kind of bumpy.
Oh, sorry. Am I breaking up?
You were a little bit, but I can hear you better now.
I was just going to say, you would have thought that an infallible God that put down his perfect words into written form would have made it less confusing to his people and not having to go through 2,000 years of edits in order for people to finally get what he was saying.
Well, our Earth life is a test, and one of the biggest tests is trying to figure it all out.
The Earth life is the test. I haven't really. Well, I've encountered that idea before, but tell me what you mean by test. I'm interested here.
We're here to be tried, to see if we'll be true. Some of us are given tremendous opportunities right from the get-go in terms of family connections and money and heredity and a faith tradition, and it's off to the races for them. Others have a more desperate start, and they have to kind of make the best of things, and it's not fair and it's not equal. But this life is a test to find out
what you're going to do.
Who is worthy, who's going to be worthy to enter into that kingdom, that heavenly kingdom. And so it's a test.
Okay.
Doesn't he already know your test results, though?
I don't really understand why you guys are so obsessed with this predestination. It's like you want to be so
it's a differing
confident.
claim amongst Christians, so we have to, flesh it out.
It's said in the Bible that he knows everything and knows what you're going to do. Yeah. So we're just stating what the Bible is saying. And
the people he knows the best are his own kids. He knows us. He knows what we're going to do. That being said, we're still being given a test. How are we going to live? How are we going to treat our fellow humans on this earth? That's one of the biggest tests.
I care very much about treating other humans well, so I'm with you on that.
Well,
go ahead, North. Sorry.
Yeah, go North. Or Jenny.
It feels like the predestination.
Comments are so nice. I feel like a jerk when I keep coming at people. I don't know. I feel like we're going in a loop here, right?
Well, here's the thing. Real quick, guys, let me just say this. When someone is defending their faith, you got to remember, think about the most important thing in your life, Perry and North. Yeah, and what if I said that was shit? What if I told you that the most important thing in your life is fucking stupid?
Shit,
no, I know that. I know that. I didn't mean to paint you with that kind of aggressive brush. I'm sorry. But, you get what I'm saying. Like, it's a difficult thing for people to defend their faith, especially in a room full of atheists.
No,
so I commend Jenny
I commend Vlad
for her
for sure.
courage and stuff, for sure. Yeah. Who did we just lose? I think we lost somebody. Who did we lose?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd love to talk about priesthood power and women holding the priesthood, because that is a big issue.
I'll give you the floor for a couple of minutes. Go ahead.
Well, we have this group of agitators who, for the last couple of years, and these are faithful Mormon women, they've been agitating to get priesthood power the same way that their husbands and their sons have priesthood power. And I can understand why they want that. They're feminists, and this is their way to achieve so-called equality. But what seems to be lost on them is that in our faith, everybody is conferred the priesthood. All males over the age of 12 start to receive the priesthood. And about the time our young men are about 19, they receive a higher level of the priesthood. And the most high level of the priesthood happens in our temples around weddings. And that is when a woman is enabled to tap into her husband's priesthood power. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of what that looks like because it's sacred, but she is a full equal partner with her husband in this power. And when people are agitating for this and that power, and it says in the scriptures that people came to Jesus and said, we want to buy this priesthood power. And he's like, it's not for sale. It's only given to those who are worthy of it. They were offended and hurt, and lots of stories in the scriptures about people wrongly seeking for this power. But when it is honored and respected, and a husband and wife share in this glorious thing called eternal marriage, the power that's given to them is, well, literally the power to become like our Heavenly Father and his wife.
See, I'm very ignorant of Mormonism, and that's my fault, just because I haven't studied it very much. I grew up as a Southern Baptist and then a Methodist for a little while, and then I didn't go anymore. But I've read the Bible 2 times, and I do need to study up on my Mormonism so that I can understand the religion better. But do you get a lot of persecution from mainstream Christians?
I have. I mean, I'm in a place in my life where I really don't cross paths with them at all, except a little bit on the internet. So, but in the past, it's been pretty horrifying.
Well, I'm sorry for that. No one should be treated like that. Do you do realize that there are, like, besides Mormonism, there are like 10 excuse me, there are like 10,000 different denominations of Protestantism just in the United States.
Yeah, and most of those are tied to universities where people will go and get degrees, that confer.
Yeah, like seminary degrees. Yeah. I got you.
They confer the degrees on them. That's not us at all. You could be a farmer and be a priesthood holder in my faith.
Right.
And
I don't see many Mormon apologists. Is that kind of do they have Mormon apologists that go out and try to spread Mormonism, or is it more of like you have to be born in it kind of thing?
This is one of our jokes. No, you do not have to be born into it.
Okay.
One of our jokes is the church must be true, because if it wasn't, the missionaries would have killed it off decades ago. We send our young people out, our 19-year-old boys and our girls, to preach the gospel. You've probably seen them with their little badges and out preaching the gospel. And we invite people to come unto Christ and be perfected in him by learning the principles of the gospel. And they need to get baptized. They need to get given the gift of the Holy Ghost, and eventually go to our temples where they are endowed with power. And this process is how we evangelize. As individual members of the church, we are deeply encouraged.
Yeah, I got you.
To share the gospel with anybody who will listen. And it's even one of our callings. Like, we're called to do this. That's why I always talk about it to anybody who will listen.
I don't mind at all talking about that stuff, but like I said on my show, we try. You're not preaching at all, Jenny. You're just fine. But there are some people who will want to come on here and preach, and I want equal time for everybody. So even if somebody was coming here and preaching about physics, I would slow them down. You know what I mean? Because nobody wants to be, told, this is what you got to believe, this is what you got to believe, just for like 10, 20 minutes straight. You know what I mean?
No, I wouldn't do that. But
no, I know you wouldn't. You've got very good manners.
Honest questions about priesthood, or I honestly called in to talk about the
can I ask you something a little bit maybe more difficult? Is that okay?
You can ask me anything.
Okay, all right. So I've read that Mormonism kind of indirectly makes their members kind of show the world a very good face. Now, does that get hard is that true? Does it get hard keeping up that good face all the time? Do you feel like sometimes that it's a little bit too much pressure? Have you ever thought about any of that, or is that something that's real?
I've thought about it. Believe me, I've thought about it a lot.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
I don't know that it necessarily comes from the church. I think it's more about individual families and their outmoded need to project perfectionism. I grew up in such a family, and so when you feel that pressure to just project perfectionism all the time, it's very stressful for the kids in those families. And I've talked to other Mormons who felt the same types of pressures, like they weren't even being given the choice whether or not to serve a mission, or the choice whether or not to go to BYU, or anything like that. And because
I
I
don't
grew up,
think you should have to live that way, in my
no,
opinion.
no way. And because I was raised that way, I consciously did not raise my own kids that way.
Well,
And
that's
so
good.
I have watched 3 of my kids and their spouses all quietly leave my faith. And as heartbreaking as that is, to me, it's proof that I taught them to be free thinkers. And if you're going to be a part of this, then yes, be all in, do it. But if you're not, don't be a hypocrite. You know?
You are a good parent. That's just a fact from what you've told me. You are a good parent. You taught your children to be themselves and think for themselves, and you know that they take a lot from who you are. So you are obviously a person. I mean, you wouldn't be on here talking to us if you didn't question things, right?
Well,
So
it's harrowing though, because to us, the greatest thing to suffer is spiritual death, not physical death, but spiritual death. And so to
spiritual
send
death.
my kids out into what I perceive to be, the wilderness of who knows what, politically, religiously, or what have you, even the possibility of them experiencing spiritual death just guts me. Or how are my grandchildren going to be raised? Or, how's this going to turn out? You do kind of go there in your own mind as a mom, as a grandmother, and
I
people will
have
say
no
things
idea how
like,
to relate to that.
well, people will say things like, I would rather have my child die than go
No.
XYZ. And I don't feel that way, but you still feel a little bit nervous. Like, are they going to make it? Are they going to make it in a good
Well,
way?
I just can't imagine a loving God understanding that he gave us reason to reason things, and I don't think it's an unreasonable question. Just from my personal view, I don't think it's an unreasonable question to say, um, why does God exist, or why does God do this, or why does God do that? Why am I not allowed to use my reasoning brain that God gave me to figure these things out? Because
I'll tell you, Thomas,
you know,
that is how the whole religion started. You have this kid
okay,
in upstate New York,
yeah,
religious fervor,
Smith,
crazy
yeah,
in the early 1800s. The church started with that question: what church do I join? How am I going to live? And
okay,
here's God himself saying, don't join any of those churches. There's going to be a new church, and that's the one I want you to be a part of. And then from that moment to the minute he was murdered, all of the good things of the gospel came when he asked questions. Well, what about this? And what about that? And explain this to me that happened in the ancient days. Okay, here's another revelation. And so we believe in continuing revelation. And I think more than any other faith, despite what the stereotype is, our faith
okay.
is very comfortable with asking questions, asking hard questions.
Well, you certainly are fine with coming here and hearing all this stuff, you know what I mean? Which is, I clap for you on that one, because there's a lot of people in the church pews that aren't going to have the bravery to come in here and talk with us because they don't want to think about these things. And you know what? It is, I guess you can kind of say it is like a harrowing. I'm going to let somebody else talk here in a second. Man, I've been babbling so much, Jenny. I appreciate this conversation.
Oh, I do too. Thank
There's
you so
nobody
much.
else in, yeah, there's nobody else in the caller queue. You're more than welcome to stay in and talk with us. We've lost a few people. I've just been looking at my phone now. Did Perry, North, Scott, Dave, Vlad, anybody want to say anything?
No, I was having some technical issues. So sorry if I was being really loud there for a second.
Oh, you're fine, dude. What's up, Dave?
Hey, how's
I'm
it
just
going?
listening right now.
All right, Scott.
Can you guys
What's
hear
up,
me?
Dave? Yeah, I can hear you, bud.
Reasonably well.
Yes.
I'm really enjoying the Atheist Nightmare Infinity session.
Here, let's
I
let
love
Dave
it.
go,
I love
brother.
it. I love it. I can't get enough of it. The Atheist Nightmare. You did great, Thomas. Thank you. You
You're
kind
welcome.
of hit it under epistemology, but you tricked all these guys. Thank you, man.
No. I just like the conversation to flow and everybody to get to know each other and have a good time. But go ahead, Dave.
It is funny how it tends to mean revert back to some kind of theist-atheist discussion.
It's what everybody wants to know. Why are we here and what happens after you die?
Yeah. What was I going to say?
It's all right. We
Oh,
got plenty of fucking time.
there were a couple of things, but the one
Take your
that
time.
is now most recently relevant is this issue of women in the church or something like that, and their
Right.
ability to be in behind the pulpit or in a position of pastoral authority or the priesthood, or however you want to cash that out exactly. I'm not really aware of the fine differences between those offices in different
It's
sects and
different
faiths.
between like Catholicism and Protestantism and Mormonism. It's different with all of them, I think.
Yeah. There does, however, seem to be this underlying thread of commonality between Mormonism and Christianity. I suppose you can consider Mormonism a sect of Christianity, but and I kind of feel like the reason, I mean, this is one of those issues that I know people like to, and I know people enjoy nitpicking particular, I don't know, church issues or biblical texts, but
yeah, doctrine.
Yeah, doctrine is a good word. But sometimes I think we can save a lot of energy by just, asking ourselves, what really is at stake here? Because I kind of feel like it would be really easy for me to say something along the lines of, yeah, when Paul says that men are supposed to be the pastors and women aren't, that's a function of us, and it's not a function of God or anything theologically significant. He's trying to get the faith spread as quickly as possible because he thinks the end times are coming very quickly. And it just so happens that most people in that day and age, and still today, for whatever reason, men seem to be more comfortable listening to other men, and
yeah, that's a
that
shitty
tends
thing,
to
isn't
be
it?
the way that it just, so it's just kind of it's kind of an incidental fact about our world and about our societies, that it's a pragmatic thing to just put a man
Behind
on
the
the
pulpit. Yeah.
And I just don't think that if a Christian says that, and I understand that there are, like churches and sects that will construct some kind of interpretive framework on top of going back to Adam and Eve and all this stuff. But, if I just said that, yeah, that turned out just to be a bunch of intellectual masturbation or theological masturbation on the part of the church,
yeah.
What's really at stake that's relevant to the core philosophical issues or the theological issues? I kind of feel like it's not much.
I don't know. I would think not much either, but I don't know.
It's kind of like young Earth creationism in a lot of ways.
Right. Jenny, can I ask you, are you a young Earth creationist?
Definitely. I believe in intelligent design.
Okay. And you think the Earth is like, what, 10, 12,000 years old based on Abraham and his lineage?
I'm more in the 6,000 years.
6,000? Okay.
But I have no idea how long it took to actually be created. I'm open to the idea of that process have taken a long time.
Thomas, same here.
Oh, wait. And where do both of you lie on
North,
dinosaurs?
we're getting a little bit of, hang on, Dave. We're getting a little bit of background, North. I'm sorry, buddy. Go ahead, Dave.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's another good example, is that particular doctrine, because it's certainly not a constant. And I kind of feel like in 100 years, and please don't take offense to this, Jenny, but in 100 years, a lot of people, most versions of the faith are going to look back at this particular period in history and recognize that young Earth creationism was kind of a new doctrine that emerged after Darwinism, and really, or at least it rose to
became
significant
popularized.
prominence. Yes, after Darwinism, and it was kind of a reaction to Darwinism in a lot of ways. And it just, I mean, these texts, like the Torah, the Genesis, etc.
Ooh, Nivet, coming in hard, brother.
The ancient Jews were the custodians of these texts for millennia, and I don't think that they ever held to a really rigid view of young Earth creationism. And so it's one of those things that if it goes by the wayside, it's just kind of okay. I don't think that anything core to any of these religious beliefs really changes if they amend their view of how God did a particular thing, how God made the world, or how God, etc., etc. And so it gets to the point where you're just kind of making arguments about which subsect or sub-branch on the tree of Christianity is more plausible. And like once we're at that point, I guess I just start to wonder what the point is. I kind of lose interest, I guess. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Go ahead, North.
Oh, I was just
Can I
curious.
ask a
Hold on, Nivik. Am I clear? Am I?
Yes, you are. You're not making the noise.
Awesome.
Nivik, I'll get to you in just a second. Go, North.
I was just curious, both from Vlad and Jenny, like, how do you guys explain dinosaurs?
Dinosaurs were before the Bible. Before the Bible doesn't go in.
Well, no, you said you're a young Earth creationist, so it means like
Yeah.
the Earth is only what I think at most a young Earth creationist would be about like 20,000 years or something like that.
They have it clocked at 6 actually, but if there's 10 or
Right.
20, well, okay, that'll be another.
So when you have bones of not just dinosaurs, but like, you know, early hominids and mammals that are going back to 50, a million, and you know, 65
in
million.
different layers of rock, even.
How do you explain all that fossil evidence that's worldwide and like almost uncountable?
Okay. They found I don't know what kind of species of the dinosaur. I don't know if it was in Nova Scotia. Don't quote me, please. But it was somewhere. Okay, the mountain
We'll be
probably
easy on you.
Canada. And when they caught it, it was mummified, and they said it was less than 50,000 years old. That's one example.
I think they said it looked less than 50,000 years old because of how it had been preserved in the specific soil that it was in. But they knew different.
If someone wants to look that up real quick and throw it in the, feel free.
Like I said, I that's why I resort not to millions of years or billions, but something much shorter than that.
What about all the strata of rocks and all the layers that show us how old the Earth is? About 4.5 billion years. That it was
carbon
formed from the
dating
sun's.
and going through that.
Radiometric dating and carbon dating and 19 and all that they're not absolutely accurate, but they're not so out of whack that they're billions of years off. You know what I mean? It's not like that.
I'm going to take it back to the title. How do we know that what we know that we know? How do we know? I'm sorry, I got to throw this at you guys. Exactly
Vlad,
the same thing. I'm the first to admit it. I don't know jack nothing. I'm sorry, I could be wrong.
Well, see, here's the thing, Vlad. Here's the thing. We can ask why for infinity. Sometimes we have to use our reasonable, rational minds to come to conclusions so that we can live. You know what I mean? We can't say why for infinity, because that's what's called Pyrrhonistic skepticism. That's what kids do. You know what I mean? They'll ask you why until you blow your brains out. So, but no, I mean, I'm with you. I don't know how I know what I know that I know. You know what I mean? Like it's a difficult thing to even get there. But I do understand. I do understand.
This one I'm going to have to throw. Go ahead.
Real quick, Vlad. Sorry. It's okay. I do understand that archaeology is a rigorous science. I do understand that sociology and anthropology are very important, rigorous sciences, and they do a lot of studies on these things. And I take the archaeological account very seriously because I have looked at the evidence myself for evolution and the Earth being 4.5 billion years old. The evidence is hugely in that favor.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And I could just I can't say I could conclude, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm right in that record. Maybe the anthropologist, specialist on dinosaur dating and all that, what North was asking, I get my ass kicked on that. I don't know enough science. I just don't know that I know. I gotta continue studying.
Would it be better to say that the I don't know part, just like you said, instead of assuming that the Earth is only 6,000 years old?
Okay. There we go. That's
Vlad, that is awesome. That's fucking awesome.
Clear,
just to assume. Oh, I'm sorry, Jenny. Go ahead.
I do not think that the Earth is 6,000 years old. I believe that we have recorded man on the Earth for about 6,000 years. The creation,
correct. Okay, that's even better.
The creation was important to Moses because it's the first book of the Bible. He tells the creation story. And what happened during those creative periods, we call it 6 days, but I don't think it was days. I think it was 6 periods. How long they were and what animals were used to help create the earth. I'm open to the idea that dinosaurs were potentially used as a source to help fertilize and just create the earth. And
I think that's called day-age creationism, to where a day can mean 10 billion years or something like that. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, I'm just open to whatever it took. You know,
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
God does. But
so you're not necessarily saying that the universe isn't 13.7 billion years old. It could be, right? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I believe man was placed on the earth. I don't think we evolved from slime. I believe we were placed
can I ask
on
you
the
one
earth.
important question? Most of the data points to us being on the African plains about 70 to 150,000 years ago. Have you ever read into any of that research? Have you ever looked into how we have the fusing of chromosome 2 and
I really
like
have
that?
not spent any time on that sort of stuff. I know about it.
Okay.
I haven't researched it. And no, I'm totally down with the 6,000 years of human beings being on this planet. That's my comfort zone.
But okay, so you admit it's a comfort zone, that you're not believing in it because you absolutely think it's true, but because you're more comfortable with it.
Emotions.
Nivik says emotions.
I think she's expressing her epistemological comfort
zone. Is that a
zone.
question, or are you just commenting on my comment?
No, it is a question. An emotional bias is what he's saying, and it's not about reasoning.
It's a question
that's guiding you.
Do you admit that like you espouse these things because you're more comfortable with them, as opposed to really evaluating them and looking at both sides of the evidence and then coming to a logical conclusion?
Well, I'd like to think I'm open-minded, but the evidence points to, for example, look at languages. The most complex languages are the dead languages, the ones people don't speak anymore. You go back and you learn about these languages, and they were so sophisticated. And then we've evolved now to where the languages, especially the Romance languages, they're very simple. They don't have these crazy, difficult things. And so to say that there was evolution with people, but de-evolution with language, that doesn't make any sense to me. Wouldn't it make sense that as we evolved as people, that the languages would get more complex and more sophisticated?
Not necessarily. I mean, computers go both ways. That they get complex and less complex. Like a iPad is easier to use than a old DOS computer.
Can I ask a quick question?
Even though
let's I feel North. I completely understand your point. Nivik, go ahead real quick, and then we got Chad in here too.
Do you believe in witches dunking them in water until they live, and the Earth being flat and the sun revolving around the Earth?
Nivik, one question at a time now. Come on, bud.
No, it's not that much. I mean, sun revolving around the Earth being flat, and dunking witches in water.
Dunking witches in water. Are you asking Jenny or Vlad or who?
Wasn't it religious in a time? You put somebody in water, and if they live, then they are a witch.
I'll answer that one.
Witches being real, or and the Earth being flat and the sun revolving around the Earth.
Those are not biblical things. Dunking witches is not a biblical thing. That's a man-made thing.
I've never heard of dunking witches.
Yeah, you won't find it in the Bible. Earth being flat, nowhere in the Bible do you get a flat Earth. You get a geocentric Earth. That's different. Rotating on its axis, yeah. But not a flat Earth.
Okay. So religion never said the Earth was flat, and anything about the sun revolving around the Earth, and witches.
Okay, the Bible never said that. Religious people that were ignorant said that. Yeah, I do believe. Yeah, so but not the Bible. The Bible doesn't prescribe anything like that.
Let's let Chad jump in. Go ahead, Chad.
So I think I see the line of reasoning, and forgive me if I've jumped in too late. I I do know that the Bible does explicitly state that thou shalt not suffer a witch to live, or, quote
Yes, that's
unquote, whatever.
correct. Yes.
So there is some sort of biblical grounding in the existence of witches. But I don't know if that's too far out
But
of the realm.
but not drowning. There's nowhere in the Bible that's a practice that they
No,
did
you're
at the
right.
Salem witch trials. All those, yeah,
Yeah,
or burning
you
at
know,
the stake,
so
or burning.
specific,
Hold on, or burning at the stake, like what they did in the Spanish Inquisition.
specific
The Bible does
methods
not
of
talk. Yeah,
execution
in
aren't
Galileo.
biblical, other than stoning, if I remember
yeah,
right.
correct.
And,
With the
and
Catholics,
Galileo, with the Earth, with the sun
he
revolving
was
around the Earth.
threatened. His life was threatened. Correct too.
I do have some questions for, I guess, following in line with that young Earth creationism in
Yes,
any of its
please.
forms.
Please.
Is anyone in the room familiar with Answers in Genesis?
Yes. Great website.
Sorry, with what again?
Answers in Genesis.
No.
It's like the premier young Earth creation science, quote unquote.
Website.
They're the
Okay.
same. They're the same group that actually, I guess you could say, founded and created the Creation Museum, the one
Yes,
that's
okay.
fairly famous in all the memes
Yeah.
for having people
Yeah,
in
these
gladiators
guys.
eating. Oh yeah.
I'm looking at their webpage right now, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, it's hilarious. Yeah. I wanted to ask Jenny and Vlad too. You guys did state that there's the possibility that the literal interpretation of 6 days and resting on the seventh is somehow allegorical. Do you have any biblical evidence to back up the fact that I guess that interpretation is there?
Well, the Bible says that to God, 1 day is like 1,000 years,
Mm-hmm.
and 1,000 years is like a day. You know that to God, He's eternal, so there is no time for God. We're limited by time, but God is not limited by time. He made time for us. So I have yet to understand.
Let's
some
let
of those
Chad get
things.
his other question out real
Go
quick.
ahead.
Go ahead, Chad.
Define
So,
time.
how exactly would we reconcile Genesis? I mean, literally the opening of the books of Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. How do we get to any other way past? I mean, shoot, even Exodus, which is, for if I remember right, 4 and 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth and the sea and all that's in them, and rested on the seventh day. I mean, that does seem very explicit. I find it really difficult to reconcile a literal interpretation of the Bible that would lead you to a young Earth creationist point of view. I mean, how exactly? Yes, time can spread infinitely for God, and infinite time means nothing to a God. But how exactly does that reconcile what is literally stated in the Bible?
Because you find in Genesis the laws of thermodynamics, or what they call entropy, immediately. In order to exist, you need time, space, and mass. Correct? So you cannot have.
Hang
If
on
you
one
don't have
second,
space,
Vlad.
go ahead.
You find information about entropy in Genesis?
Basically the science is already there. Basically it's talking about
Where?
the creation. It's hold on, it's talking about space, time, and matter. You cannot exist if you don't have time, you don't have the space to put the matter in.
I don't
So if you
remember
don't have,
those words being specifically
I was
used
gonna
in
say,
Genesis, though.
do you have a verse or
Define.
no,
something
well
to look up?
look at for Genesis 1, and you're going to get God created the heavens and the earth, and it starts breaking it down. Hold on, if you give me a minute.
Yeah, I've read. I know it for sure.
I was gonna say, there is, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Yes.
Okay.
But where
So
exactly does the concept of entropy come in?
okay, the thing is, it's not going to be spelled out like that. That's what I mean. But what I mean is that it obviously, it's not going to be spelled out, with these terms. You know what I mean?
Define
it's like
time.
the Trinity.
Even
Hold
Define
on,
in
time.
have it.
allegory, where would
You
that
keep
be?
using the word time.
Okay, what is time? Time is what we live in. From beginning of time to the end of time.
What's what we live in?
Real quick, Vlad, would you say that time? Are you saying that it's like causality? Is that what you're saying?
It could be.
Okay.
I don't want to say it's just
It
that,
sounds
but
like you don't know what you're using.
okay,
You're
then
using
please tell
something
me, if
and you
you're the
don't.
expert, what is time, please?
The change in matter.
It's beyond that. It's not just a change in matter. It's a change
Okay,
in
so
time.
could you tell me then?
Okay, when we
Slow
have
down, slow down,
time,
guys.
hold on. When we have time, what do we get? We get plans, schedule, arrangements, right? A measure of time taken by what? A process, activities, or a person doing what? My grandma did something 50 years ago, and my other ancestors time beyond that. I got here in 1973 through procreation. I didn't exist back then or before. I existed in 1973 all the way down to now.
That's a measurement of change in matter.
That's a measurement, but that's only one part of the explanation.
I'm still interested in hearing where exactly I
I
can
would
go
too.
for biblical reference for the laws of thermodynamics or entropy or any of that.
No, because when you're getting, check it out, when you're getting the creation story, you need to create those things that we know in science, right? What do we
No, I'm
have?
not understanding.
You have time, space, and matter. You cannot have matter if you don't have space. And who exists in time? Humanity, creation, not God. God doesn't work in time. He created it for us. If you don't have those basic concepts, components put together, cannot have existence.
What
Well, Vlad,
exactly does that
I
have to
think what
do?
Chad is
Oh
trying
yeah,
to.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chad. I was just going to say I think what Chad is trying to say is that there's nothing that talks about the breakdown of a system over time in Genesis.
Okay.
And that's what entropy is in a closed system. Yeah. So.
Okay. That's it. It
Yeah.
just tells you the beginning, but it doesn't tell you necessarily the end. But it gives you. That's why it says in the beginning. It just gives you the beginning of when things started.
Well, our universe is going to go to heat death. So I mean, eventually. So I was just wondering where that fell in.
Well,
the Genesis
when God
account.
talks about the melting down of the elements, it's in the New Testament. If you want me to, I'll look it up in a moment. And
That's
basically,
okay.
it's going to be melted. Some people believe it's God working in that to what is it? Basically, almost like reformat, reformat the whole earth, clean it up from sin, and make it a new heaven, a new earth, paradise, the way God intended it to be. That's what is believed. So it's a whole reformat. If I could use a technological language, and that's it, like in a computer, you reformat your hard drive and you replace the old operating system. But what is God doing? He's redoing the earth the original way, like when Eden before the fall.
I think
So
you might be interpreting a bit of this to fit what you need it to be. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I do that too, but I think you're using a little bit of the confirmation bias to say, yeah, we can see entropy in Genesis because I've read the Bible and I know that's not in there. But I also go ahead, Chad.
There seems to be a post hoc justification and a reframing of text to fit a more modern worldview, which confuses me. And it's something that young Earth creationists, as wrong as I do think they are, they at the very least don't fall into the same trap very often. They do believe in a more literal interpretation of the Bible, whether it be Genesis or any other book.
There is additional scripture, and I dropped it in the chat. The first 42 verses of Genesis were cut out of the book, and they were restored in the 1800s in the Pearl of Great Price in the actual book of Moses. So if you'll click over, you can see that there's 42 verses, and then in the next chapter, it picks up the creation story as we read it almost word for word in the book of Genesis. And in those 42 verses, you really get the overview of how God created the heavens and the earth. And he doesn't go into numbers or times, but it's just a broadening of the view of the creation story that I love to read. And
so it's assumed that Moses wrote this. Is that what you're saying?
This is the book of Moses, yes.
The book of Moses, okay. So the book of Moses for the audience. The book of Moses is the Joseph Smith translation of Genesis 1:1 through Genesis 6:13.
Yep.
Oh, is this the Mormon? Oh, well, actually, I'm gonna.
Yeah, she's a Mormon.
I did not know
she's
that.
a Mormon.
Okay, neat.
Yeah.
I live out in the Garden of Eden, believe it or not.
Awesome. Well, and to Vlad's point that we are going to have a renewal of the earth, that is one of the doctrines of my faith, that the earth is going to be renewed and become paradise, and it's going to revert back to its garden state, the state that was in when Adam and Eve were in the garden before they were thrust out into the earth. And so
I've heard that before from other sects of Christianity. I've heard that exact thing. That's weird.
It's definitely in the Bible. Isaiah talks about it, and there's going to come.
I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the time is coming actually soon, when the wicked will be burned and the earth will be renewed. I'm actually looking forward to that.
So well, that's a little scary, but
Thomas, this is why as Christians we stress people. You got to be right with God. You want to be always on the right side with God.
But God is unknowable.
No, He's made Himself known through His Son. You got no excuse, North.
What is the verse, Vlad, that says in Romans that it's written on your heart and no man has an excuse? What is that one?
Yeah, it's talking about basically the laws of God are written in your heart.
Yeah, and no man has any something. Yeah,
I get you. But what you're alluding to is, you know how we're pricked on our conscience when we do something wrong, and we know we're guilty and shameful, even if we kind of hide it. Well, that's part of those laws. Why are you in violation of those laws? I mean, you could kind of try to suppress those laws, suppress the truth, but in reality, you have to recognize that when you're wrong, you're wrong. You got to admit it, right? Confess it. It's better to confess it than to try to repress it. So we believe that laws in your heart is God's statutes written on your heart, so you'll know. Because you have to understand, Thomas, that we are born with what R.C. Sproul used to say. We're homo religiosus, meaning we all have a void. We all have a void for God. But the problem is mankind in their sinfulness ends up putting all sorts of things that don't belong there. Lifestyles, belief systems, and everything. Drugs and pornography and sexual liberation and
wouldn't God know that we would be products, or a lot of people would be products of their society and their culture?
Of course.
Okay.
Mankind is no different, despite the modern times. It's no different than in the past. We're sinful. We have our character. We have our thinking ability. We have our psyche. We know what's right. We know what's wrong. You know.
I understand what you. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
How do you explain the little child that hasn't learned to say bad words suddenly starts bursting out of anger at things that, wait a minute, where did that come from?
Well, I don't necessarily agree that anyone is inherently sinful, because I just don't think about it that way. Well, real quick, just hear me out. Hear me out. I don't. The idea of sin is that we were created with problems that offend God. You know what I mean? The things like jealousy and hatred and all of those emotions, right? All of those sins.
Well, the book of Jeremiah says that our heart is very wicked and evil. Right. We don't even know it. That's why we have to come to God.
But I don't think any human is just sinful and need of saving. I mean, I don't know why we would automatically assume that humans need to be saved from anything. I understand there are shitty human beings out there. I know there are narcissists and psychopaths, sociopaths. I understand all of that. But I would say that most people want what is best for them and their family and those around them. You know what I mean? I would hope so. I would hope that most people are. I don't think that everybody is just a little sin machine and they're just made to sin.
I understand. Right? You're questioning, can there be any type of goodness in humanity? And there is. The problem is it's tainted with sin.
Well, that's what I'm questioning, is because sin itself is kind of a ridiculous idea to me.
Let me give you an example.
Sin, real quick. Sin is defined in the Bible as offense to God. So the idea of sin to me is kind of silly, because he made us. How can we offend him? I don't understand that.
It also presupposes a moral framework which has no justification other than the circular reference back to a Bible, whatever Bible it may be.
Yeah, God's a moral relativist, but
oh my goodness.
But that's what I'm saying is the sin thing didn't. Why create sin? Why create that thing to where we have to assume that humans, even when they're born, are just wicked? I just don't understand that mentality.
Well, that's the original sin that comes from our fathers. I mean, even King David said it, in sin you created me. Does that mean that God created him in sin? No. He was conceived in sin, basically, is what he meant. His
Well, that
father and
is
mother.
something that I disagree with. I disagree. I don't think we should be held responsible for the sins of our fathers.
Well, no, not in that. What I'm saying is that sin gets it gets transferred from our federal father, from Adam and Eve, our mother, the federal head, all the way down through creation. It got destroyed through Noah's Ark, but there was still Noah, right? And it continued down the line. He was sinful man. The thing is, that's why as sinners, we're hopeless. That's man's predicament in
So
philosophy. Hold on,
I
that's
get
man.
that we. Oh, no, real quick. I get that we can't know the mind of God. I understand that. So even asking the question, why did He create sin, from your point of view, is a silly question. But can you see from our point of view how sin is a bit hard to understand?
No, well, the sin came in first through the devil, and he tempted Adam and Eve. So sin
Well, no,
came in that way.
God, God
Yeah,
created
it's not
sin.
too unusual that he's
God
Hey,
didn't
Nivik,
create.
mute yourself, buddy. Nivik, mute. Mute,
God
Nivik.
knew that sin was going to come and enter through the Satan who fell, who tricked Adam and Eve. That's the story. And from there, the sin that entered our federal father and mother entered all of humanity eventually. It was a spiral downfall. It's
Can I get
unfortunate.
Scott to respond right here? I really want to hear from Scott. Scott, get your ass in here and talk. God dang it.
He's probably having a beer or something.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is I don't know. This is I don't know. To me, I just find this whole line of discussion. I mean, it shit's gross, Vlad. It is fucking gross. Like, just on its face. This idea, this notion that somehow whatever you perceive in the Bible is like everything that you've gone over, how like people are just bad and it doesn't matter because God's all good. I mean, this whole thing just is such a weird mind fuck. And I hear over and over people are like reaching out, being like, okay, well, I get where you're coming from, but can you see where I'm coming from? But never, like, it's an impossibility, right? Like, it's impossible for you to see where other people are coming from this situation, right?
It's understandable. But one thing I see, if you look at as much as you know in history, Scott, and I'm not here trying to bash you and whether you know enough history or not. How do you explain men like Joseph Stalin or Nazi Hitler from the Nazi government from at that time? They were very evil. The evil things they did
Yeah.
against people, against the Jews. How do you explain that? How do you explain the pharaohs that enslaved the Jews? How do you explain the things that Attila the Hun did, or the conquest of the Mongols of Iran? I mean of Iraq, or the Visigoths that conquered that conquered England, or the English conquering these lands. They did it with lots of evil. Mankind is evil. It's all written in history. It's almost undeniable.
I
So
mean,
you
Right
think?
there.
Let Scott respond.
Yeah. So men can do fucking horrific shit. See, but the only difference is I draw my line there and say, yeah, like men are capable of doing horrific shit. What the Christian has to do is say, no, but that's actually good because that's what God made, and we don't know why God made it that way, but it has to be good because God did it. Like, to me, that's where I have to fucking draw a line. That shit is gross to me.
Just remember, Scott, when you say that, it's not that God wanted for people to sin. It's like, how do you explain his son being crucified for sin by sinful man? How do you explain what Nero did to the first Christians by burning them, putting them inside metal pigs,
making them
and then
fight
setting them
dinosaurs.
on fire? I mean, some of the most atrocious things that
Yeah,
they did. Come
but
on.
God created sin in
God
the
knew
first
God knew
place.
all those things were going to happen. God knew that many Christians were going to come to Christ, watching Christians being in Circus Maximus in Rome, being eaten by lions and bears,
Dinosaurs.
and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So think about it. I mean, those are all evil, atrocious things. God, yet people came to Christ. They died for Christ in the midst of all that. I mean, the midst of all that evil. They
Yeah,
believed
but
other
if
Christians that
God's
were dying for their faith as they saw all those things happen.
Yeah, but if God's all powerful, He made it that way. He didn't. It didn't have to be. He literally did it. He literally did it, and that's that. To me, that's the point that you can't get past. Like if this notion that God is all powerful and like created everything, then you have to accept the fact that He's the one that did that. It's not people. He's the one that made sin. That shit is fucking evil. Then
Yeah, but
Yeah,
okay,
in that
God is the
situation,
devil, and the
God
let's
devil is
say
God.
let's
definitely
say
Hang
let's
on, guys.
say
One at a time.
hold
One
on.
at a time.
Let's
God is
say
the
that
devil, and the
what you
devil is God.
that's what you want to believe. That's
God
your
is the
God.
devil, and the
But
devil
this
is God.
Scott,
All right, hang on, Nivik.
you're
Hang
just
on.
coming here to mock, Nivik. Come on.
God is the
yeah.
devil, and
So
the devil is God.
is that what you want to believe? That's
Hold
your
on,
problem,
hold on,
Scott.
man.
So the thing is, let me give you an example. Let's say there was sin, but man had no free will, and we were just automaton. What would that come to? Would sin apply to
Uh,
humanity?
A
We were
perfect
all
mechanical
automaton
system in which
robotic.
every
We
here,
piece
had
of
no
let's hear
free
Chad.
will.
data,
Vlad, let's hear Chad. Let's hear Chad respond.
without the existence of free will, there would be a perfectly functioning machine through which there would be no quarrel, no. Anyway, it was kind of a side comment. I would eventually like to ask the old school question of evil.
Oh, please.
Yeah, I don't know if Vlad's ever
Have
encountered
you
that
heard of
yet.
the problem of evil, Vlad?
A little bit. I've been challenged by it. I don't know. I know it from a
Yeah,
Christian point of view, but I know philosophy
no, that's
brings it
perfect.
in even deeper. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me start off by saying that I don't think any amount of external argumentation will ever change the mind of a truly theistic person. You basically will always have to promote philosophical exploration and challenging of, I guess, axiomatic beliefs. But anyway, for the question of evil, I'll literally just quote Epicurus here. He asks, is God willing to prevent evil, but not able? Then he's not omnipotent. Is he able, but not willing? Then he's malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then whence cometh evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Then why call him God? Basically, it points out that if God is good, then he would have some sort of desire to eliminate evil. If God's omnipotent, then he is able to eliminate evil. If he's omniscient, then he knows evil exists and knows how to eliminate it. Therefore, if God exists and is good, omnipotent, and omniscient, then evil doesn't exist. Evil does exist by everyone's admission and recognition. Therefore, a good, omnipotent, and omniscient God cannot exist.
That was pretty much perfect.
Hey, the
That was
philosophy.
Vlad.
deep. That was deep. But there's a problem.
Let me
If
know when
evil
I
was
can go,
just by
Thomas.
itself, go ahead,
Well,
Nivek.
Vlad, let's let Nivik go because he has been waiting for a long time. So let's let him jump in.
That's what I meant by God is a that when it comes for accountancy to give a logical explanation, you just say, well, God says so, and in being unaccountable to give reason. And then when negative consequences come of that, then the devil is blamed. They're both one and the same.
They're
Is
not
where
the same thing. That's the thing. If God's at fault for sin, then where is the devil who sinned against God? Sin entered to him. So let's make what as God is accountable. Let's make the people accountable for what they did. You want to pin everything on God? He's knowing. He knew all this was going to happen, and he knows only why he allowed it. But he's giving us his laws. First to the Jews, his 10 commandments to follow and abide. Because why? Because God knew the evil in mankind and fallenness of mankind, or what the philosophers call the predicament of mankind. So if God knows what God had to give all those laws and live by them, it's because he knew that mankind was evil. So God made a way out.
All right,
First for the Jews in
let somebody
the
jump
Old
in here.
Testament. Go ahead.
let me know when I
So
can.
I got some. So let's see. So if God knew everything that was going to happen and all that good shit, which is the funniest stuff, it's the weirdest thing that you're like God definitely knew because it's like one of the most damning pieces of like like argumentation that can be used against you in this kind of a case. It's strange that you would like admit it really hard like that. God knew not like everything that would happen beforehand. So when you get to stuff like silly stuff like the flood, where he's punishing people for how they act, and he knew they were going to be that way, what he essentially did was, I like this little family of people, and I'm going to kill everybody else and let them not live. That's essentially what that was.
Jack, regarding the flood, he gave people
No. He knew it. No. Sorry.
I know he knew, but
I know. I want you to get my point. I want you to get my point in. There is when you say that there's free will, right? God's still capable of seeing the choices you make via free will. Okay, so if that's the case, right? If he's still able to know all that, he literally let everybody and every being that ever existed after him do everything that they did and let it happen. And so that means that when Satan went, oh, I'm so mad and I'm leaving now and I'm going to try to equal you, he also knew that was going to happen. And what did he do instead of trying to talk Lucifer out of it or try to interact in some way? He just let this shit happen. Oh, it's for the betterment. Okay, so it's very confusing when you go ahead and say, well, he knew all of these bad things were going to happen, and then all you have to say is, well, there was a good reason. There's got to be a good reason because it's God. There has to be. Like, otherwise, like that doesn't make any sense. But he knew all of this bad shit was going to happen beforehand, regardless of free will. Why did he let it all happen? Because he's got a good intention at the end for all of us?
Okay. There's two things there, Jack. When you love and you allow that person to express that love, do you force them or do you allow them to willfully, freely express it?
I don't have the literal supernatural ability to control people, so I let them express.
Okay. So you let them express it willfully, not by putting a gun to their head or hurting them.
I can't stop someone from forcing or from expressing something. I don't have that power.
But they have to, out of their own volition, be able to want to love you or reject you. Correct?
Yeah, because if I had the ability
in order for us to love, be able to love God,
Vlad, if I had the ability to do that, that wouldn't be true, though.
No, because a loving God allows you to choose him or reject him.
He also creates tiny parasites that burrow into babies' eyes.
Yeah, but that's a different topic.
What kind of weird backwards morality can you say? Well, he loves you so much that he's letting you have choice. He also loves you so much that some children get to die via bugs that he created because they like to burrow into their fucking eyes as children. So your love is his love is confusing, and it seems very specific. Like, if you don't fall within his very specific love, you can go get fucked. Is essentially what it sounds like.
No, because he made a way out, and you could choose to love him or reject him.
He made a way. He made a way out of.
And that way out is Jesus Christ.
No. Okay. This is the last thing I'm going to say real quick.
Guys, remember we are all piling. Okay. Hang on one second, guys. I'm sorry, Jack. I apologize. We are all piling on Vlad because he is the only Christian in here.
Yeah,
so
that's true. I know.
One at a time is all I'm saying.
I know,
guys.
but it's just.
Vlad, if there was another target, I'd gladly also pick on them.
I know. Yeah, and I just want to catch the contradictions when they happen. He says he gave you a way. He gave you a way out. It was like, well, he doesn't give you a way out of parasitic eye dwellers. That like he didn't give you a way out of that.
Yeah, but you know what, North, for children that die of diseases, cancer, parasitic
you can blow your
things that eat burrow their eyes or whatever, they go to heaven automatically. I have no doubt on that.
According to what? I've heard a bunch of different scriptures say a bunch of different stuff.
I heard, let the children come to me, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven.
Well, they have original sin, right? Because they weren't baptized. So
God is merciful. God is merciful for those kids that have not reached the age of conscience.
Well, now you're not following the Bible.
Yep, there you go. Thank you, North.
Hold on, one at a time, for crying out loud.
Well, sorry, it's just he's just interjecting things I'm gonna say anyway. He shouldn't do that. I also shouldn't go back and forth with him on it. Sorry.
It's all good. We can interrupt each other, guys. It's all right.
But with the original sin shit, all right. If you don't get your child baptized, it doesn't matter. There's no saving. That's original sin. They must be baptized in order to enter the kingdom of heaven.
If God said, let the children come to me, I would base it just on that, Jack.
Well,
I know God is just. Okay, God is merciful.
It also depends on your flavor. Your flavor might say that, but another flavor might say another thing.
Jack, no different than before Christ was here on the scene. People ask, what about like my family who were Aztecs, right?
They were here before
They didn't
Jesus
know
was on the
Christ.
scene?
Is God going to be just? We believe God's going to be just.
Yeah, but but you also could have been introduced as a young child and called him Bibala and been born in Cambodia and like worshipped it and believed it just as fervently. Like I don't see like just because people in my family have believed it for people in a lot of people's families and generations think they can fucking fly or talk to the dead. That doesn't mean they can. That doesn't mean it's a
No,
good thing to believe.
it's a matter of you have to know your loving Savior. It doesn't. You can't defend. I know there's people in Roman Catholicism and many other faiths that say, "Well, my grandpa was this or my grandmother, whatever." It comes a point where you have to determine: do you believe or not?
Well, okay,
I cannot
hold on a
base it
second.
on my
Hold
grandma
on.
or my mom.
Okay, I'm
I
going
got
to
to base
stop
it
and
on.
then I'll go after this.
Here's the thing.
This is the last thing I'm going to say. No, hold. This is the last thing I'm going to say. You like what is your denomination? Like what is your specific flavor of Jesus?
I aspire to be a Presbyterian, what's called Reformed, very similar to Josh. So we're
Presbyterian.
Calvinists. We're Calvinists, yes.
Okay, so you're a Calvinist right now, but you aspire to be a Presbyterian.
Oh
yes.
wait,
I have to go back to
now right there is something confusing to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those right there have two different worldviews on God. No, they do not coincide completely, and it's okay for you to be wrong and then go and, I was wrong for a long time, but now I've picked the right one. In that instance, how do you know you're not going to be wrong about the next one you pick? And then you eventually come along and say, oh, this one touches better on Jesus. It's like you guys just pick a flavor that makes you guys happy. And it's fine if you do that, but don't say that there's an actual, being behind it if you guys are just going off of life advice and you want to change it up on a whim.
No, because Christianity is based on a revelation, not a denomination.
No, 100% is based on a denomination.
Hold on.
Jack, let's let North come in after Vlad.
Could be wrong on many things, and they could be scripturally off the wall on many things. That and my belief in God is straight. It's biblical, so it's not based on any denomination. It's based on the revelation of God in my life.
But you're contradicting yourself, Vlad, because
why would I be contradicting?
I'll tell you, because a bunch of times you've used the Bible as your evidence and your rules for the evidence of God existing. This is God's word, and this is how we know him. And just in the past 2 minutes, you've denied things that are in the Bible, saying, well, I don't believe that, and then also have gone to different versions of the Bible.
Okay, so, but be specific.
Well, just the original sin part, where you just said that you think that babies that aren't baptized.
That's not a contradiction. If Jesus
no, you're
merciful,
contradicting the Bible.
No, the Bible is saying very clear: "Let the children come to me." Jesus
in one part, and the other part it says that if you are not baptized, then you cannot know God.
Just and merciful in that, and He said that's His prerogative. I follow and believe that. If He says the children allowed
coming, the Bible.
That's not contradiction, because God is merciful.
In one part,
slow down, Vlad. Let's listen to him real quick.
In one part, it says that you're citing one part of the Bible. I'm telling you, in another part of the Bible, it says that if you are not baptized, you cannot fully know God, and that the unborn or unbaptized babies cannot make it into heaven. This is what it says in the Bible. Now, if you can't disagree with that and then say the Bible is this infallible way to know God at the same time. Those two things are mutually exclusive.
Okay.
It's impossible.
When it says baptism, is it talking about a water baptism or a spiritual baptism?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Don't get bogged down in specifics.
You see, you can't even answer that, to be honest. It's talking about a spiritual baptism. It's not a water baptism. I don't even have to perform. Water baptism is an ordinance, North. That comes after, as a confession before God before man. That's all. But the baptism that it's talking about is being baptized by the blood of Jesus Christ. That's what matters. That comes the moment you accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. So the reason I say that, and I'm going to challenge you to this, what do you think happened to that man that was on the cross next to Jesus? When he told him, don't forget about me, the thief. One of them rejected him. The other one said, don't forget about me. And Jesus told him, today you will be in paradise with me. What happened to his water baptism? You understand where you're going with your argument? When you understand the Bible, you understand that easily what he meant by that. God saw his heart and is willing to hold on, Chad.
Yeah, let's let Chad get in after you, Vlad.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and finish real quick. Finish real quick, Vlad. Go ahead.
So basically, we have a scene right there where no man gets baptized. He's crucified right next to Christ. He dies, and Jesus Christ, God, has mercy on him and takes him with him to heaven. He even told him, "Today you'll be in paradise with me." Where's his water baptism then?
Okay, Chad.
Vlad. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
sorry,
let Chad go real quick. He's been waiting a while.
All right, sorry. It's just so easy to break because like Jesus would just be like, "It's cool."
Oh, I was saying Chad. I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Who's got the buzzing?
So
Go ahead.
one of the questions and kind of counterproductive things that I've noticed here, it sounds like a lot of your personal religious ideology is a kind of a major mix of a couple different ideologies. You
Like
had
what?
explicitly stated that you're a Calvinist. Is that how you would describe your belief?
Yeah, that's what I've been shooting more toward, little by little.
So a Calvinist, and then on top of that, it seems like your stated beliefs and stated professions are more of a non-denominational evangelical Christianity. So I wanted to ask, what is your opinion on predestination?
I believe it. If it's in the Bible, I believe what it says. God has predestined those that are going to be saved and those that are going to be condemned. I believe in what is called election. God has chosen, he's the one that chooses before, like the Bible says, he chose us before the foundations of the earth. So he knows who's going to be in and who's going to be out.
So
God,
if this God does know who is predestined for paradise, how exactly would a instance of free will be applicable in any given point if everyone is predestined?
because God, first of all, is not a universalist. He knows who accepts him and who rejects him, and it's by choice. Again, you don't want to accept that. I understand. You don't want to believe in predestination. That's understandable. Again, those that come to him, even the most hardened of heart, God's able to break the heart and bring them in.
Well,
and I believe
so
that could happen through prayer.
That's the question that I want to get a little more info on, though, because if we are predestined, say, for example, this hypothetical person we're talking about is predestined for hell, let's say. How exactly does his choice play into that assessment?
Okay, let me tell you why, so you can get a better understanding of what I'm alluding to, and that way there'll be a better understanding. I'm not saying you're stupid or you don't know. You might not know the gospel. I don't know where you're at, and I'm not here to judge you on that. It's in John 3.
No, for sure. I
okay,
understand.
It's in John. Okay, it's in John. I'm going to go to, I believe it's...
I believe I can fly.
Okay. Oh,
I believe I can touch the sky.
I didn't even
I dream
notice
about it every night and day. I spread my wings, just fly away.
Go, look up your verse, Vlad. It's okay. Nivik's singing for you as elevator music.
I believe
so basically, okay. Can I talk now? Okay. So basically, I'm just going to go basically to where it says...
What's the verse?
It's in John 3. I'm using 36, but I'm going way before to 18, I think it is.
So John 3:36 and John 3:16.
What version of the Bible is it, Vlad? Is it the 1611 King James, or is it like what type is it?
Because the reconciliation between predestination and free will is one that I'm always interested in hearing how people, do the gymnastics to get there.
Yes. You still with us, Vlad? Vlad?
I still didn't get my answer on the Earth being flat and the sun revolves around the Earth.
Oh, God.
That was a while ago. That's a callback, Nivik.
That's a no, Nivik.
It seems we have lost Vlad, but Vlad, if you can hear us, bud, we're still here for you. You can try to jump back in. I'll bring you back up to speak. But we cannot hear you. So
Hello?
We're going to talk.
Hello?
There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. So basically, we got that God, so loved the world, and He gave us his begotten Son. But also at the same time, it also tells us further down, if you are to look at, I'm going to read from John 3:30, chapter 3, verse 35 and 36. The Father loves the Son and has given all things into his hand. He who believes in the Son has everlasting life, and he who does not believe the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God. So by that verse, and not the only one, it tells you that you choose God or you don't choose God. Mankind's never going to be able to have an excuse for, after what happened over 2,000 years ago regarding Jesus Christ's birth, death, and resurrection, to say, I did not know God. I was predestined to hell. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow to you, Chad.
Well,
nobody knows here.
well,
None of the atheists here knows what's going to happen. You don't know whether you'll be dead, obviously, because we don't know when our end of days, right?
You take
Our
an
death.
information and you come to probability
Nivek,
outcome.
stop jumping in, please.
You take an information and come to probability outcome.
Let me answer Chad.
Everything you do is a prediction. I hate
No,
to break it
well,
to you.
first listen and learn. So Chad, what I'm trying to
you
tell you
too,
is that
Bo.
we Thomas, can you control this?
No, it's listen, guys. Y'all are both. You and Nivek have a history, so I'm trying to let you guys sort it out. I don't want to jump in. I want you guys to solve it, but I will jump in if it gets really contentious. Okay, I don't want it to be contentious.
So I'm still
now I
with
will
Chad.
say real quick, Vlad, hold your thought. I want to let Nivek speak in a second because he has been quiet for a long time, and I also want to hear from Dave or Scott here in just a second. But I also want to hear from Jack. We got a lot of people in the speakers, so I'm kind of juggling here. Let's let Chad and Vlad finish real quick, and then let's get Perry and Nivek in, okay? And then we'll go rotate around.
Okay, so Chad, God gives us the ability in our free will to choose Him. Who is going into heaven? We don't know. There's good Christians that have shown what is called the proof of their Christianity through their life. That is the fruits of the Spirit, as is spoken of in Galatians 5:22. Just like there's crappy Christians that have given the worst examples in their life, and you know very well by their character. You probably met some at church. You've met in your life, and you're like, how could this guy be Christian? Look at the things he does. There's guys that have not been born again. They were born into a church, but they, Christian family and everything, but they were never born again. And they rejected the faith and went out to do all sorts of evil things. We know people. So God has already warned us. The real, true sheep and those that are the goat. That is the unconverted. So God's going to separate us.
Okay, let him respond.
At this point, I'm not entirely sure where this. There seems to be this almost intangible amalgamation of multiple different interpretations of Christianity. Because we're talking about predestination. We're talking about the application of free will within a predestined outcome. And then it seems like we're confusing whether or not someone is saved through faith or by works. And I
haven't even gone by work. So that's a Catholic and other
yes. So like I was saying,
Christian or sub-Christian religion. I don't use works. The Bible makes it clear. The Bible makes it clear we're saved by faith through the grace of God.
Okay, perfect. So
get a free jail card.
It seems like you would lean on the evangelical Christian idea that you are saved through faith. Now, being saved through faith,
that's what the Bible tells us,
and choosing a option between heaven or hell, belief or non-belief, seems incompatible with a God that does already understand which outcome has been predetermined. At what point does a human have enough free will to be able to, in this case, surprise or decide for God? And if they don't have that choice and the outcome is predetermined, at what point do they get to apply free will in a predetermined outcome?
The moment they hear the word of God in a sermon, God opens the opportunity for regeneration.
But God has already determined the outcome.
I know He's determined, not you. He knows what's going to happen in history, not you. He's God.
So then
you're not God.
My choice is
so He knows who He saved. So but He knows who He saved, just like those that rejected Him.
So to focus heavy on this, the moment that someone hears the word of God, they are allowed to make the choice to be saved or not, correct?
Correct.
And God already knows which choice we're going to make, correct?
Correct.
So at what point do I, as a human, have the ability to defy God's will and God's choice?
The moment you reject them. You don't know if salvation is for you. You don't know if you're listening, through the words of God in that sermon that is given at church or through a friend.
Change the predetermined outcome?
According to 2 Timothy, I believe it is 2:20, 25, if vessels of dishonor can be turned over to vessels of honor. So God is merciful.
So a human can change a predetermined outcome in this case?
No, it's God that changes. God's the one that changes the heart. We ask.
So
we
God
believe
we
in
pray.
magic
not the human?
in a young boy's heart.
Hold on,
Dude. Come on, Nivik.
I do want to get this reconciliation
Chad,
done
let's go one more round between you and Vlad, and then let's let Dave or Perry jump in, and then we'll go to Nivik, and then I got a lot of people to get to. I'm sorry.
Makes sense.
I'm going a little.
Yeah, thesis statement. It seems there's this inherent contradiction, stating that there is an opportunity in which one person is able to make a choice outside of the predetermined outcome by God to either accept or reject God's message. In which case, if I am able to reject or accept and make an active choice, I do have free will. That also is incompatible with the predestined outcome that is supposedly set. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to jump off for a minute.
Okay, but I don't understand how it would be incompatible if God's the one that's in control of the whole thing. Like I said again, you don't know what you're going to do in the next half hour. You don't know what you're going to do tomorrow. Only God knows. You don't know if you'll be alive or you'll be at the beach.
You do know there's an objective reality, and you take information out from that objective reality, the information that represents it and you make a logical predetermined outcome of measured probability in a prediction, and you have to be perfect and know everything there is in the universe. Now close your eyes, close off your senses that take in information, and let's run across the road and let's see who can.
That's not being logical in any way.
Navigate that
That's being very stupid. That's being very stupid, Nivek. That's being very stupid. That's being very stupid. If you want to live life like that, then go ahead. If you want to live life like that, go ahead.
Don't yell at each other.
But we don't live like that. We don't live like that.
Because you would die.
We do not live like that. If you want to be ignorant and go ahead and do that and go into a street full of cars, go ahead, blind. We don't live like that. Sorry.
Guys, hang on.
If heaven exists.
This is the age-old battle between Vlad and Nivik. We all know it's going to happen. I don't mind hearing it, but Dave does have a question, and then Nivik and Perry's been waiting a long time too.
I'm being too real for him to handle, so he has to.
You're not being real enough. You're not even logical. You're absurd, dude.
That was completely logical. What part of what I said?
That's all absurdity. That's all absurdity, dude. You live life like that. That's why your moral compass, your ideological framework is all crap.
Explain. It's so explain. No, nanny boo boo. Explain.
Okay, don't goo goo gaga. If we're gonna go goo goo gaga, then I have to lower myself to your level.
So what part what I said don't make sense?
Everything.
You said
you've been corrected by Josh in this topic, Nivik. You have no argument.
Vlad, I'm going to need you to stop because this is incredibly frustrating. Here. I've had to dumb down a significant number of my conversational tactics just to fit this argumentation. So please don't pretend like we're above this. Relax.
Yeah, but I'm not the one that's coming and being attacked.
Thomas, can I talk to you, Thomas?
Guys, slow down. I was going to let Dave in because he's been waiting for a long time, and then Nivik, you can ask your question to me. Go, Dave.
Oh, yeah, sure. So in the interest of variety, I was going to disagree with Hanging that there's any contradiction in saying both that that human beings have free will, and I'm going to table how we define that, but just kind of generally have free will.
Beautiful.
And also that simultaneously saying that God is aware of how that free will will be resolved, given any different given any situation. I don't see that there's any. Certainly, there's no formal contradiction involved in that, right?
Between having free will and then a predestination.
Yeah. Well, in the sense that God is aware of, he's aware of who will accept him and who will not, right?
Yeah, predestination.
So who will use their free will to accept them, and who will use their free will to reject them? I don't see the contradiction in that at all.
Okay.
All you hear is arguments about contradiction. We get no contradiction as argument has been set forth to prove a contradiction.
Let me know when I can.
And that's why this is what I was trying to tell you guys earlier.
Guys, Dave had a direct question for Chad. I'm gonna let Chad respond.
Sorry.
Dave to answer. It's okay, Vlad. I know you've had to defend yourself a lot, and you're in a passionate mood, and I appreciate you. I really do.
I'm not going to talk to Vlad. I'm going to talk to you, Tom.
I know you're going to, but let's let Dave and Chad interact with each other for a moment. And Perry's been waiting a fucking long time too.
No worries.
And North and Jack have too. So
yeah, if Perry wants to jump in, and I
no, he said he's good. So
for a little bit whenever he's done.
Yes,
so.
please do. I want to hear it. I just want to make sure everybody's getting their fair share.
I'm on the same side as you for the most part. It seems like, Chad. So I'll go ahead and just follow up on whatever you have to say right now.
Cool. Yeah. No. I would argue that the existence of any sort of omniscience is inherently at odds with the capability for any sort of like libertarian free will. The ability to make an action or take action and make a choice in a vacuum cannot possibly exist if there's the ability to be omniscient and understand every possible outcome or every possible factor that plays into an outcome.
Well, if I say that to have free will means something like there's no causal explanation for my actions that precedes my initiation or something. I don't actually know how these. It is difficult to define, but tabling that, and I'm sure you understand what I'm saying when I say that.
I think
it's
so.
unclear why knowledge. Because if you want to say that if you want to take a determinist view and say that there are actually other things determining my actions, I do see how that's at odds with free will, because to say that I have free will is to say that there isn't anything controlling me, and determinism is kind of to say that there is. But if I just say that, omniscience is a claim about knowledge, not about the causal order, and knowledge of the causal order, I don't see why. I mean, knowledge isn't causal. So the fact that, especially if we're talking about a timeless being, the fact that God could be aware of how a free choice will be resolved, I mean, I certainly don't see the contradiction involved with that, unless you're making some kind of argument from like divine fatal, like some argument from truth. Like if you're saying omniscience implies truth.
Not necessarily. I would say that the argument falls
this is interesting
along
to
a
me.
trolley problem for God. If God is omniscient, and we accept that he's omniscient, in Vlad's case we have, and we do accept that people have free will, that seems incompatible, because we cannot have a being, whatever level, understand every causal incident that leads to a decision, have the ability to change or alter those causes, yet fail to, and still consider that choice as one of, inherent free will, one that is done completely of their own agency. Because to give you full disclosure, I do not believe that there is free will in the libertarian sense, as in I don't believe any choice that I have ever made or will ever make is inherently, of my own agency. There are an infinite
Libertarian
number of
free will is almost, I don't even know how to conceive of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I don't either.
I agree. It's libertarian free will is usually defined as like choices that are completely free from determination or constraints, which is like I can't even conceptualize any choice that hasn't had some constraints of
that hasn't had some causal precedent, So
yeah,
but of course, God's ability to interfere and his simultaneous refusal to do so doesn't seem to. I mean, of course, I can interfere with people's actions and prevent them from doing things or help them in doing things, and it doesn't seem like that has anything to do with free will. I mean, it's not clear why God's power to step in and send some kind of causal chain in another direction has anything to do with, because if the free will is like the claim that the causal explanations go back to the individual and that's it, there is no more causal explanation once it gets back
Right.
to Dave decided to do so, then just asserting that someone's has knowledge of that causal chain or timeless knowledge of that causal chain doesn't
Well, the knowledge
interfere
isn't the
with
only
that
thing.
causal chain.
Oh, sorry. Well, yeah,
I see
the
what you
knowledge.
mean,
That's the last
Dave.
thing I was gonna.
I see what
I
you
get
mean,
what
but
you're saying
I'm
too,
kind
and
of
I think I agree, but
yeah.
I don't think that was at the crux of my argument. We've argued that at this point, under Vlad's idea, God is both omniscient and omnipotent. So if you are the omniscient being that has set up a row of dominoes perfectly in the way that you wanted it to, in a way that is only able to be done by you, and you know that the last domino is going to fall, if I hit that row of dominoes and say that last domino has the choice to either remain upright or fall, how is that agency? How is that free will?
Well,
because you know that you set up all the circumstances that led to the falling of that domino. You set it up specifically for that. You know it's going to fall. When it falls, you can't claim that thing had agency to not fall.
So, I mean, respectfully, so that example seems to me to be question begging in this particular dialectical context, because of course the scenario that you constructed there with the dominoes is a deterministic scenario. So you've constructed a scenario where the causal order has been set and it goes back to the beginning. And so to say that is to claim that, I mean, that's a deterministic example, and I agree that determinism is in conflict with free will, but the issue of free will being compatible with God's foreknowledge is the issue, not.
Okay, that's a valid criticism.
Guys,
and
I
right.
absolutely love this. I want y'all to go a couple more rounds, and then let's let Nivik say something, and then I'm going to go to Perry,
Perry
and then
I'm so sorry.
to be honest, I could sit here and listen to you and Dave talk about this for 10 hours. I love listening to both of y'all.
I feel
I just want to be
could
fair to everybody.
reconcile some of the stuff that we're talking about, if you don't mind, Chad.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
All right, real quick, and then let's let Nivik talk after you, Perry. Okay? Go
Sure.
ahead.
Yep. Dave, definition. Is determinism, we'll call it predeterminism, is that synonymous to predestination that we're talking about in the Calvinist sense?
Beautifully stated.
So the difference, real quick, predeterminism is the causal version, predestination is the religious version.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, those terms, I don't know how to define them. I'm just thinking about knowledge.
Okay. I've done a lot of study on choice.
So you don't think that they're synonymous?
So predestination is the doctrine that all events have been willed by God.
Yes.
And I believe that's what we were talking about when I was asking Vlad about predetermined.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So that's determinism, right?
It's God determinism.
God's determinism.
I wasn't looking on Eddie separate. I was putting predeterminism and predestination as one and the same, to be honest.
Yes. Yeah, they're separated. Okay. If you go to Wikipedia and look at it, they are separated, but one is secular and one is religious.
So let's do what Socrates hated and maybe enter into a little bit of rhetoric about what we're talking about. It seems as though, at the end there, you guys talked about the omnipotence, which I felt that was not being included. And this is a big thing. It's not just foreknowledge that we're talking about. We're talking about God's foreknowledge of his. He created Adam and Eve, and they split from there. Whatever chain of events happened. There is a chain of events that is laid out, and he knows every differing choice that we will make. Perhaps we have the illusion that we're making a choice, but in reality, he already knows because of his omnipotence to create that chain of events. Now, if you're saying that that's not how God created things, well, okay. I mean, I don't think that he's omnipotent at that point. It just seems as if we have human will independent of God, then God intrinsically is not all powerful. And I know Thomas would steal man and say something about maximum.
Yeah, all powerful's fine. All powerful is the word is fine. Omnis are the ones I'm going to have problems
with. Even if we use this apologetic definition of maximum, there's a limit, right? I mean, just you saying that there's a limit seems to me that.
Well, I just can't imagine no limit. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So, yeah, I mean, none of it makes sense. Which is why I tell you, I mean, there is no logic chopping to be had if you're going to be a true Christian who wants to be saved and go to heaven. That's what Soren Kierkegaard said. He was a fan of the Book of Job, who was God's
now, Nivik, if you're going to comment, let's comment on determinism and what we're talking about. Can you respond to Perry?
Thomas, this is the thing.
God.
I want to talk to you in particular. I always say I want to talk to you because I deliberately try to use you as an intermediary in order for things to not break down the dog pile. And I say,
Nivik, can you have the Nivik? No, you're not. I'm going to mute you. Do you have the ability to communicate with what we were just talking about determinism? Can we talk about that, please?
Otherwise, I want to hear Dave respond to what I just said.
We're not going to go back to arguing with Vlad about him thinking with faith, and that's. I agree with you. If somebody thinks with faith only and doesn't take science into account or their senses, they're crazy. I'm with you.
I was just addressing order is all I was just trying to do, and I was just I was just trying to address how things could work in a more efficient way is what I'm trying to do.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Do you believe do you believe in any type of hard determinism, like causal determinism, that things go all the way back because of their causes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you are kind of like a determinist, aren't you, Nivik?
Yeah. I get that. Like you didn't want me to go back, but I was just I just wanted to refer to in where nothing is really addressed, and I just wanted to refer to where I use you as an intermediary. I talk to you, and then you say, "Oh, okay, I got you," and then I go away. It's not between me, and it's now between you. And it seems like I can't get that. I was trying to get that. I was trying to put you in the middle, but I couldn't get that to happen.
I really think Dave has something fruitful
to
say.
But God grabbed me and dragged me into the mud.
I understand it's frustrating as hell, and I'm not passing you off because I care about your opinion, but we are having a conversation about determinism right now. Okay. Right now we are, and Perry, like Perry said, he wants to hear Dave's response, and I kind of want to hear your response on determinism. I don't want to hear.
I just wanted to state that, and that's it. That's all I wanted to say. You can continue the conversation.
Okay.
So what would you say about that chain of events that God created and already knowing our human choices, Dave?
Well, I think that if there's a chain of events that goes from beginning to end, then that's the same as saying determinism.
Right. What about, but not predestination? What's the difference? Sorry, I just interrupted after
No, that's okay. So, I mean, the issue with predestination feels more like it's in conflict with God's benevolence to me than it does with an agent's causal freedom. Because
why not?
Well, because for the reason that I explained, right? Because this is why underneath these things, it seems to me like these claims are more about divine fatalism than they are about anything else. Because you might say, look, here's some proposition. Hanging will accept Jesus Christ, and is that proposition true or false? This is like Aristotle's sea battle argument, right? And if you say that God knows the answer to that, like he knows that it's true, let's say, well, now it seems like it's true now. And if it's true now, then out of that comes logically, it comes that the future is fatalistic.
Yes, that's actually called logical determinism. I know I'm being an ass like a pedantic shithead, but I did a huge read on the Wikipedia page of determinism, and that's what that's called. So
yeah,
logical determinism, every true and false possibility in the future is already true or false. It already has an alethic value chosen.
Yes.
Not chosen, but
and I feel like
instantiated.
Awesome.
And I feel like yeah, I know it's also called fatalism in a lot of contexts.
Fatalism adds that extra essence of fate, though. You know what I mean? That's why I usually don't deal with it.
Well, that's what the religious domain of thought is that it's teleological, right? Versus the causal. Isn't that one of the main
reason that I think that this is really an argument. So if you assert that God has foreknowledge, it seems to interact with this version of the argument that people don't have free will, because now it seems like these propositions do have a truth value because someone has knowledge of them, and that means they're true or false.
Right.
So now it feels like God's omniscience is directly connected to whether or not the future is open. And if the future's not open, now it starts to feel more like...
How does he have free will if he's omniscient, by the way?
I
right.
haven't even asked that yet. I haven't even got there.
I mean, no shot that we have free will if he doesn't.
If God doesn't have free will, then how in the hell do we have free will? That's
Conceptualizing omniscience is usually a step higher than most theological argumentation goes.
Exactly.
It was
those
interesting.
Meta questions.
I heard. I think I heard some philosopher. I think it was Rasmussen that put it like he said something like God's foreknowledge could be such that he has the ability to bring the truth of any proposition into his awareness if he wants to, but he leaves some things open to discovery.
So it's an Easter egg hunt.
I was going to say, this seems like a selective.
Doesn't he already know?
Like,
with his
I know everything about only the things that I feel like knowing.
Well, it's kind of like saying, do you know the answer to 1,000 to the fourth, radical 3? And, it's like, well, kind of yes, because I can sit down and I can spend 5 minutes working out what the base 10 solution is.
Yeah.
But also, I would have to do some work to bring that into my awareness in some sense. And it seems to me like that's the intuition that he's trying to play with when he makes that when he describes God's foreknowledge or his own.
Can I chime in?
Let's let Ved chime in for a minute here.
I'm gonna use something historical and discovery, as inventions. We all know that how penicillin got discovered, right? I think it was Flynn, Dr. Flynn, something like that. And it was, he had a petri dish, and he had a fungus, and it got contaminated, and it killed the bacteria. So I question, why didn't we know this before that time? Why did it happen until then? Could we have known, could all the things that gave us that discovery of penicillin been done in a different time? Why did it have to happen then and not maybe 100 years before or 200? The same thing with the incandescent light bulb. The same thing with the understanding of car. Michael Faraday's discovery of electricity. Why couldn't they? Because why? I believe God allowed. Okay, my worldview, God view, that God allowed these things to happen in precise moment in history when they were going to take place. Was it for him only to know? Yeah. And was it for us to discover these, what did you say earlier, Thomas? Chicken nuggets, or what would they call it? Easter eggs.
Easter eggs, yeah.
Chicken nuggets, yo.
So we discovered these
nugget hunt, bro.
All these people, they discovered it. And I'm gonna challenge it because I got into an argument on TikTok with a Muslim who told me, oh, we had all this knowledge and science, and I was like, you had alchemy? We never got science through Muslim. Maybe some wisdom, maybe some things of alchemy here and there ago, but science was not known in the 13th century yet. You know, it wasn't until after the Reformation and the Enlightenment, which we had, you know, the expansion of knowledge, understanding, all those things. So all these things that gave way for modernity eventually, and all these things, the advent of technologies and science, you know, the scientific method, everything that the greatest minds. Okay, so I believe they were to be for that time. Was God aware of all that? Of course, in His omniscience, in omnipresence. Could have God been so benevolent and said, "Well, I'm going to put it in the first century, see what happens"? He could have done that. We probably would have been more advanced now, right?
Well, that's another question, Vlad. Why did God, if He does have free will, choose to reveal Himself in Bronze Age Palestine to a bunch of illiterate goat herders? I don't understand that line of logic there.
This question, I brought it up to someone because I was reading so much of the Bible in Mount Horeb, where God would talk to Moses, and the pastor got so like, "Laddie, don't you know we have the Word of God?" But I was like, okay, it's not that I'm putting that down. I just want to know, why can't we have these supernatural acts so all of these atheists can believe? You know, I want to see many come to Christ. I want to see the Shekinah glory of God, the pillar of fire by night that guided the people. Maybe perhaps they'll believe when they see that. You know, why can't we have these? And I don't know, other than we have written revelation, something that the Jews at that time didn't have, the whole compiled Bible like we have now. Are things questionable, sometimes unbelievable? Does my doubtful Thomas, not attacking you in any way, but, you know, St. Thomas, doubtful Thomas mind not kick in? Of course. There's been times where
I would also ask to see the holes in the hands, Vlad. I mean, I would.
Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for.
Binoculars, you know, just hold them up like the guy.
The question is, if you do see him, and I'll be praying for you on that. If you do see him, will you come to church with me on Sunday?
Here's the thing, man. I'm open. Jesus can come see me whenever He wants to.
Okay.
I'm open.
So, I'm gonna put you to the test, my man.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Talking about like the specificity and the timelines of discoveries. I won't get in deep into the scientific advances of the Islamic Golden Age, which definitely were a thing. Like literally known as, hey, possibly the first scientist. I think his name was Al-Haytham or something like that. I'm obviously going to butcher the pronunciation, but either way, this seems like a truism that doesn't make any sense to me at all. Just, well, if anything was different, a deepity, that's what I was looking for. Yeah, if anything was different, everything was different. That's my favorite saying, and it's like, well, yes, that's as applicable for a deterministic system as it is for anything else, because it really doesn't say anything. Same thing with the invention of penicillin. Nope, if it was any different, it would definitely be different. That doesn't say anything to the validity of a religious worldview, especially not one as specific as a Christian, evangelical, or Calvinist worldview at all.
That is a difficult question. That's a good point.
No, because the thing is, you don't have an enlightenment if you don't have a reformation. You don't have books if the Bible wasn't pressed at Wittenberg.
Well, Vlad, you don't care about.
We got to give credit where credit is due to all those things.
Vlad, you don't care about. I mean, there's 66 books in the Protestant Bible and in some Protestant Bibles, but do you care about
73 in the Catholic?
Yeah, and what about like some of the Apocrypha or some of the fucking weird ones like the Gospel of Judas or?
Look, all I know about the Apocrypha when you read them, the Book of Wisdom, Maccabees, and all that, is the historical book, but they're not.
So, but supposedly all of those were inspired by God as well, right?
Okay. Yes. There's many other. Even we had Jenny earlier today telling us about her Christian Mormon faith, and I don't agree, but I respect her. I respect what she believes because she's an ardent believer of God, even though she
wasn't even one of the fun Mormons either. She was the LDS, not our LDS.
Is she saved, or is she?
I do believe the way she expressed herself. I do believe she's saved. She calls herself a Christian, a believer in Christ, and that's something I rarely don't hear from Mormons with that much passion. So I do believe
Till
she
I hear
loves
you
God.
about Brigham Young.
Okay.
So
Again,
different
I
faiths.
don't agree with her history. I don't abide, but I respect and I leave it as is. If she's saved, God bless her.
She
I
said
don't doubt
enough.
her,
She said
and
enough to make it
yeah,
okay.
and I do believe her. I wouldn't doubt it. And she's a wonderful person. Just to talk to her, she's a wonderful.
Jenny
She's
seems
a good
very nice.
example.
I do
Yeah,
enjoy
she's very
talking to Jenny
genuine.
because she's very kind. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you gauge that? How much, you agreed with in thinking that she's going to go to heaven? I mean,
That's not for me to determine. I don't like to.
Oh, so
Well, he's just
take it
asking what you
I
think
mean,
about it, Vlad. He's just
and
asking what you think about
I
it.
do believe that she will. It's her character and how she expresses. I have not heard a Mormon like that ever.
I mean, she
I've
could be
heard
right and you
Mormons,
could
but
be the
they're
wrong one. That would be
yeah. But you know what?
fun.
God reveals, and I do believe she is. And only again too, Perry. I don't know what other Christian experiences she's had, what circles she's been in.
Sure.
I don't know what she's gone through. She's not opened up the complete story of her life book. I respect it, but I do believe, and I would pray for her at most. But she's a defender of the Christian faith. As a Mormon, yeah, hey, it's all
The
good.
Catholicism, they're for sure fine,
I
right?
I do believe a lot of them will be saved too. I have no doubt in Roman Catholicism.
will be.
Again,
Okay.
we have a very
Interesting.
different theology, but you know what? I respect because I've seen some people just in love with God. They might go through all the rites, ritual, liturgy, and all that, and I might not
This is like
have
the most evangelical Calvinist I've ever met. Funny.
No, it's the
have
thing.
you met
The thing is,
Josh?
the reason I speak, Chad. The reason I speak like this, bro, is because I want to see a reunification of Christianity. It is needed. It is long overdue, and it is needed. And we've been fighting so much within churches, and I'm really,
I literally live in the Bible Belt.
You think God would not let that happen? Hey?
Well, it's not. It's not that God doesn't want it. It's mankind.
Obviously.
It's mankind. That's
well,
fine.
no, like his word is perfect, and he wills so that when the people read his word, that he understands what he's trying to say, right?
Yeah. But it's north. What I'm trying to have you understand is that it's people that have distorted it, and it's mankind that's
free
evil.
will. Told you.
Yeah, and that's the way they go. They're going to have to answer to him.
I've heard all this extensively, literally my entire life here. When I was saying earlier that I live in the Garden of Eden, I shit you not, I live in the Garden of Eden for Mormons. It is just
You're in Utah?
down the street. No, I'm in Missouri, bro.
Oh,
See?
Missouri has.
Yeah,
okay,
Missouri
sorry.
is.
Sorry,
Yeah.
my ignorant mind always thought they were only in Utah, but yeah, they're
No,
scattered
you're
all
good.
over.
So there's actually two different sects and subgroups. There's
So-
the original Church of
Uh-huh.
Latter-day Saints. They call them RLDS, or the Community of
Okay.
Christ now.
That
They're the
was
good
from
ones.
the son of Joseph Smith Jr.
And then there's the other ones that fled to Utah because they liked having slaves and didn't want black people in the church. And those are the LDS. Those are the other groups. A lot of the division was strictly political and had really not a whole lot originally to do with the actual theism itself, which is a whole other topic for another thing. But all in all, I've heard this sort of thing forever, and it just seems to be a very, very ambiguous and unfounded way, or I guess epistemological tool. So I don't know. It just seems odd.
My question to you, Chad, is how are the RLDS? How have you engaged them, or how have they engaged you? Are they pleasant people, or are they Bible bashers?
Oh, they're definitely both. You can have a significant amount. I'd say the greatest problem in American society at this point is evangelical Christianity and its propensity to spread religious ideas and religious foundations into every part of politics. But the LDS has been buying up a significant amount of land and basically done a whole lot of what I would argue is corrupt cash grab practices. Community of Christ is small enough that they don't really do anything like that anymore. And they actually, believe it or not, politically aligned way closer to what I am here. They had little eco-communes pretty much spread all over Missouri for quite a while. They ended up being pretty freaking cool politically. And had
that sounds cool.
Yeah, they had a great focus on equity as a whole and intercommunal, I guess, cooperation, which is freaking great. It's just the LDS got into the more racist and capitalistic and, degenerative concerns, I would argue. But it is what it is on that point. I digress. I'm sorry.
You're fine, Chad.
It's all good.
Go ahead.
It's all good.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you for
North.
sharing. Thank you for sharing.
I was just going to make another snide comment. It's probably unneeded.
I like how he went back to mute, though. Like, I respect that. He caught himself.
I respect it.
Self-control is
he went back to mute.
It is real. Guys, I'm having fun. I love listening
It's
to all
like
this.
it's like North has a tendency. He comes in, throws his venom, goes back north, and then comes back to America and does it again.
Fucking beast.
Beast mode, North.
Canada calls me home, man.
Hey.
Trudeau!
But yeah.
Perry,
I have a question.
you've been quiet.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
You use the verb allow a lot. I don't even know if I want to go back and, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to talk
Go
about
for it,
something
man.
else or
Fuck
not,
it,
but
dude. We're here.
You use the word allow as if
You want me to,
God allows something.
Hold on.
You want me to change to like permit? I mean, if I did, you catch me
I'm
because of my
not
friend.
even a third way done of what I was going to say, but you
sorry.
say the word allow as if he doesn't have the foreknowledge. I almost don't want to say foreknowledge because it seems like you guys don't think that that's an issue, the foreknowledge of it all. But you say allow as if, we allow our children to choose, what candy they want. But we don't know, right? But God allows us to do it, and he does know already what we're going to choose. It's just the verb allow that I feel like is
I think
a bit contradictory.
The idea is
Yeah.
that he
Yeah, or
could
Dave,
interfere.
Hold on.
He could interfere, but doesn't he have omniscience, whether he's going to interfere or not? Doesn't he already know?
Well, yeah, but that
I don't know
tells me-
how that works with. It's going to get really complicated how God's free will and his omniscience of his free will work together.
Good luck squaring that circle.
I don't know if it would just be heresy, but I honestly feel like it would do, and it probably would have done in the medieval era when they were trying to update all of this stuff. But it just seems like if you changed it to almost completely or partially, if you said partially, I'd honestly potentially I'd potentially have this kind of religious thought and be
I was going to
perhaps
say, well,
religious,
God forbid we be honest. I mean, literally, God forbid it.
Yeah.
So I still
Perry,
having trouble with the free will.
God allows us to have this conversation right now. If not, he would have snuffed us out.
He made it that way from the chain of
He
events
allowed
from
it.
the beginning.
And
No,
God has allowed
he
you
made
to
it that
ask
way.
all these questions.
Well, Vlad, real
and
quick.
eventually you will be with me in church.
He
There's a
made
seat
me.
for you, Perry. There's a seat for you, Thomas. There's a seat for you,
I
Chad.
know.
North,
But did Vlad
Scott,
make it?
Dave.
Vlad, real quick. Did God make it so to where Perry just can't believe? Because I mean, he can't be intellectually dishonest and say, "Yep, I believe it," right? So he's being intellectually honest, and he doesn't.
No,
believe.
I know, and this is the beautiful thing of the atheist community.
No, I'm just
that
asking.
they have that they're doubters, and it's didn't we have doubting Thomas in the Bible? I will not believe it till I see it, and then God showed him.
Okay.
Blessed are those who believe without seeing.
Here's a general question, Vlad. Here's a general question. Why would God? Let's say you're God. Why would you get upset if somebody didn't believe in you?
Because if I was God, you're not going to spend eternity with me. What's wrong with you?
God.
Yeah,
Not God,
Vlad, if you were God, why would you get upset? Yeah, you're God here.
Yeah.
Why would you get upset if somebody didn't believe in you?
Because of the place they're going to spend without me.
But you made
a
it
place instead of being in paradise with me, you're going to hell.
Oh my God.
You made it that way.
I didn't expect that.
This might shift it up a little bit. I got a question for you guys. Is everyone familiar with the concept of negative responsibility?
Yes.
Vlad?
No, go ahead. Please define it.
So, one is responsible for their choice to act or not when they can predict the consequences of their actions.
Oh.
So, like, if I see I know that there are 5 people tied to the train tracks a mile down the way. I know exactly where the emergency brake is. If I walk by and don't pull the emergency brake, am I responsible for those people when they get hit by a train?
His inaction, Vlad, is what he's asking about.
I'm going to answer it like this, and it's going to be with another question. It's not to offend or anything. Am I responsible to be a good Samaritan? Am I
Yes.
under any obligation?
Yes.
Why am I under any obligation?
So, due to what would be considered my personal moral framework, which
Okay.
ultimately holds the idea that one ought to maximize the well-being of conscious creatures, you are obligated under the social contract to engage in acts that will better or at the very least, not harm the well-being of conscious creatures. And in this case, like I said, to get back to the hypothetical, pulling the lever or not pulling the lever does have actions and does have consequences. Would I be responsible for them?
I would have to answer yes. If I could do the better, even though it's going to derail the train, but save those women and injure the others.
No, not derail the train. It just pulls the brake. It's literally just braking the train so it stops.
Just braking. Okay. And without it causing, I am responsible. Because seeing it ahead of time, being able to prevent it, and I did not do nothing. Even in philosophy, they'll tell you you'll be not all are responsible, but at least one. Yeah, so I would be responsible.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's the concept of negative responsibility, and I think we're in agreement here wholeheartedly.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I hope I wasn't too off with a good Samaritan, Samaritan example. Okay.
That's good.
But yeah, I would find myself if I could save those people from getting crushed by the train, yes. Yeah.
Awesome. So, would you say that
Nivek.
God is omnipowerful?
Nivek, can you mute?
Yeah, Nivek, we got a little bit of background noise. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, God is omnipowerful, yeah.
Okay, so God would have the ability to change any number of outcomes at any given time.
Of anything, yes.
Okay.
And why he hasn't, I don't know. I cannot explain that.
I was going to say, so considering that he clearly has not taken action to prevent a significant amount of evil, can we hold him negatively responsible for that?
Ooh. Oh, okay. That's a good question, but the question is,
yes, it is.
Should we be expecting God to be intervening into our world just like that?
If he's negatively responsible, yeah.
I already brought this scenario up earlier when you weren't here, Chad.
And the thing is, no, I would say that he's not responsible. And that's
why does
regarding God, no. Regarding man as of doing good and evil into stopping like the crash, yeah. Otherwise God would have already shown in instances throughout post Old Testament time that he would just be interjecting anytime.
But why?
Well, sure. My question is why.
Why?
Exactly. Okay, because like for example, it's believed that in the book of Genesis, I'm gonna use the example of the Holocaust. Why did God allow his own people to go through that? Well, it was believed that in the book of Genesis is spoken of his people going through the ovens, referring to the Holocaust. Why couldn't God? Well, okay. So that's why I don't know if you know if there's Jews of that time that survived that are atheists. They stopped believing in Yahweh, meaning God.
Well,
why?
Yeah, sure.
Because
how does this answer the question?
Yeah,
okay, what I'm trying to tell you is that if we expect God to just be interjecting every time, the question would come now to...
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm asking whether or not we ought to hold him accountable. Like, should we be able to say, hey, that seems immoral, that you didn't act even though you had ample opportunity, ample ability, and didn't?
Yeah. Yeah, but if those are things that we created, like for example, right now, I'm going to compare it to this, and I don't want to make it too long either, Chad. Okay, I'm just trying to answer you as best as possible. The war in Ukraine and Russia, is that God's responsibility or mankind's responsibility?
It would obviously be God's responsibility if he's omniscient.
Why would it necessarily be God, since man got themselves into that mess?
Is God omniscient? Hold on.
Yes, he did.
God omniscient?
God is omniscient. Yes, he's all knowing. He's all present. And he's all powerful.
Is he able to change it?
He could change it, but the question is, will he change it?
So that's the thing. What I'm saying is that we've established that he did have the power to, and he did have the knowledge of it, yet he did not at all act to change, therefore he is negatively responsible for that action. And in which case I ask, should we consider that moral?
You could, but the question is, you would have to be digging more into God and why He allowed it. What was the purpose of it? Do you know His purpose? Do you know His understanding? Do you know
why
His
can't we
plan?
question the boss, Vlad? Why are we not allowed to hold
I don't think that's an
him to a
argument you want to
standard?
have with the boss, Thomas.
That is exactly the argument.
Well, I don't think you'll be able to go up a one-on-one in a philosophical, theological argument with the big boss, Thomas.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
God hasn't
How do you know that?
to exist, so
Well, you're finite mind and He's infinite mind. You want to you really want to go there?
But you don't
That's
understand Him. So how
So
do you
he's
know
appealing
He's
to
finite?
authority.
I only I'll appeal to authority through His word as much as I can.
It's a presupposition of existence that leads to a circular argument that doesn't make any logical sense.
Why in that sense? Please explain that.
So you stated that God is omniscient and omnipowerful, and we don't really know why He doesn't do the things He did, so He can't be held accountable. Well, why not? Well, because He's God. Like, okay, well, why can't we? Well, He's God. It's like, I guess that's either begging the question.
But you're not putting any responsibility on mankind that started all these messes, all these wars, all these horrendous acts. Yeah, God is omniscient, but God also allows. I understand, but God allows in His permissive will that all these events were to take place. Why? Because there's also the will of free men that are tainted with sin that have caused all these problems.
In which case, He is negatively responsible for the outcomes because He chose not to. In that case, we can hold Him negatively responsible for that action and that outcome.
I don't think it's even like that.
At this point,
because you're not making mankind responsible whatsoever.
What I'm pointing out here is the inherent contradiction in your ideas that the concept of negative responsibility does exist and it can be applicable, but it isn't applicable in God because God is God, and that's
like Vlad, in your own analogy, like with Russia and Ukraine, that is the train headed towards the people. Right, you're saying, "Oh, man set up the train, and man put the people on the railroad tracks. So the fact that they're going to go towards each other and those people are going to get squished, that's man's fault." Yeah, you're correct. But you are God walking by the lever that's going to stop this thing from happening. So even though the train and the people on the track is all of man's fault, God is still deciding, even though they have the power, He has the power to stop it, not to. And you already agreed that in that scenario of the train, that would be negative responsibility. And if I set up my analogy right, then God would be responsible in this train of Russia headed towards the people tied to the track of Ukraine. And He's choosing not to do anything.
Yeah, beautifully.
I understand, but you're taking the responsibility. What the problem I'm having is you're taking the responsibility of mankind for creating all these messes that you just expect God to appear on the scene and like in a Superman way, just stop all the atrocities.
Well, God,
when are you holding mankind responsible for their actions?
He included it in the analogy. He said that we were the train.
Okay.
We are responsible.
Okay. Yeah.
That's
You're right.
Thing.
Sorry.
But now we have the deal with the guy at the lever, aka God, who can pull the lever, and He doesn't. So what do we say about God?
But the question is you're assuming that God doesn't want it to be so. All these things that are taking place.
That's fine if you want. If that's your argument.
Yeah. But at the same time, you're also overlooking that it is evil man that has caused all these problems.
Again, we're not overlooking.
We're not overlooking that part.
Okay. All right.
So
just trying to
understand
the.
Let's let Dave jump in real quick, guys.
The example with the train trades very heavily on the idea that the outcome is known. So because we know what the outcome is, and one of them sucks, we can say that somebody who's aware of that outcome is negatively responsible.
Yes.
So normally what theists say here, and I think is what Vlad was saying for at least for a minute, is that these evils that we perceive to be evils are like necessary for some kind of compensatory good. And so whatever evil is in the world is the exact right amount that's necessary to maximize the types of goods which can only come out of evils or something like that, and that
Right.
God, so whatever happens is actually for the best, even if we're not aware of it. And then it's just a question of like, I mean, it's difficult to
Well,
feel
yes,
like
it's a
that's the case.
utilitarian steel man that so far hasn't been brought up yet, and is equally applicable for any number of argumentation for any gods, and has zero specificity and zero ability to, I guess, substantiate the argument that's currently being had.
And also,
Well,
if you
no,
have a God,
it's a rejection of your claim that he's negatively responsible for bringing out a negative outcome, because this particular retort is to say that he's actually bringing out positive outcomes of which you're not aware, and
Right.
for which these intermediate steps are necessary. So it is
right.
directly
So,
applicable to this argument.
but then that brings the point back of like, if all of this is meant to amount to a greater good in the end, why should individuals be punished as sinners when it was all worked out to be part of the greater good in the
I was
end?
going to say, it's already predestined.
Yep.
Like if all this sin ends up being for the greater good, then why do individual sinners get punished when they were a part of the
No,
foundation
because
of it?
the thing is,
It's a
people,
good question. I think it's a different question, though.
Yeah, God
Right, I mean,
allows
that's a
for
different.
people for people. Thanks, Dave. But God allows for people to know Him throughout their lives, and the question is, they can make a determination whether they want to follow or not. Like, let's say those people. I'm gonna take the train
If it
thing
feels
a
like
little
a
bit
circle,
longer.
you're doing it right.
No, a little bit longer regarding the people on the I'm about to stop the train, right? And the people on the train tracks all freaking, they've been tied down by the terrorists so we could kill them. It's 5 of them or whatever. Of all of them, some are Christian, some are not. Yet the act that sometimes God does as at the lever, right? Not me, sorry, at the lever, he stops and he doesn't take everybody out. Why did he do that? Why did he save the righteous and the unrighteous? Is that fair for the unrighteous? God doesn't know the unrighteous anything. He doesn't know unrighteous people that you say are good, but are in sin and have not recognized them or have not wanted to recognize God as Lord and Savior.
Well, this
These are
is just
the
assuming that God exists in your analogy. Like we
yeah.
would all say, no. Well, those people just were survived by random chance.
Okay,
I
that's
mean,
what
the
you, of course,
particular
Vlad,
thing that's hard to explain is, like, Vlad, even if you say that man has free will and that he's fallen and that God's foreknowledge is compatible with this idea, it still seems bizarre that God, in his omnibenevolent foreknowledge, would create a creature like that he knows is doomed to use the power of free will to bring about evil and his destruction. It does kind of seem bizarre that you would.
but it seems bizarre when you do not want to take into account the sin. We're in a fallen state, man's predicament. Every philosopher,
It's
theologian has asked
absurd.
this question.
Not the
It's
good
up, if
kind.
you don't want to take into account why is there so much evil? Why? You know,
Well,
that's the question that all philosophers. You guys have read it better than I do. I mean, some of you are better read than I am.
I was going to say,
This is
moral
a man's
subjectivity
predicament.
does not entail
How could
God.
you explain mankind's fall and all the evil that exists? If the Bible is not true and it's a hypothetical, like North tells me, how could you explain mankind's
Can I
evilness?
try to explain it?
Go ahead.
If
Yeah,
you
real quick.
don't use accountability for reason in order to know how to go about doing something, negative consequences would come of that, which we call evil. And I was bringing that up earlier, in where you can't really differentiate between a belief of one mythical being of God and the devil, and where they're really synonymous.
No,
And they're
you
just,
were just
oh,
making,
here we
you were
go,
just
bro.
mocking
Hey,
God.
yo,
You were just
Thomas.
mocking
Hey,
God.
Hang
Thomas.
on,
Look, you
Vlad.
see, you
Vlad.
see, you
Can
see.
you
Hold on,
Vlad.
hold on,
moderate
hold on,
here?
hold
I'm
on,
not the
Vlad.
hold
one
on.
from God.
Nivik,
Hold on.
stop yelling. Stop yelling. Vlad,
Yeah, yeah.
hang on. I
This is
was
what I
just
mean. This is what I
Vlad,
mean.
please,
I would have
Vlad.
loved to have answered.
Vlad.
Oh,
1
go ahead.
second. I'm not getting angry with you. I'm just being passionate. Okay. Nivik was right. He needed to finish. Even if we think somebody else's ideas are just dumb as hell, That's a part of the Pangburnian Charter. We have to have patience, okay? It doesn't matter if we think someone's stupid, and we needed to let Nivik finish. You know what I mean?
This is what I
So
was
I'm
trying to
sorry,
say.
I didn't mean to yell at you, but
No, I know. This is what I was
yeah.
trying to get to. When he doesn't get into these mocking, the devil is God, it doesn't tell me anything about accountability. Now, if he approaches the argument and he starts explaining, elaborating his argument, it's more than welcome. But the God is devil, the devil is God, and going back and forth, just mockery, that's really foolish. That's really like infantile. It's like,
I
come on.
understand it's frustrating, and I'm not going to get involved in y'all's feud because I know it's been long going. And Nivik, you're welcome to come back up here, buddy. I was not silencing you, I swear to God. I was just trying to get Vlad to hold up for a minute so that you could talk. If you come up here and finish your sentence, you're more than welcome to. But no, Chad or Dave or Perry, if y'all want to go back, or North, go back to what y'all were talking about, feel free.
If I were an alter ego in the 13th century trying to make a scholastic case about this, I would say that there is actually no evil, because everything in God's creation is omnibenevolent and good. So whatever the human's perception of evil is actually wrong, and it's good. So if someone dies of parasites eating their eyes, that's above our human cognition, and it's actually benevolent, but we just can't understand it.
Based.
That is what a lot of that is where it goes a lot of the time, though. That's kind of what I was saying last time.
Yeah.
It does tend
So-
to
So I would be okay with that argument.
So what
difficult to think that
moral
that's
framework
right.
would you have to even judge any type of evil?
Well,
if you don't have
anything that ever happens is the moral framework.
So what happened in Nazi Germany, that wasn't evil? 6 million Jews killed, that wasn't evil?
Well, they're talking about it from God's perspective.
If God created that, God created this
specifically
creation.
did say that there's a certain amount of evil baked into the system that could possibly lead to ultimate good when we talked about the train analogy. So yes, in this case, looking at it as close to God as possible and as close to his sort of logical denotation, the Holocaust would not be bad ultimately, or evil ultimately, because it would lead to some sort of instrumental good.
I disagree, but I can't disagree with God. So.
Obviously,
No, but
right?
the thing that I get out of evil is that it should draw, when mankind sees all those events, it should draw mankind to God, to the goodness of God, not away from God, but that you recognize that there's evil in the world, it's sinful.
Yeah, the
and,
Nazis were
and
ostensibly Christian, though. So I mean, I get it.
I don't know where you're getting that argument. I understand that Hitler was a Catholic, but he renounced his Catholicism.
With God
So
on
where
his
did he
side.
act out in his evil, as a
Into the
Catholic or as an
historicity of
atheist?
Christian? Oh, he's absolutely a Christian. I will absolutely argue the
But
historicity
not
of Hitler's
not towards the end.
Christianity
He
if
had
you'd like to.
remember that I think it was Himmler that they were going back to paganism, that they were very heavily involved in the occult. The occult has nothing to do with Christianity. It's counter to that.
I would love to see you in the Discord and we can argue the historicity of the Nazis' Christianity. What I would respond to Perry specifically, logical consistency cannot compel action in an illiterate populace. So, although your argumentation here is significantly more logically grounded, and I agree wholeheartedly that it would make infinite more sense if it was posed as that, the sort of, there is no evil because God's creation is inherently good because he is omnibenevolent. That makes logical sense. However, in 13th century whatever, you can't use that sort of ideology as a political tool to compel behavior.
You'll die of heresy.
Yes,
most likely.
in which case, because every religion so far that I've noticed, other than intensely personal ones, because they are used as a tool to foster some sort of political and social cohesion, that is inherently incompatible with the actual application.
So it was
historical
politics that gave us
Yes.
morality.
Yes, I would argue that all politics are just applied morality, and a religious structure is a pretty easy and mass-produced framework for moral.
This is
for
my
morality.
alter ego you're talking to, by the way, not me. So
No,
remember that.
I get it. I am stepping aside.
No, that was a good point.
I recognize it.
the Perry Steelman machine. That's your superpower,
Yeah.
Perry, is
I
steelmanning
honestly
people.
think that I am a bit schizophrenic because I always have these different voices.
Dude,
that,
you
like,
totally
argue with each other.
you steelman really well, dude. You're
So-
good at that. Let's real quick, and I'm not being weird or anything, but let's let Nivik finish what he was saying a minute ago. Go ahead.
By the way,
Nivik.
Thomas, I'm going to talk to you, and then you're going to and let me know if you get what I say, and then you interact with whoever disagrees. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm not going to let anybody interrupt you. You got the floor.
Okay, so I was saying, like, the bad things that come to be, people don't know if it's God or not. And it's kind of like you could easily say it's the devil because the devil deceives. It's almost as if, I mean, like, by not giving by saying you're gonna do something and saying God wanted it to be done, that's that could be a person using God to not have the responsibility to give a logical explanation and accountability.
Yes, I
And
see what you
then
mean.
by doing something in an illogical way, you would therefore get negative consequences, and then those negative consequences that would be blamed on that would be say that's where the devil can come in handy and say, well, it was because of the devil.
Right.
It's a method of unaccountability in giving a
Oh,
rational
I see.
explanation or having to uphold having to be held accountable in negative consequences, and where you could use the devil or you can just blame it on man.
That's called a scapegoat.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's how come I was saying like I was replying to how the question that was asked, where does evil come from, and I was answering that question by the same things, by not being held accountable, by being logical. Negative consequences can come of those things, and where those negative consequences can be called evil, and where I was conflating God with the devil. They're one and the same
Okay.
in the acts that are being done with God. And
You mean
then
metaphorically, right?
well, if I said you do this and this, and it equals, and I said it was because God said so, and then a disaster comes of it, right?
Okay.
That going about something in an illogical way by not being held accountable by providing knowledge or providing logic in why to do something and just saying it was divinely inspired by God.
Okay.
Negative consequences can come of that potentially. Are
Yes.
you following me?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why I was saying those negative consequences that could be called evil, and a lot of
Yeah.
so I'm just saying it is what's the saying, like sometimes a person is they're sometimes people's approach to thing, they're the making of their own problem. It's kind of like
Yes.
you go about you complain about a problem existing, but don't acknowledge that the way you go about things is why the problem exists in the first place.
Yes. I understand.
Okay, so
Because
I wanted you
okay.
to interact with. Once you understand, I want you to interact with whoever have a disagreement on that.
Okay. Does anybody want to respond directly to Nivik?
No, to you.
No, I mean I will. I just want to. You would have to reframe the question for me. I thought you were asking
I wanted you
anybody
to
in the
be an
room. I'm sorry.
intermediary. I wanted you to understand what I was saying and be an
I
intermediary.
did understand. I did follow you. You can have negative consequences and all that, but I didn't get a question out of it. Is what I was
I was
seeking.
saying how negative consequences can come by a person doing something by saying God said so without being accountable to give a rational explanation on why you should or shouldn't do anything. So if
Yes.
I said the
Okay.
giant spaghetti monster said I should do this, and then pandemonium breaks out from it, You know what I'm saying?
So
So
Nivek,
potentially, I went about something in a logical way, right?
Nivek, tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying like, okay, so somebody interprets what they read in the Bible and say they think they're supposed to kill a group of people because they interpret the Bible a certain way. A person might say,
Why?
well, God is infallible and he wrote the Bible in an infallible way and he uses his power to make sure that I don't misinterpret it. So there's no way that...
No. A person can ask, why should these people get killed? Why? I want a good reason. And the person says God, and that's it. You get what I'm saying? And then later on, you go down, you find out like that was not the right thing to do, because with enough knowledge, you end up realizing the people that were killed were the wrong people. That was because you weren't held accountable for giving a rational explanation.
Okay. Do you see what North is saying though?
What explain how?
I guess
Explain
my
what he just.
point, I guess what I thought you were saying was that a lot of religions say the Bible is the infallible word of God, and I follow it, and that's how I know I'm living right.
Yeah. North is
Because
trying to. North is trying to
God is
interpret.
infallible. God is infallible, and His word is infallible, and He uses His power to make sure that I do not misinterpret it. And so this is my basement for knowing what truth is. But then at the same time, there's 100 million people that all say the same thing but have a different truth.
Yeah. By the
But
way,
they use the
Thomas,
exact
North
same
is trying to
logic.
interpret what I'm saying, and I was trying to make clear what I was saying to North.
But that's understandable. What the way North, Nivek, as you're trying to explain it. I would agree with North what a lot of these groups have misinterpreted, including not only Christians, but also Muslims, their holy book. But we also have to look at it, like for example, the biblical stories of the Old Testament when a lot of these atrocities happen. Why? Read the narrative. They're not happening now. They haven't happened in the longest time. Israel was a different nation compared to now. They're nowhere close to what they were in the biblical
My
stories.
question to you, Vlad, would be the things that you think that are wrong. Let's say, I'm not trying to pick on you, but like I know that you believe in demons, and I know that you think that gay people have something to do with demons.
Okay.
How do you know that you're not wrong when there's all these other people? Hold on. Let me finish. There's all these other people on the planet that have read the Bible and say that God will not allow me to be wrong because he uses his power to not let me be wrong when I read his word. They use the exact same logic as you do, but you think that they are wrong and you are right.
No, because the thing is, if I see, I'm going to put an example. I'm going to compare it to in the late 70s. You probably heard of the People's Temple, Jim Jones, and he took people to Guyana.
Mm-hmm.
They later found out that he was a false prophet. He was a false teacher. And he misconstrued the Bible. Why? Because he killed over 900 people of the
but
people
he
that
would
attended
he would use the same logic as you do.
According to him,
yes,
he had a very
according to
view,
you.
and that's why according to the way he lived and how he applied the Bible, he did things that were contrary to the Bible. The people were following.
He doesn't think
a cult. That. Okay, yeah, I know he didn't think that,
and his followers don't think that.
Yeah, and exactly, a lot of his
so
followers.
Everybody keeps living this pattern, all thinking they're right.
But no. But that's the thing, that whenever even organizations like that cult, David Koresh in Waco, Texas, like what happened to him, that was a false teacher, and
How do you know?
He misconstrued his actions, Nivek, his actions. He misconstrued the Bible, the way he treated people.
Okay.
He raped
How do
young girls.
How do you know you're not wrong?
Why? Because I try to follow it as it's written. I've gone to several classes with some of the best theologians.
Well,
so
did they.
Yeah, well, I don't know about them, honestly.
Yeah.
From what I know, Jim Jones didn't have a true biblical,
he
seminarian.
believed so hard that he started his own, community out on an island, and his followers, each one of his followers, believed
but
so
who's at
hard.
fault? Is it he that's at fault, or the followers for following blindly?
No, what I'm saying is each person has this pitfall in front of them where they're using this logic of saying, I am right because God wills that I am right. God is making sure that I am not misinterpreting this wrong.
Well, I don't.
Hold on, Ivic.
I don't think that way. I check myself out biblically, and that's why I'm accountable to men
So
in church.
would you admit that you could be wrong about demons and thinking that homosexuality has something to do with demons?
If you could show me the Bible showing me where I'm wrong regarding that particular
Well,
subject,
I don't necessarily have to show you the Bible. I just have to put forth the logic
no.
to
Well, I
you
mean, if you're
that
going to
your
talk like that, it's because you got to
interpretation.
know the Bible. You got to know the Bible.
Well,
You
no,
got to know the Bible.
everybody's interpreting the Bible, right?
But not only do you
The
have
Bible is not like there's not no contradictions in the Bible, and the Bible is not always clear, and there's like 100 different interpretations of it.
Yeah, Vlad.
So
everybody who reads the Bible comes to a different interpretation of it. You got to know that.
I understand, but there's people that read it wrongfully. That's what you
But
heard.
how do you know
called,
you're not reading it wrongfully?
Okay, I try to as best as I can because I've read other books. I've read with other people who corrected me. We try to do what is called an exegesis. We read the Bible, okay, from within, avoiding what is called eisegesis, meaning it has nothing to do with Jesus.
Yes, exegesis and eisegesis.
Yeah,
so for the
exactly.
real quick for the audience,
Go
guys. Yeah, exegesis is reading scripture properly, and eisegesis is reading it with the incorrect interpretation and improperly. Am I correct about that, Vlad?
Correct.
How do you determine the difference between those two?
Well, you read because eisegesis, you're trying to read some other meaning that is not in the Bible. That means you read your.
How do you know that you're not doing that when you're doing exegesis?
Why? Because I read in the context to from top to bottom to better understand.
You're reading from your vantage point, the context.
Well, that would be the same for pretty much just about any book.
That's the point,
right, and the same for pretty much any person, correct?
Correct, but the question is,
no matter how hard you try,
right.
No matter how hard you try, no matter how genuine your intention is, not to put meaning into it and not to misinterpret and not to misunderstand, it's unavoidable that that's going to happen because you are just a person.
Correct, and that's why I have leadership.
So then you
teachers that are better prepared, more experienced in the faith,
right?
And I go to them for better understanding. If I know, hey, can you clarify this? What does this mean? What is this word? It could be even going back.
But they're just people too, right? So you're just taking their opinion of their interpretation
and I'm taking the opinion over many other teachers.
Right. And so it's everybody's opinions and everybody's interpretations.
But ultimately it comes to, I look at commentaries and I read the scripture with an understanding, with an open mind, what it means.
Okay, let me just say that, like, yeah, so this is happening all the time. There's this like crowdsourcing of information. People are going back and forth, debating, trying to be as earnest as they can in reading the scripture. And then sometimes when that's happening, when this process is happening, you get groups of people who say, well, we in our little homework group, we read it this way and we tried really hard to be genuine.
And we correct erroneous teaching when these
it's erroneous
because
it's erroneous to you, but what you believe is erroneous to
the
them.
Bible. I'm not the standard. We go back to the Bible and we read it over and what it meant and what is its meaning and what did the author intend.
So why is there so many religions then?
I don't know about the other religions. I could only speak for the Christianity that I profess. I don't know about the other world religions.
But it would stand to reason, right? If everybody is reading scripture and they're trying.
Yeah, but the other religions are not Christian. You're assuming that every pagan religion that is non-Christian lives by the Bible, and they don't.
No, I'm saying. Okay, somebody else can speak.
Let's let Chad jump in real quick.
Yeah, this runs into the problem where we've, at this point, acknowledged that every person that reads the Bible brings in some version of their own interpretation, correct?
Well, of course, yeah. When you read a book, you try to get its best intended
meaning.
When
in your own interpretation, there is a dilution of whatever. Like, I guess to start, do you believe that the Bible is the inspired word of God? Is it written explicitly by God, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, written by men, inspired by God.
Okay, written by men, inspired by God. Do you believe that every word in the Bible is correct and true?
Correct. Yeah, in the original
Okay,
autographs,
cool.
meaning
So
the Hebrew and the Greek,
basically, all
Aramaic.
right, if we agree on all of those things, then every single interpretation and every single person who has touched those words or have read those words in all of history have then diluted that original work with their own interpretation. They do so endlessly, and they do so within the own group that you are attempting to inform the best, quote unquote, interpretation. At the end of the day, I think North is trying to point out the fact that it is, at the end of the day, still an interpretation that is equally valid as any other interpretation. However, I don't understand where that necessitates any sort of truth. You can have a valid reading and a valid critical analysis of what you've read in the Bible. However, that doesn't speak to its truth. And in this case, it seems like you're conflating that valid reading with a truth claim.
No,
Does that make
all I'm
sense? Does
complete,
that kind of split everything up, North?
all I'm attempting to have to make you guys understand is you read it like no other book in the genre, in the language, in the
Yeah,
figure of
sure.
speech
Yeah.
that is written in each. Like for example, I read English and Spanish, so I have that advantage to read it. Sometimes I read it in the French because that's what I was learning. I have not mastered that language, so I cannot go any further other than what I read and understand.
Well,
But
yeah.
I move along to get a different to see where it varies and what's the meaning on the words.
Well, yeah,
The
for
French
sure.
wrote
You
it
can
this
do
way,
that at
the
any
Spanish.
level in any language.
So that helps me. It gives me a better understanding. I'm not expecting you guys to be multilinguistic as I am, a polyglot or anything like that, but that gives ample opportunity to a better understanding. If I get stuck in something, some creed, or maybe in the Old Testament some story, I bring it to the several authorities that I know. I look at resources on the web about that topic. I have commentaries that I read about other theologians, usually
Okay,
erudite
so
scholars, so
let's
I to get
change
a
the book
proper
for a little
understanding.
bit to maybe get
Okay.
get less of an emotional reaction. When I read Dostoevsky in its original Russian, I don't understand how that doesn't or how that alleviates the personal interpretation of both me and my teachers. Because I bounce ideas and bounce interpretations off those other people and they do the same to me, that doesn't in any way change the validity of the reading, in which case the same thing applies for any language and any number of interpretations that you apply to the Bible. The Bible in it as a book doesn't change the validity of the reading, which is all that North is trying to put out, right?
Correct.
So yes, does that make sense, North?
Yeah. This might be a bad analogy, but like, Vlad, what does the phrase "just do it" mean to you?
Well, just do it. I mean, that's what you get in Nike.
Yeah. But what does it mean to you?
Just what it means. Just do it.
Just do what?
Yeah. Well, you could do whatever you want. I mean, whatever is it that you want to do.
But
in this case, that phrase is famous for the Nike brand. So
Right.
what are the Nike brand good for? Sports. Sports
okay.
shoes, tennis shoes. So just do it. Just do what? Go play tennis, basketball, whatever, myriad of sports, right?
Okay, what if
Baseball.
I told you I wasn't even thinking about the Nike brand when I said that?
Okay. Well, I got it because they popularized in commercials.
What if it was just written down as like a part of an instructional booklet? It's like to build the IKEA.
Okay,
furniture.
so we now be having to talk about context.
I'm just saying that like you can take something like a very, very simple phrase and have two totally different interpretations of it.
I'm just relating it to what I've seen on the Nike brand. That's all.
Yes, I know. That's exactly my point. I'm saying we can take something that's very, very simple and seems like it has an obvious meaning. And it might have that obvious meaning to you because of all your backstory and life experiences, but it might have a completely different meaning to somebody else that has no idea.
Well,
that has no idea
exactly.
what Nike is.
When it's not related to Nike, it could take on many forms.
So that's the point that we're making with the Bible.
But the Bible does not. The Bible does not allow for that. The Bible does not allow for that.
Well,
no, it doesn't.
How
show me where the Bible will tell me, will point me to another religion, another God from another faith.
Hold on. Can I give an example here of different people getting different answers from the same text? When we look at the Bible and it explicitly states that the world was created in 6 days, that is the single interpretation that is supposedly correct, right? However, both you and Jenny had earlier stated that that could range, that could vary, because to God 1,000 years is a day, and a day is 1,000 years, or blah blah blah. Anyway, you are taking your contextual, and I guess I should say contextualized interpretation of that statement and getting to a completely different conclusion than anyone else. What exactly makes your conclusion more correct? In this case, you have stated that it's your I guess, collaboration with multiple other theologians, which again, just kind of again begs the question, okay, what makes their interpretation any more correct? Is it the collective aspect? If it is, then sure, you can have what seems to be a more evidentiary-based, valid reading. However, that still ultimately says nothing about the truth claims therein.
That's right.
At this point, I would ask, you ask for an example for a biblical statement that, and before I guess you got into talking about other religions, I would say the Bible can absolutely be interpreted multiple different ways, as evidenced by the multiple different interpretations that you had given, and Jenny had given, and I have given, for something as simple as the world was created in 6 days, and on the seventh day, God rested.
And yeah, we could disagree on whether young Earth or old Earth, and getting into that.
But
It's
you
not
shouldn't
going
be
to
able to
change.
disagree.
You did
we
explicitly
should be able to
state that
disagree
you
into that
shouldn't
because
be able to disagree.
No, but by
we should. Well, we're going to
Vlad's
disagree because she's a Mormon.
expectation.
I'm an evangelical, so there is two different types of theology there. So that has to be
I'm
taken
about
into
to go to bed here
consideration.
before.
We don't have the same exact theological background, but I respect her in her opinion and her interpretation, because she's allowed that.
Guys,
She's allowed to believe that.
Real quick, can I let Dave jump in here real quick, Vlad?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually just was going to bid everyone farewell because I got to go to bed. I got to get up early.
Thank you so much for being on my show, man. You're always welcome here with me.
Yeah,
no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Peace out, my guy.
Yeah, buddy.
I liked talking to you guys.
Check out,
yeah,
man.
buddy. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
All right, and before Chad gets back to it, I know Nivik hasn't had too much floor time, so let's give him a chance to ask any questions that he wants to. I mean, go ahead, bud.
For me? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you got any questions for anybody or anything like that.
If a person, so I'm just like a person that hasn't known Christianity, and they don't go by the Bible and how they do things, in being inspired through God. I don't get, like, why would they be evil?
People that don't know the Bible,
whether they're Christian or not, Nivik, people are still evil. I have the moral background on the biblical worldview about evil.
I think what he's asking, Vlad, is like, what about tribes and shit in Africa who've never had the word of God brought to them, and people like that?
Oh yeah,
is
there's
that what you're
still some
asking,
in the Amazonian areas in Honduras and all that. I've heard of them, and they're not involved in our secular world here, more modern and everything. They're still living in the past. That does not take away from that they are not evil. They might not be as evil as you and me, and in the modern world with all our access to technology and TV and media and all that, but they are evil. There is evil in them.
But they never.
God predetermine? Yeah, go ahead, Nivik.
No, they weren't exposed to it. Is all I'm saying. That's not.
It's in the heart. It's in the heart. It's in the heart.
Question.
No,
it's both what is called nature and
Christianity
nurture.
is in their heart.
No, evil is in their heart, like it says in Jeremiah. If you see their actions, if you were to be among these tribes, you're going to see evil. You're going to see a lot of innocence, but you're going to see evil.
He's saying they don't know Christianity, Vlad.
They don't
so
need to.
the way they go about
I've got
things
I've got a little
in interpretation. Why should they
Yeah,
be
I'll
wrong?
get you in, Chad. 1 second.
If the way they go about things in their interpretation, why should they be wrong in their interpretation when they had no exposure to Christianity? Who's to say they're more right or you're more right?
They're part of the fall, Nivik.
But
As
they're no
innocent as
different
they
than
might
you.
be. Yes, I know. All they're different is different race of people, location and place, and environment. Now they might sin less because they're not exposed to what we do.
Why
Again,
should you
in a
get pride?
modern society developed, but they are evil. There is sin in their heart.
So the people who have never heard the Bible before, they have sin in their heart?
Well, yeah, the Aztecs had sin in their heart. They were very evil people.
So
Why
are they
should they
going to
get
hell?
priority? Why
You
should
know
you get
how they
priority?
used to fillet or kill their enemies when they were captured, or how they used to
Okay.
sacrifice them to their god, and they were very evil, very very cruel.
I don't know
I don't
why
know
would you
how.
get
Yeah.
priority over other people who have never been exposed to Christianity and their faith being bad. You're no different than they. It's kind of like you have one group
Yeah,
on
but
the
you
side
still have
that's of
not
a
been able
faith.
to undo the thing that mankind's fall. The fall affects everyone, Nivik. You're not able to undo
Yeah.
that. The
Let's hear
fall affects
Chad's.
the whole of mankind. As
Real quick,
innocent
we'll
as
go
they might be lesser evil than you and me, but they're evil.
We got you, bro. We got you. Chad, go ahead and tell your thing real quick, and then we'll go back to Nivik and Vlad.
Yeah, so this brings up an old quote or story, I think, by Ann Dillard. Stop me if you've heard of this before. It talks about a missionary, just a Christian, goes to a tribe of Eskimos, makes contact, establishes some friends, and then starts to give sermons. Starts to speak the word of God. And after a couple of these sermons, one of the Eskimo comes up and asks, if I didn't know about God and sin, would I go to hell? In this case, how would you respond to that, Vlad, if you were the missionary?
Did you hear that whole question, Vlad?
Yeah, but I was in the restroom. Sorry.
Oh, Chad, you may have to ask it
I
again.
couldn't. No. I heard you. I heard you. The answer would be if God is just, and He is, then that means that that Eskimos, like any tribe that did not know, and again, this is what I went to earlier. I don't know if you guys caught it. Pre-Christian, before Christ arrived on the scene, how would God be treated? Well, God is just, and God will be treating them from the goodness and evil of their heart. He'll, based on their actions, basically. Why? Because they were not exposed to the law of God. So going
So in
back
this
even to
case,
Nivik, where he's saying, but wait a minute, but wait a minute, aren't you exposed? Yeah, because the Bible does give that room. It gives that room for those that
so let me
pre-Christ,
ask
but
again in this
post-Christ, that
hypothetical.
everybody. Hold on. Okay.
You haven't answered the question yet. So if you were this missionary into this formerly
hmm
uncontacted Eskimo tribe, and one of the Eskimos
hmm
asked, if I did not know about God and sin, would I go to hell? Would you answer yes or no?
I would say in God's goodness, no. Most likely, no. If this was before
No.
Christianity,
Okay.
no.
So the story
Yeah.
goes, the missionary states, no, if you did not know. And then
Yeah.
the Eskimo then asks, well, then why did you tell me? And this brings up a theological question that I guess we've answered at this point. So, because this formerly uncontacted tribe has no knowledge of God, therefore would not go to hell, would it be moral for you as a missionary to proselytize to them, knowing that it could and would, in that case, condemn at least one of them to hell?
Yeah, but it could also be said it's because it's in the Bible story that those that know the law are basically responsible. So yeah, there's
Well,
still
yes,
the
but at
morality that
that
God
point they
built.
didn't
That hold
know,
on,
and
that
you're
God
telling
built.
them.
No. Before even the Bible was preached to them, the morality was already in their heart. God has supplanted that morality in their heart for knowing good and evil. So they're
By the
only
way,
going to recognize what God has. Hold on, Nabi. They're only going to recognize what God has put in their heart. So
I
they're
can
going to
So I'm going to go
recognize
ahead
that
and
they're evil.
answer the question for you.
I
So
can
in
point out.
Romans 2:12, God's judgment and the law states that for all who have sinned without the law will also perish without the law, and all who have sinned under the law will be judged by the law. So, for it is not the hearers of the law who are righteous before God, but the doers of the law who will be justified. In this case, it sounds to me a lot like what you had stated before, in which case that people who are unaware of God's law will be judged through their actions and through their works,
hmm
which also leads into this weird justification of salvation through
Colby,
works, which is a
Colby,
more Catholic idea, I think. But I don't
Colby.
know. What do you think?
Nivik, turn off your mic,
Nivik, you
dude.
got some. Nivik, you got
You,
some. You're gonna have to mute, buddy. Sorry. All
Go,
right, go
okay,
ahead,
go,
Chad.
go,
I'm sorry, bud.
Yeah, that was my entire statement. In this case, like I said, it seems that there's as Vlad, as you've stated, that God judges the people who don't know of God's law through their works. In which case, if their actions are just and moral and with less sin, they can be saved and they would not go to hell, as you've stated. Which leads into salvation through works, which is kind of a Catholic idea.
Yeah, but
then
this the reason hold on
of
the reason I
Christian
hold
law
let him get it out,
okay.
Vlad. Let him get it
Go
out real
ahead.
quick, and then you can I'll let you go.
And in which case, that if you introduce God's law to them, in that case, you are introducing the possibility of them going to hell directly by your actions because you told them about it, as opposed
It's
to
true. Yeah, it's true.
yeah.
That's the
So
whole
So
point
we should
of
leave those
letting.
people alone, right, Vlad?
No,
By the
not at
best.
all. Not at all. You want to bring them into. This is my only issue, and I don't want to deviate, Chad, with those tribes that are way. They're usually in the original societies, original villages, and everything, secluded from the whole world, right? Protected by the whole world.
Right.
They should still know about God. They should still also know about all the opportunities that the modern day society offers. If they want to take it and receive it, as long as they understand it. But that's totally up to them. But I'm referring more, to be honest, Chad, to the tribes pre-Christian, before before Christianity was evangelized all over the world. Many of these tribes were not guilty, because, like God says that you read in Romans, what was it, 12?
Romans 12:2.
12:2,
Or, I'm
thank you.
sorry, 2:12.
Because God is merciful. God extends his mercy. Because why? Because once you're made knowledgeable of the law, you're accountable. Now there's no excuses. So since there was no opportunity to save them, I'm assuming I'm using the past, not present, the past to where the word of God got extended to them. So God will be merciful. Will God be merciful to the many tribes before Christianity arrived to the world through the conquest, through England, Spain, France, etc.? All those countries. I believe so. But God will test the heart of those people. He already knows who comes in. He already knows who's in. And that, again, only a loving, judging God knows that. That's not for me to know.
So,
I don't know. Huh.
logical question to follow. Are you familiar with the Sentinelese?
With a what?
The Sentinelese. It's an uncontacted tribe in North Sentinel Island. I think it's in the
Okay.
Indian Ocean.
Okay. No. Go
So
ahead.
basically, they are one of the last remaining uncontacted tribes in the world. A group that is just viciously violent against anyone who tries to come by. There have been multiple
I've heard
people,
about
and
these guys.
actually
Yeah.
a couple of missionaries as well that have died.
That had died.
Trying to preach. Are those people, considering that as of right now they are just absolutely ignorant of Christianity, are those people doomed to hell currently?
Well, you already said that they had some missionaries that preached to them, and
No. They didn't have any missionaries preach to them. There was not a single missionary that's been able to make contact. There was one man, if I remember right, that tried and then was immediately killed.
Okay.
Okay.
So
All right.
no one has been able to
Well,
give them any
I
word
would
of
have
God
to
or any
using
conceptualization of the Judeo-Christian God.
Yeah, using Romans 12. Well, again, God judges the heart, and if these people, not knowing a bit about the great many religions, especially Christianity, and they went ahead and did that, well, they'll be judged by their actions. Now, the reason I compare that
So
to, because in Ecuador, hold on,
salvation through
let
works.
me finish a little bit, Chad. In Ecuador, there was a similar situation. There was a missionary, I forgot his name, and he got cannibalized, and they cooked him up and ate him. Okay, his wife found out, it broke her heart, but instead of staying behind, she's the one that went forward. Okay, this is what Christianity gets specialized. We're known for persecution. She went forward with a group, and she evangelized this tribe, and this tribe is now saved by the blood of Christ. Unfortunately, her husband who went before her, maybe a year or two before her, had to die and pay the consequences of the persecution, and he died, right?
This has nothing
He
to
died.
do with
Okay.
whether or not the
But
tribe
but
joined
I'm
at
but I'm
all.
making a comparison. There's no excuse for people not wanting to know the tribe. There's been other tribes that have been similar to, what was the tribe's name again? Sinaloese or something?
The Sentinelese.
Sentinel.
Sentinelese.
Okay, Sentinelese. Thank you. And so I'm kind of doing a comparison. They can be saved. A question is, will they be saved despite that they killed off anyone, including Christianity, and they were never exposed, never read the Bible, never were preached to? That's up to God to judge. In that situation, that's kind of peculiar. That, you know, I'm hoping that in God's goodness, He will, in His mercy, He will have a heart for them and they'll come to Christ. That's all I could say. That somebody had to pay the price and wasn't able to preach to them. As He arrived, they chopped them up. You know,
Vlad,
that's
real
sad,
quick,
but, yeah.
this is just a question, and I mean, why not just create everybody in heaven?
I would like God to be a universalist, bro, but
no, I mean seriously, that question has merit to me. Why did God not just create everybody in heaven and skip the whole test part?
That's a great question. But then again, where do you leave Earth? Where do you leave all this? What we have, what we know.
Why do you need it? Why do you need it?
It seems
maybe God just made this ball so we could play in it, get to know it. But,
it's our playground.
You know, I don't
where
know.
4 million,
No,
where 4 million
beyond.
children. Hang on. It's our playground where 4 million children a year die from
diseases,
all kinds of causes, deep
exactly.
diseases, lack of food,
car struck,
you name it.
lightning,
Cancer. So that's those are problems that God has a lot to answer for.
And you know what? And He will. But the question is, are you willing to answer first? You want those answers. You want those answers, Thomas.
Oh, I'll be open with him. I'll be open with him,
but the question is, but first is first, baby. First is first. You got to come to church with me. I want you sitting next to me, listening to that great sermon and saying,
I've read the Bible, Vlad. I know the Bible quite well.
Yeah, but I want you in. You see, you're guilty. You read it. You're guilty. I want you in. I want you in, like God. I want you in. I'm not fighting against you. You know, I want you in. I want Nivik in. I want North in. I want Chad in. Everybody here.
Yeah. North, did you have something to say? I'm sorry. My bad, Chad.
Oh, no, you're good. He just muted. Sorry.
Okay, I didn't know if North wanted to say something. I saw him unmute there, so I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't know. All in all, Christianity seems to be kind of a route argument that has more political implication than anything else. At this point, God is not a communist, so God in no way believes in the concept of equity. It seems to be antithetical to any teaching.
But Chad, not to cut you off, but try to tell all these communists that God said the poor and the needy would always be with us.
Yeah.
And I don't know where they get that God was a socialist. God wasn't nobody's lunch truck. He helped a couple.
What are you talking about? He absolutely was a socialist.
Hey, Perry and Scott seem like they want to jump in.
Oh my goodness!
If we're talking about a historical, go ahead, Perry, Scott.
Yeah, Scott and Perry haven't talked in a while. Go ahead, Scott. You've been the longest that haven't talked.
The only thing I was going to say is, Vlad, it will be impossible for you to ever see me there. I have committed the only unforgivable
there's no
sin.
dragging you into heaven. I want to drag you into heaven with my own hands.
Oh, dude, I've committed the unforgivable sin over and over and over again.
Do you even know what the unforgivable sin is? Really? Do you know what the unforgivable sin is?
Yeah, the hardening of the heart and blasphemy against the word of God.
Yep.
But have you died? That's the ultimate, really dying without Christ or dying without God. That is the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Then there's a chance. It's unforgivable.
Scott,
right?
there's
so
still a chance. No, because if you die unbelieving, that is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit.
Because I could say, how about this? God could lick my sweaty balls after I go on a 2-mile run and choke on the salt.
Hey, you ain't got to worry about it.
You're going to pay for that. You're going to pay for that. The fire's higher just for you, Scott, just for that.
Oh, my God.
But God knew he was going to say that.
Yeah. He made it to where that was going to come out of his mouth.
Well, not only
Yeah, but
that,
he had a
but
choice. He chose to say it. He could have been quiet about it. Guilty of sin. Sorry, Scott.
God
I think that's funny as hell.
is omnipresent, so he's actually on Scott's balls right now.
That's right. He is a part of Scott's balls.
And he's about to turn on the fire on him. How's that? He's going to roast him tonight.
Vlad. I think you have gotten a beating tonight, Vlad. I apologize.
If Scott's balls started,
that's cool, man. You know, Tommy, this is what happens for me for trying to dare you about the knowing. Do you know? Do you know what you know? Do you know? Well, that's how it all started. I just came to poke the bear, and look at what I get.
Well, we're going to break claims down if people make them. You know what I mean? That's just how that's how logic and reasoning and the dialectic works. You know, we want to get to the truth together. And when I see things like fallacious reasoning in the Bible, such as, vicarious redemption, like the idea of sacrificing yourself to create a loophole for rules that you created, those are problems that Christianity has to answer. And like I said, God has a lot to answer for himself before he would deserve any type of respect from me. You know what I mean? Because respect is earned.
Thomas,
you know what I mean?
Thomas, before you could even meet him, you got to come in first. And you already know what's up with that.
That's
you
like,
come in.
you can only
come in. There's no other way, baby. You got to come in. You
can only be my friend if you worship me. That's not the way
hey, he made the rules. I don't change. I'm just a messenger.
Yeah.
Don't hate on me.
So let me ask you a question, Vlad. If something Nivet,
you gotta mute yourself, bud.
Yeah. Anything that would demand or request worship, Vlad, is therefore disqualified from said worship.
Why? Why is that?
Because you don't demand worship. That's antithetical to the idea of venerating someone. If someone demands you worship,
but
they
God
aren't
is
worthy of
that worship. Idolatry is not worthy of that worship.
Do you understand what I'm saying? God is saying, worship me, and I'm saying that anything, God, the spaghetti monster, whatever, anything that says worship me or else is a tyrant, period.
Okay, so God is a big monster up in heaven.
If he is the way as he's described in the Bible, yes, he is a tyrant.
But he's a loving tyrant. And he gives you a choice.
That's a problem.
He gave you a choice, my man. He gave you a choice. Choose him. Remember, hold on, guys. Remember, Thomas, the Bible makes it clear. It's in the Old and the New Testament. Every knee will bow and every tongue will confess Jesus Christ. Plain simple, bro. So you want to do it on good terms or you want to do it on bad terms? It's up to you. That's all. I give you the message. That's it. Whether you want to do it or not, you know what? Take it up with the man.
I understand that it's your job to do this. I get it. You're just fulfilling your commitment to first.
I don't have all the answers. I still have to study a lot more. And believe it or not, all this epistemological philosophy, theology, it makes me want to go back into those classes. Get deeper into all that.
Good. That's good.
So that's a start for sure.
Yes, it is.
I took philosophy 101 and 102, and that only went so far. I had a friend who graduated all that, and he was the one that I went to, and now he's unfortunately due to COVID vaccine, he was left totally So I love my friend, but I can't even have a conversation with him anymore because he had mini strokes.
I'm so sorry for that, man.
He would have been here along me, explaining things better because he understands what you guys know regarding all this philosophy language much deeper. He's at your level. If you're really the philosopher, master's, doctorate, hey, great to you. Not everybody likes to delve into those topics.
Shit, so,
but you're read. That's what I mean. You're well read, right?
I would like to think that I'm well read enough to be dangerous in some things.
Like Perry's well read, Scott's well read, right? North, I don't know.
I've learned a lot of big words from Thomas in the past couple of weeks.
So you've been taking this course, huh? This is how you get blood.
I write words down and then I go YouTube them. And then
listening to a perspective like Thomas's has been probably the best kind of catalyst for me to
thank you, man.
Farther into.
All I know is that in this Pangburn Hangout, guys, the one that rattled everybody's cages was G with that sociology and fascism. He rattled everybody for an entire week.
When
we met up again the following week, we went for more.
Chad, his name is Conscious Pilot.
Oh yeah, no, I've had a significant amount of conversation with him. I am absolutely impressed with the ideological consistency and the fallacious reasoning that's omnipresent.
Yeah, I've had like 40 hours of one-on-one with him, and I still don't understand neuralism, and I guess I never will.
I would entirely argue that the majority of argumentation posited by him was inherently dishonest, and I would double down on that, especially when we started talking about determinism, objectivism.
I got that
moral.
feeling too. I'm just too dumb to prove it.
Nah, it took like 4 days. And then
Don't say that.
You know what, Vlad? I think you should really jump in the Discord too, so we can have text conversations with links and sources as opposed to just simply verbal communication.
I would like to do that, but I want to get to do other things, so I'm going to get going too. So if nobody wants to beat me up anymore, and I could get going. Oh, Hohenheim's here. Maybe he wants to take a shot.
Let me beat you up one more time.
Okay.
And obviously I'm kidding, but I just want to again bring back to my personal readings and learning about this poetic.
Do I hear a conversion? Hold
on, brother. Poetic romanticism was one of the best ways for people to learn in the past millennia. And Vlad said a loving tyrant, which is, to me, the most oxymoronic contradiction. It's a redundant statement. But
No,
I
I
just think that it represents.
And I'm kind of quoting Dewey.
Vlad, let him finish, bud.
Hold on,
Just
brother.
real quick, and we'll get you in.
The poetry in this is that this whole night it seems as though, and you've been doing a good job 1v8ing us, but we just have to agree to disagree that we think that Vlad has some contradictions in his logic, which he would, defend and think otherwise. But just the phrase that he used about 3.5 minutes ago, a loving tyrant, I think sums up this whole night pretty well.
Yeah, I'll agree. I'll jump on that.
A loving tyrant.
It's
Wow,
a loving tyrant.
I'm going to change the title of this show.
Yeah.
The Loving Tyrant series, part 2, or something like that.
Yeah.
You should see what that author from Theos to Dewey, Gordon H. Clark, called God and DM, and it made one of my friends totally. It's kind of like what I said. I go, if God see people, if people see God this way, well, I'm sorry.
Well, you just described him as a loving tyrant. You think of him that way.
To some people he's tyrannical, to some people he's loving, and it's where you stand. And,
that's the problem, my brother, is that there's so many interpretations. That's kind of the other main point of the night is if you can interpret something any way you want to, how can it be the absolute word of God, right?
Well, that's why we, this is one of the reasons I get together with Christians, well-educated, in seminary, college, university, beyond me, I'll be honest.
But Vlad,
and even if they're not honest to call God that he could be a monster, okay, whatever.
Vlad, you could be with like the what's it called? What's the DC team of crime fighters? Justice League. You could be with like the Justice League of religious thought, like the cream of the crop.
Theological apologist.
And you're still just going to get your version of a subjective opinion of how you read the Bible. Like it's unavoidable. And this is why you have different religions in the first place.
No, but this is, I understand in the different denominations of Christianity, many flavors and all that, but this is one of the biggest battles and we have with theologians. Some that are more orthodox, lined up with Bible, those that are more liberal, and others that are just, I don't know where the hell they're from. So this is one of the biggest problems. We get into it theologically, and believe me, some people walk away, you're like, you just offended God this way, you just called him this. Like, so somebody heard me say God could be a tyrant or a dictator, they would hate me.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it.
But that is the problem. That is the problem.
Why would that be the problem?
Because everybody thinks they're right, and they think they're right 100%. And when everybody thinks they're right, nobody is.
Someone's got to go to hell.
Oh no! Even in philosophy, not all are wrong. Even one.
Right. Okay.
He's just speaking. He's just speaking metaphorically, and
No, I
there
know.
is some truth.
But that's the thing. That's the thing, North. That if you're gonna say where I'm wrong, is you better best me on the Bible.
Well,
if you're gonna know your
I
Bible, I mean, where am I wrong?
I don't even. I just bypass the Bible.
I'm gonna bring
altogether.
the Roman Catholicism out of you.
The Bible. The Bible doesn't make any sense. Like,
the question is,
okay, so it's opinion then that you don't like it.
Exactly.
No, because
you.
your evidence. You use your what was it? The veracity of the Bible lies upon the idea that magic imbued human hands. That magic,
but it has nothing to do with magic. That's where you're wrong.
I'm using magic as I'm just using magic as a stand-in because you would call it God, but to me, like,
you mean the supernatural, more
it's
like
equivalent.
Supernatural.
Sure, the supernatural inspired human hands, and that requires faith. There's no physical evidence for the inspiration into human hands. There's no physical evidence of that, so it's all faith.
Amen.
So when you start
Jews would challenge you on that.
When you start using the Bible as evidence, you're basically asking me to take faith as evidence.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Well, if God wants you to believe, starting with faith, then after that, rationalizing would.
What do you say to Islam's, Vlad, when they argue with you and they tell you if you just knew the love of Muhammad, or what do you say to them?
You know, some Muslims are very loving. That I feel they're more Christian.
I know, but their interpretation of the interpretation of the Quran and their love and their faith is just as strong as yours.
No, I know. I've met some. Don't get me wrong. I've been in circles whether at work. In Alaska, I met one that pretty much was proselytizing me, and he showed me good examples of his faith. And I told him more like, you should be over here in our camp. He was so into Islam. You know what? I'm not going to say that you cannot have a good person. Unfortunately, not a righteous person, but a good person.
Islamic jihadi nuts. You know, they're pretty much both of the same thing. As far as I know.
Very different religion. The
one wage crusade,
one
wage jihad. Hallelujah, Allah Akbar.
Very different.
Is the translation. Hallelujah is just a translation for Allah Akbar.
No, that's not the same thing.
Very different around you, man.
So the thing on what I've seen on some Islam is some of them do know the Bible, and some of them do, I believe, genuinely looking for God. Have I met some that are atheists? Yeah, right here in Collin. Not right here with the Pangburg necessarily, but in other programs, I've met nothing but Muslims that are atheists. That still live with their families that are fully Muslim.
But I mean, they're a product of their culture, and so are you, right? So how can you tell them that they're wrong?
Well, that's why we get into these apologetic debates and argumentation and everything.
Yeah, I've studied a lot of them, trust me.
Yeah. You know,
what do you mean by apologetics? Your nature of your environment. If you were born in an Islamic country, you would be Islamic.
No, you don't know that. God's the one that chooses.
But Vlad, at the end of the day, both of you are just arguing that your version of faith, that your version of the paranormal imbued the human hands more accurately than the other person's, right? Like that. If you're going to talk about the Bible versus the Quran versus whatever text, at the end of it, you're going head to head with paranormally inspired texts that just have to be accepted upon pure faith.
Because let me tell you one thing. I'm just going to go into like Old Testament. Even the Muslims, despite it's not the same God, they accept the Abrahamic laws and books.
Oh God! All right. On this note, I'm going to jump out, guys. Peace out.
All right, Chad. We'll see you later, buddy. Thank you for coming.
So they get into those topics, and that's why they call them Abrahamic religion, including Christianity. But from what I've met, wherever we're able to have dialogue without it getting nasty, because I've met some from Arabia that could get pretty nasty, and I've met those that are from Arabian descent, born here in America. They're more level-headed, down-to-earth, Americanized. it's a much different experience. But if you meet and you try to get, in a apologetic debate with anybody that's an ardent, passionate Muslim, it's not going to last more than 10 minutes.
Vlad, do you know what
You
a
know?
filibuster is?
Yeah, in Congress.
Yeah. Sometimes I feel like you're filibustering instead of just answering my question.
I'm trying to.
I think Vlad has good faith. I think he's just maybe restate the question. Let's try that.
Tell me about it.
No, I think it's cool. Like, I don't really want to convince Vlad, anyways. I think that's.
You see, North is determined to make me an atheist.
I think even if it was possible to change Vlad's mind, it would take a long time, like over months, as opposed to just trying to hammer it in. I don't think it works
he
that
said
way.
he's not a product. He's not a product of his environment. That why he's Christian. It has nothing to do with being in the.
I never once
the
said
Western
that. You're
Christian
putting things
area.
in my mouth. You're putting. You always have a tendency to put words. I never said that.
Well, guys,
I just said that people are a product of their environment. You don't think if you were in a Muslim country
Okay,
that you would
Nivek,
be.
I should have been born Catholic. I should have been born
Muslim,
Catholic.
and you said
Here,
no.
don't
I
talk
should have
over
been
each other.
born
Oh,
Catholic.
bro.
Vlad,
Hey,
Vlad.
Thomas. Hey, Thomas. Hello.
Nivek, I'm
Thomas?
trying to help the situation. You can't keep yelling when I'm trying to help, okay? So
Okay,
I was
can I
trying
talk?
to slow. Hang on. I was trying to slow Vlad down so you could get back in it. So let Vlad finish what he was saying, and
No.
then you
I
answer
gotta finish
back.
what I'm saying, and then he can
Okay.
respond.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so I was just saying before. I said, if you're born in a Muslim area, you probably be Muslim. He says no, that doesn't necessarily be the case, and that's like, well, that's you don't think that'd be the case if with you being in a Western Christian area, a nation, and he's like, no, but I'm like, you think it just happened to be a coincidence that you're in that area and you just happen to be be the product of that environment, a Western Christian environment. That you know,
Can I
of
chime in?
course he's a product of his environment.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, if I would have been a product of my environment, then why am I not Roman Catholic, Mexican? I'm Mexican race, ethnicity, yet I'm not Catholic. That would have been the product of my environment. You can't explain that one. Why? Because Christ came through my grandmother 3 generations back. And we were very rare Christianity in that part of the world in Mexico. In fact, if anything, we got to see some violence against Christians. So I do believe it was an act of God. So we have in my family 4 generations with me and my siblings, 4 generations of Christianity, bro, unbroken. Okay?
Wow.
So I should have been a Catholic. I'm not fighting for Catholicism. I've learned enough of Roman Catholicism. I don't hate on them. I believe somewhat they're skewed, but I love them. I love a lot of them because they're my people and then friends, and some have come to Christ as Christians.
Okay.
That's
So
all I'm
how
saying.
did you come to the conclusion of being Christian? Did you try other religions as well? Because I mean, if you're going to come to a conclusion, you should factor all equations.
Okay, it's about truth. So you have to look at the truth claims of every religion. You have to not only take comparative study of comparative religion study in courses. You not only have to go to Bible college and study these topics of other religions. You don't only listen to other ex-Buddhists, ex-Muslims. You have to consider all that training. I'm not. I'm a seasoned pro on what I do, and I still have a long walk to do.
Do you think it would be do you think that you have considered Islam enough?
Yeah, I've read enough to know whether just looking at their history and talking to some other people. I look at it like this, and I'll be honest because it's a matter of faith for me. If God wanted me to be a Muslim, I would have been a Muslim. But I think you're going to say, well, that's only relative, or that's only maybe God wants you to,
Well,
put
I
you in here.
mean,
I would have been born maybe Arabic instead of Mexican.
You've been around a lot of Muslims?
True.
Who just said
Yeah.
something? I'm sorry. Who just said something?
Yeah, some. Not a lot.
Was it
not
Scott?
a whole lot, but some.
Scott, did you need to jump in? Somebody wanted to jump in. I didn't hear. Or was it Honenheim? I'm sorry, Vlad. I just heard somebody trying to jump in.
So in school, in Bible college, in my life, even doing tech sector, like when I go to conferences, I've met Muslim. Again, Some are liberal, some are atheists. They're no longer that Muslim, but they have the training. They went to school and all that, and some, became ministers in their own religion. What you call there's a word for them, for their priest. It's not priest.
Vlad, can I
And
argue
so,
that you were more influenced by a larger environment of Western Christian culture, more of abundance?
I'm not going to deny that. Yeah.
So by my logic, yeah, you were more persuaded by your environment.
Yeah, I'm not denying that I wasn't. But like I said, there was a time when I was younger that I was a party goer, like to drink it up, party it up. Hold on. Just, wanted to get women when I was in my early 20s. And I believe God started calling me strongly more into the faith to believe. So I had to start getting serious in my life. It took a while because there's a lot of nasty tendencies in
You
the
could have been
sinful
a
world.
Muslim if you're mostly exposed
It's
to
possible could have been a Muslim, possibly. But at the same time, like I said, when you're called, when you've been elected and determined, like the Bible says, you will come to Christ. There's a lot of Muslims that are Christian here in America. Okay? That's all I'm saying. When God calls somebody, you come in.
So, real quick, I'm not cutting anybody off, but Honnenheim has been trying to say something, and I think North actually wants to say something as well.
Sorry, I haven't been trying to say something, but I am always wanting to say something. I just want to say, Vlad, sorry for interrogating you. I only did it because I know you can take it. I thought you could take it. I hope I didn't offend you.
I've been taking 4 or 5 people at a time.
Actually, Vlad,
but you know what? That just makes you stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Here's the olive branch, Vladdy. I respect that you come in this room. You didn't have to be here.
Thank you.
That is good faith right there. I like that.
I know. I take it. Nivek's the only one that comes up with olive branches, so I'll take it from him. We always have
give you an olive
differences, but you
branch.
know what? Yeah, but to whip me, huh? Yeah. So go ahead, Hohenheim. Put me in my place.
No, I was apologizing for my interrogation.
Oh no, you're good. You know what? You know what? When I was talking to Mace, I was talking a lot of trash. I just wanted to see where he would take it, and he just put me up in the speaker's box. And I'm not going around hating people, but I always play devil's advocate with Mace, dude. That's the only way to get to him, when you play devil's advocate.
Huh.
So of course I'm going to be a
Vladdy, you are a
racist.
bit
Of course I'm going to be hating. I do admit I am.
That's why I don't care what you think of me, Vlad.
Okay, that's all good. I could live with that.
That's okay. It's okay to not care about what other people think of you sometimes.
Hey, Brett is back.
Hey, guys.
Brett's back.
You're still going.
Yeah, Vlad's still taking the punishment, as it were.
Like a good Christian.
Oh, the sacrificial lamb. What
we lost a couple. We lost a couple along the way because it was.
Chad had to leave. He couldn't take it anymore. He got tired
he
of
was
the
like,
Muslim,
"I'm done with this."
Of the Muslim story.
It was good times.
I called in just because I would say, Vlad, the more I listen to your points, the more every now and again, I will find points that I agree with. Just like the idea of love being the energy, the force of the universe, whatever you call it, God or a deity or just, vibration, whatever.
Sure.
But I guess the point where we differ is, for me, it's not essential that a person accepts Christianity as the way. It's more of like a self-realization where they realize that they are worthy of love, and they also, in realizing that, you also, like, in congruency, you realize that other people are also worthy of love.
Of course, I never said they're not. The thing is, look, let me chime in a little bit, because I know we all got to get going. We've been here almost 5 hours, but I'm not telling you to follow Christianity. Christianity has messed up on. I'm telling you to follow Christ. He didn't mess up, but it's the bad name. That's why people pull out from different denominations. They form their own. As long as you're living by the. Go ahead.
I would just say that I've met plenty of Buddhists who live a life fairly similar to Jesus. Obviously, they follow Buddha, who is not a god, so they don't you know what I mean? They don't follow a deity nor necessarily. But the essence of their vibration that they put off is Christ-like, if you will.
Yeah, yeah.
And that to me,
And they've made some of the best Christians when they come over, and they've criticized us because we're lazy. American Christianity is one of the laziest. When I've heard people from other parts of the world that they come rushing to the United States because they're immigrating, but they're Christian, they're dumbfounded to see that there's a lot of laid back Christianity. And this is the very thing other people have told me. When they don't see the love, when they don't see people in action, working passionately in that love, they don't want to turn to Christianity. Because we're supposed to be known by our love. And we failed. I'm not gonna lie, guy. I'll be the first one to admit it. We failed. I failed many times. But I've noticed that overall we're doing bad, and we don't do good, and we continue to be cold. Spiritually speaking, there's not going to be no Christianity in the next maybe 50 years or whatever, because the way things are.
The whole world is doing just Christians, right?
Maybe it's time for a new Reformation. I don't know.
Well,
maybe it is.
I think that the Reformation, if you will, forward is it's basically a thing of live and let live, where you obviously defend yourself because self-defense may be necessary, but when people accept that love really is the vibration, just like you love your children, you actually love your neighbor. That when you put that into practice, that's what actually can bring about societal
That's why
change.
earlier when somebody asked me about Jenny and her Mormonism, I cannot deny I just seen love from that woman. When she talks passionately, she talks lovingly. I cannot deny her Christianity. Call it Mormonism, whatever. Some of my teachers would hate on her. I don't do that. When I see and hear love, I have to accept it. I'm like, you know what? You're for real. You speak for real.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
sorry if anybody has put you down.
Yeah,
And
Jesus
we're known by our love.
Jesus hung out with prostitutes and the poor and the sick, if assuming that he was a real person or mythological, whatever, right? But the things attributed to him are just being that essence of love and nothing else. So if you're being bad to other people, you can't defend your thing of oh, I'm just being mean to others. It's that's not love, And if you were damaged, then you got to ask the universe for forgiveness,
That's why, Brett, I believe that all the atrocities that have ever happened throughout life, throughout time, no amount of wokeness, no amount of post-modernity, progressivism is going to deal with it. God's going to deal with all that, and He's going to send a lot of evil priests, pastors to not to heaven. They're going to be destined away from Him in a fiery place. You just heard probably not long ago in the month of May, 700 cases for the Southern Baptists. I don't know where the hell that came from, guys. Honestly, I don't even know how to deal with that. Thank God I'm not a Southern Baptist, but it hurts me because people like North, they'll throw it in my face, and I'm like, well, what do I have to do with that? I'm not even a Southern Baptist.
Well, Vlad, North is just an intense dude, and he has good questions. He's a really smart guy. I like him in our group.
And I know
I think he's
he
genuine.
didn't mean to be evil or anything. But one thing I noticed is, you know what? That's why I tell people there will be a day of judgment. And
Vlad.
and all I'm saying, because I know we've got to leave, right? We're going to close up.
No, well, I was just going to ask for people to maybe chime in, or I'm fine with continuing the conversation. You know me, I don't care I'm fine with long shows. But are you on the Discord, Vlad? Do you have the Discord?
I do get it, but I try not to be on it because after I've been here, I'm kind of worn out. I want to go into other
I feel you. I feel you. Well, I'm not.
One last shot, guys. Get your ball. One last shot, like in a carnival.
Well, I was just gonna say, Vlad, I don't mind hearing from you, but I just wanted to make sure everybody else had a chance to say a few things before I ended it here in about 10 or 15 minutes. So Nivik, go ahead, bud, if you had something to say.
Oh no, I wasn't really thinking of anything to say. No,
That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, no, Vlad, you're in the call-in a lot. I don't see the difference with the Discord.
I know. I'm cool. Whenever if
He's
you
just
see me
tired.
talking,
He's just tired
I
because
just
it's
want
late
to
at
talk.
night.
Oh no, I
Yeah.
can get that now, but I'm just saying
Yeah.
in general.
But other
Oh,
times
like,
when
yeah.
I'm not engaging, I'm just down there listening because this is like something I don't want to engage in, or it's better if I learn, you know.
Well, we didn't end up talking about. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. We didn't end up talking about truth too much. We kind of did because we talked about religion, and that deals with truth, you know. North was asking
the
us
question you have
earlier.
the question you have not answered, Thomas. How do you know that you know what you know?
I don't, and that's where I start. That's
I can
where I
answer that.
start, you know. Real quick, North was Nivik. I'm gonna let you speak again. Hang on. North was saying, you know, why don't we get back to the truth topic? And I think I'm probably going to have another show tomorrow, and we we can go over truth a little bit more easily. I just wanted to this is for the audience, guys, not for you guys, but we will go into the criteria of truth and the different epistemological facets of truth. We will try to go through it as briefly as possible.
I got an
probably my
incoming
next 2
call.
episodes.
Thank you. Have
Okay,
a great
go
night.
ahead, Vlad. You're good, buddy. Yeah, good night, buddy. But yeah, we're since we didn't cover what we were supposed to cover, tomorrow we'll just cover it again, and I'll try to go over it at the first instead of letting it, you know, get off straight into religion. I didn't mean for it to go. I was very entertained. I thought it was really fun to listen to it, and I really enjoyed Perry and Dave and Chad and North, you know, all going against Vlad. That was that was pretty fun for me to hear. But yeah, Perry, what's up, man? How you feeling?
Good.
I'm gonna go around the room real quick.
Yeah, I'm per usual just listening and trying to sponge in everything that I can.
You're a good man. Do you come to the Discord? You do, don't you?
I have once. I should more often.
I mean, dude, you can always hit me up on Discord. I'm Thomas on the Pangburn Discord too. You can hit me up and we can chat anytime you want.
All right, yeah,
I'm
sure.
on disability, bro. I live in my room. So.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to kind of. I was going to say teach, but surely you already know probably 80% of the things that I've been learning, and so obviously it makes sense to talk about it.
I appreciate your high confidence in me, but I smoke a lot of marijuana, so I would no.
I mean,
don't hold me to too high of a standard.
You act like I don't, so.
No, I mean for real though, dude. You brilliant dude. Scott, what's up? How you feeling? Are you asleep? Scotimus
No,
Prime.
but I'm about to be. To be.
That's why we're shutting her down, big dog. You got anything you want to say? I mean, I know you got pretty frustrated with shit earlier. That was funny as hell, dude. I thought you said some very good things.
Yeah, man, I had a good show, man. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was fun. Honnenheim, what you doing, buddy? You're still you're kind of in the middle of the day, aren't you?
Yeah. So yeah. Well, I'd say that on the romantic side, I'd say there are things that are true romantically now. Perfect triangle. I'd say that nothing could exist which would mean then the law of identity may not be true, which is really interesting. A moral objective morality, a set of moral objectives. Yeah, some of the sort of things I'd like to explore maybe another time though. So yeah.
Well, tomorrow when I do my episode, it's going to be earlier in the day, and hopefully, you know, I can get you in the morning, and we as soon as we get done with the lecture on truth, we can go into whatever you want to talk about. Tonight, like I said, it just exploded immediately into religion, and I kind of just let it go, but I probably should have steered it back to the, you know, topics that we wanted to talk about originally.
Yeah,
but it was still good.
To hearing something about epistemology.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do tomorrow. We're gonna have to. I'll just redo the episode, and instead of calling it Truth Overview, I'll just call it, you know, Truth, and we'll just dive right into the criteria of truth, and we'll talk about all that I've learned over the last 3 days about it, because I've had to watch a lot of YouTube videos to learn some of this stuff, and I'm gonna try to break it down and make it a little bit easier to understand for people.
Can you give me a tease on what maybe it's going to be, so I can maybe do?
Yeah. So if you want to go to Wikipedia or Stanford and look up criteria of truth or theories of truth, they're synonymous. You will get a list of the criterias of truth. You can go and search each one of those individually because they all have their individual Wikipedia pages.
Mm-hmm.
I've checked on both sites, and both sites basically have the same information on criteria of truth.
All right.
So, yeah, just give that a look, and you'll be ready to talk about all of it tomorrow because that's going to be the major part of what we cover.
Sounds good.
Yeah, brother. I'm going to the Discord after this because I'm still wide awake, so I don't mind. If anybody's in the Brett, if you want to come there and talk, I'm probably going to hang out there for a little while in the Discord. Anybody who's in. Oh, by the way, everybody, please subscribe to the Pangburn Hangout and visit Travis Pangburn's YouTube channel, the Pangburn Philosophy channel. Please come to our Discord. All the information that you need will be on Travis's YouTube. That again is Pangburn Philosophy YouTube. Please subscribe there. Please subscribe here. And I guess I'm going to go ahead and say I love you all.
Brett is in the call. I don't know if you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I told Brett that Brett, are you going to be able to come to Discord?
I'm driving home from an event. Maybe after that for a minute, yeah. But
okay.
You're beautiful too, man. Right back at you.
I love all you guys, man. Let's go ahead. I didn't get to Nivik. I didn't let Nivik say one last thing. Go ahead, Nivik.
Yeah, you're saying, like, how do you know it's true? You know that there's an objective reality that is true. And you know through evidence that, you get knowledge from it. It's just naturally logical, and you get information from from it, objective fact, and reasoning, and where you can come to logical, determinist outcomes of probability.
Okay.
And
I'm with you on that.
Yeah. So you could end up predicting what could likely happen.
Yep.
And less likely happen.
If you use empirical science, you will definitely be able to more easily predict things. Yes.
So in each so when you do that, it gives confirmation. So it's like you come up with a theory, and you take in information, you based off of you identifying it for what it is. So you can say, like, a thread, it's light. I pulled across the road, a Mack truck, it's heavy. Mack truck going into the thread. The conclusion.
It's a good analogy.
Likely be that it goes through it, right? And based off of your understanding of the makeup of the thread and the makeup of the Mack truck, that's likely the logical outcome. And that's how come when I was talking to Vladi, that I have something to point to of an objective reality versus his argument, which was being guided by God. Right. And I was saying, if I have a versus between you and me, and you closing off your senses that take in information, and me leaving minds open, and we just run through a wide traffic, I bet you I can be guided better than your being that is perfect.
Can I say that I agree with you that if you ignore empirical evidence and you ignore science and you just live based on your faith, you're going to have serious trouble in life, Nivik. You're going to have all kinds of bad things happen to you because
that's
you
what
just
I want
believe
to do.
the first thing that you come
challenge.
to.
I'm presenting the challenge of what I use versus what you use, and you can't be a hypocrite and use what I use. You have to close off what I use, which is my senses.
Yeah.
That's connected to the environment. And you have to be blindfolded and close off your ears and guide yourself by God.
and
But
see
see,
who
here's
comes.
the thing. He's still using science. He's just not using science on God. You know what I mean? He refuses to use logic and think about, like, all the questions that Perry and me and Chad and everybody was asking him. He didn't have direct answers except what Scripture says. And that's a problem because the Bible is circular. The Bible says the Bible's true, so therefore it's true. You know, so I'm with you, Nivik. If you fucking blindfolded yourself and closed off all your senses and tried to run through traffic and just live life faith only, yeah, it's going to be a problem. You're not going to get through
Yeah,
very
yeah. I
easily.
mean, he's attacking our methods while using it at the same
Yes.
time.
Let's not talk about him too much while he's not here.
Okay,
You know what I'm
okay.
saying?
Well, I didn't want him to go.
No, I don't. I know you didn't, and I don't think you were insulting him. I just don't like talking
Well, he
behind
did
people's
insult
backs.
me. I mean, when I gave that example, and
I
I
actually
wanted you to meet. I wanted you to I wanted you to be an intermediary between me and him. So I
Well,
thought.
what I did those two times that you got frustrated with me is I was trying to silence him, not you. I was trying to get him to stop yelling back at you, and you thought I was trying to shut you up, and I was like, "Damn it!" I was trying to get him to, slow down, quit yelling, quit saying the same thing over and over to Nivik, over and I heard that too, brother. Trust me, I was paying
That's why I
attention.
wasn't talking.
It's just
I was talking to you, but then I
so
thought.
when that happens. So when that happens next time, just do me a favor. Don't yell with him. If he's yelling, just let me put him down, and then we'll get back to what we were saying.
I
We just
wasn't
need to
doing
be
that.
at
I
that.
wasn't talking to him. I was talking to you to do that.
No. I know you were talking to me to do that, but it was adding to the extra noise in my ear, and so it was very hard for me to get control because all three of us were talking, right? So next time that happens, just I don't know, maybe just say, "Hey, Thomas, help me out here," and then just be quiet and let me try to get it under control, okay? I really, as a side tangent, Nivik, I really want you to start your show back so you can actually get your word out there, and you're the one who gets to control, who speaks, and you're the one who gets to control the topic. I want to see that. I think you can do it. I think you would be really good at it. You definitely question a lot of people, that's for sure. But well, if you don't have anything else to say, my Niv, we will close it out.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I hope everybody had a good time. Love all you guys. I'm going to go pop in the Discord for a little while, and I appreciate everybody's patience with me. Y'all have a good night, okay?
Yep. Later.
Good night, guys.
Good night.